When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Hello and welcome everybody to RiftMSTRS 2022 Last Chance Qualifiers. I'm Kangas and I'll be your play-by-play for the day, and I'm joined once again by Smacks. How's it going, Smacks?
It's good. I'm excited. We have one last spot for the playoffs. We're going to find out who is going to take it today. It's going to be a great time. Glad to have you with me here as well, Kangas. And, you missed it yesterday, but Tasty Bacon, it's still his birthday weekend because his birthday was yesterday. So, again, happy birthday to our producer, Tasty Bacon.
Oh, that's incredible. Did you sing happy birthday yesterday, Smacks?
No, we didn't, but I did make fun of him for being old a lot of times.
Cue the music. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to producer Tasty Bacon. Thank you so much for putting on this show. And, of course, for inviting me back. Rafa will be taking a break today, so I'm filling in. But I'll still bring all the action here for, like you said, the last team to qualify for playoffs and joining a pretty tough group. Again, KFC winning out all of the last qualifiers. But then we have second place Demons and Imperious as well awaiting them in playoffs.
Yes, it's going to be a really fun time. And of course, if you've been keeping up with RiftMSTRS, this next video will be very familiar to you, but we're going to show it just in case anyone is new, as we do have the format video for the entirety of this RiftMSTRS season split, whatever you'd like to call it. Of course,
season,
yeah. NA and LATAM teams. One of the LATAM teams is actually going to be playing today, so that's pretty cool. But we are right there in the Last Chance Qualifier LCQ segment right there. Week 4, we already went through all of the points, which we'll be seeing a bit later, but we had these 3 teams make it all the way to the playoffs already in the last 3 weeks of gameplay, all leading up to today,
where we will see Team D qualify and go into this playoffs. All the qualifiers and the Last Chance Qualifier are single elimination. We're going to go into the best of 3s now with the semifinals and the finals today. But then playoffs, it's a double elimination. So the 4 teams that qualify for that will have even more games to play.
It's going to be a very fun weekend, but before we even get to that one, still a whole lot on the line today. And of course, you do want to make it through this Last Chance Qualifier because there is that prize pool. Even if you just get 4th place, that's still a nice, cool $1,000. And if you do win the entire thing next weekend, that's $8K for you right there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, just winning today means that you're guaranteed at least $200 per player on the team, depending on if there's coaches or other staff that would also take a bit of that cut, but not too bad. That's a good chunk of change for some off-seasons, Max, especially with Wild Rift when we're still so early in kind of the community esports scene here in the Americas.
Got some pretty strong front runners for that 4th spot for the playoffs, of course, not saying that they're guaranteed to get 4th place. However, they will have to play against our big leader of the points from the last 3 weeks. That is, of course, KFC. You're going to be seeing them on this leaderboard in just a second, winning, of course, all of them. No games lost at all.
Yeah, all 15 points, which is the maximum you could earn from the previous 3 weeks. KFC took them all, so 45. That's a perfect 45 out of 45. Second place, Demons, Imperious, Paradolia, all clumped together, very close in points. And Imperious actually won a tiebreaker against Paradolia to take that 3rd place and just auto-qualify for the playoffs. So Paradolia, even though would be in that conversation still, probably favorites today, if we're being honest, looking at this bracket. They still have to win 2 more best of 3s in order to join those other 3.
Of course, playing against Tamina, first of all, we saw them play a very long and well-fought best of 3 against Janus Esports just yesterday. All of the games went 25 minutes. It was a long series, and we'll see if they can keep that same momentum against Paradolia. Of course, the other matchup being Busting Heads and Professional Hot Tub Streamers. Should be a pretty good one. That'll be later on.
I feel like the Stamina, again, a team that we saw even back at Icons. I hear that they have 2 roster swaps on their team, so will be a different look of Stamina than what I had last seen them as. And we're into the draft, so let's see how that identity shakes out. I did hear, I wasn't watching the stream yesterday, but I heard Smags, 3 20-plus minute games from Stamina. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Ooh.
It was very long, best of 3, over an hour worth of gameplay.
That's so rare in Wild Rift.
Oh, I know. It took a very, very long time, but it was a very fun one as well. One thing that I didn't notice was that Stamina and Janus both didn't really like Ashe that much. So it doesn't surprise me that they are going to be banning it instead of taking it for themselves on blue side.
Yeah, Ashe has been very popular in the meta as of late, but with it off the table, we see Jace locked in first for Stamina, and then Renekton and Gragas as the answers for Paradolia. So going for a lot of CC, a lot of more frontline focus.
The Yone ban also from Stamina is pretty cool because we did get to see some Yone jungle yesterday. It ended up being pretty deadly, I'd say, for the most part. Not quite as strong as some of the other early game junglers like Lee Sin, which is notably absent from this draft so far. But I'm expecting that to either be banned or maybe this is the pick here from Paradolia because the early game junglers can really run over Yone early. It's just about that late game where he can really take off, and that's likely where Stamina is a bit worried about the pick.
Yeah, and also just giving Rumi any kind of carry jungler, I feel like you don't want to give a lot of those, the Kazakhstan taken away too. When I saw Rumi in that first week, Smax, we got to cast the first week of competition, I was just blown away by what this jungler was actually able to pull off. So I'm very excited to see them play again.
He's really, really good. I don't think he's hit just quite the same highs that we saw of that first week since then, but we know he's got it in him, and we know that that is something that he can definitely do. And I mean, they've kept up the consistency. They placed very well in all three of the qualifier weekends, so that's why they have the most points of any team in this last chance qualifier, and that's why we're expecting them to win this series, I'd say.
And from what I can see on the roster, it seems like it's the same 5 players. Because that was something I was, wondering how much movement we would see throughout the 4 weeks of competition before going into the playoffs. If players would kind of move around, jump out of different teams. Lee Sin still left up. There we go, Smax. Locked in for Rumi.
Honestly, a bit disrespectful that Stamina didn't ban that one away unless they have some plan to counteract this. I don't really think there are many champions that can do that very effectively, though, against Lee Sin, especially Rumi's Lee Sin as champion does so much for you in that early game. Maybe going for some pick threat against it. They still need a jungler for Stamina as they're locking in Lux and Galio in the bot lane.
I'm wondering if they go for something more scaling. I mean, based on what you were saying, Stamina having long games, really ramping up. If they can make these games go long, things like Master Yi, I still think really skyrocket in priority. Shyvana as well. But I also have heard that they haven't been finding a lot of success lately. We were chatting Yumi and Rafa last night, and you were explaining that some of the late game scaling junglers just don't have a big enough impact early on. You can get steamrolled. So Xin Zhao, definitely not one of those late game scaling junglers. It's just something that can duke it out a little bit earlier.
I do like this comp from Stamina quite a bit. The Lee Sin left open is really the main thing that I'm concerned about, to be honest. But other than that, this seems very well constructed. They've got pick threat with this Lux. They've got a solid front line, Galio's and Zhao. They even have some assassination potential with this Akali. I think this really is a jack-of-all-trades composition for Stamina. They do have to withstand the early threat of the Lee Sin and now Ahri, doubling down on that now for Paradolia, though.
Yeah, it's like double poke champs with the Jace and the Lux. They can burst somebody from afar. Akali can clean them up after, and they also have 2 front lines. So like you said, very well-rounded. Paradolia, so much pick potential. If anybody's out of position, Ahri Charm, Varus Ultimate, Lee Sin, Insect Kick, or even like the Gragas and the Renekton can find people out. Like, you have to be so careful if you're members of Stamina right now, because if you're out of position, you will die very fast.
It's a bit true of both teams, I think, but for sure for Paradolia, their burst is wild here. We know that Paradolia does tend to play a lot faster than Stamina as well. They're very ruthless with their engages and a lot of the skirmishes. I think the skirmishes are the really big thing that sets them apart. A lot of that does come down to Rumi just crushing it in those skirmishes and everything. I do want to mention Kyo not playing an enchanter this time. We see a lot of those games where Kyo is playing something ranged, something that can heal up the team. We saw the Imperial Mandate Nami with the Meteor really was sort of pioneered by Kyo, at least in this tournament. Gragas, very different champion.
Yeah, this is much more meant for engage, and honestly could function as the primary engage for the team. Lee Sin can still kind of function as that, plus they have all the pick tools I mentioned earlier. But if you're looking for just hardcore, big, hey, we're starting a fight, Explosive Cast is very good at that. And it's also non-committal, so you're not necessarily getting in range of the Lux, the Galio taunts in order to do that.
Yeah, we're connecting to follow up on that too. So if someone does get knocked into your team, that stun, the charm from Ari, I mean, you already listed them all off before. Very deadly. So I like the Gragas pick a lot. It was just going to be up to if Keo can pull that off, as well as the Enchanters and as well as the Mages. I've got a lot of faith in Keo. For Paradolia, they're doing pretty well.
I like Paradolia's draft a little bit more as well, especially because the Galio, it's a great kite tool, but there's... I don't know, the range of it is going to be a little awkward. It feels like Ari can still dance around the range of it. Lee Sin can easily get out. Renekton can still kind of get out of it if he goes in. That taunt will be tougher to land onto multiple members. It's not like everyone's committing to diving in. It doesn't feel like a dive comp from Paradolia. Like, there's some elements of that, but Samina definitely, there's going to be a lot of execution I'm looking at as to how they actually pull this composition off. But it's still the last seed from Latin America coming in here in this tournament, right? Like, if we're looking at all the teams that are qualifying, we're really hoping that they're able to push forward into that top four. I would love that, honestly, if the Americas as a whole had a very tight competition in this event.
Yeah, it'd be really cool. We would need Brazil for that also, for the South America rep. But I think the ping might be a bit too high.
Could be.
Yeah.
That is also something to factor in, is like, I mean, I'm assuming that we'll be on the Texas servers for this game, but I don't actually remember how that was decided based on the previous weeks. But ping could be an issue and could factor into this. Things like Akali, pretty tough to pull off if you actually don't have that quick input.
The Akali play yesterday was really good, though. A lot of that was from Soden on Janus. So Stamina, they might have to try to get inspired by that. It actually won't even be Akali mid this time. Zhao did have a pretty solid Akali game, but instead they're going to swap it up top for With Death.
And we are loaded into the game now for match 1 of our last chance qualifiers for RiftMSTRS 2022. Samina Esports versus Paradolia, already trading heavily in the bot lane with the Lux Galio bot against the Varus and the Gragas, and even trading more aggressively as level 2 is hit. Gragas in trouble.
I'm expecting the early game to be a bit stronger from Paradolia, as they actually, I think they have a different Baron laner than last time.
It's also, at least, again, the in-game names can sometimes differ from the nicknames that they list on the tournament account, but here we go, mid lane action happening. There's Lee Sin and best player almost dying out there as well. Stamina, I mean, Smacks, you said they play a slow game usually, but it seems like they're getting real aggressive.
They definitely do play a slower game, a longer game for sure. I'm expecting this one, if Stamina's going to win it, to go past 20 minutes, which is why Paradolia, I think, need to put the pedal to the metal, at least in some ways in this game. That early skirmish, not quite the result that I like to see when Paradolia is winning.
Interesting to note as well that With Death is piloting the Akali in the top lane, and Xiao is playing the Jace in the mid lane. So maybe not necessarily where we traditionally see those champions played, but given the matchups, I'm not necessarily too harsh on this decision.
We saw With Death, the big play from this player was when he was playing the Fiora with the Hullbreaker and the side lane, just taking all of the turrets, and Stamina playing the macro game very, very well around it. They clearly had a solid formula with it, but once the Fiora was banned away, like in this game, the other options clearly were not as strong for With Death. The Jax was attempted with the Hullbreaker, the Shen as well. Neither of those options could really get off the ground in terms of the split push, so now with that in mind, it seems like they're going for just an entirely different strategy. No hull breaking at all. I mean, probably. I mean, I guess Akali could build hull break.
That seems a little like a stretch. So let's hope that we're not seeing any hull breaker Akalis in this game. Stamina right now with a lot of roaming from their support. Same for Paradolia. This Galio and Gragas, they have not been bot lane for about 50% of this game so far.
does seem like Jack Lockey is doing pretty well for himself down there, keeping up pace with the Varus. Usually expect the poke champion of the Varus to do rather well in that lane, but I guess when it's so isolated 1v1, if Lux can just not get poked down by the arrows, then it's all going to be okay. The solo forced to recall a bit earlier.
And when the supports are roaming, usually I look at XP as to who can hit level 5 first. It's actually our Voinen that gets it. Haya, still level 4 right now, will not have the ultimate. Let's see if that factors in. Okay, just hits level 5 now off this wave. So both supports ready to go. Haya actually trading aggressively. The explosive gas sidestepped by our Voinen. Nicely done.
Rumi doesn't want to go for the engage underneath that turret either. Still flash available for our Voinen, so would be rather risky. Still waiting for that first blood to come through as we're a minute out from the objectives. Starting those up is going to be imperative as Rumi actually, because of that lost exchange in the mid lane earlier, is a bit behind. Lezing was able to recall and fully purchase a Black Cleaver, whereas Rumi's still clearing, trying to finish the Ghost Blade. So maybe he can find some early footing for Stamina because of that.
Full items for everybody on the side of Stamina, even without getting the completed Riftmaker. They could have a little power spike here if they start a fight around an objective. 25 seconds for both of those to spawn, and there is the scuttle picked up by Paradoli on the bottom half, but members of Stamina seem like they want to go for the dragon.
Yeah, that early footing that I was mentioning is definitely what Stamina is going for. They're not really doing anything else. They're just claiming their territory around the bot side river. And I mean, they're not even hiding it at all. Lezing is just helping push out the wave, so Rumi takes the hint. He's going to go up topside and try to take Herald instead.
And has the Yomu's completed as well. There is a ward on that Herald. Rumi will know this, so full information for both teams. They know what they're doing, and it's a handshake trade of objectives.
All right. Still not exactly confident in the early game on either one of these teams, trying to avoid the skirmishes at all possible, if at all possible. There could be a lot of Akali damage
yeah,
here.
you're taking that again here. Has the ultimate. Haya could be in trouble. Flash out from Rumi, but the flash forward taunt onto 2. With that, does not have the ultimate anymore, but there should still be enough damage with a 5-point strike, and it's actually Lezing that comes in with first blood secured for Stamina.
Paradolia, they committed a lot to this top side, but the dive is not coordinated well. They have a couple of champions, Gragas and Lee Sin, who can use all of their movement underneath this turret. But Solo's playing Varus. What's he gonna do? He can't get underneath that turret. He can't even reach with the arrows there so far. So what seemed like a 2v1 was actually more of a 2v4 as Paradolia give over an early kill.
Yeah, it's the factor of a semi-global Galio ultimate able to join in much quicker than they were expecting. Lezing also quick to the roam, go straight from Dragon, right up through the river, through mid lane, and joins in on the play. The committal from Stamina, I mean, you gotta respect it. They were not gonna let With Death struggle.
Definitely required to have this Akali stronger in that late game. The assassin potential rather high with this new Riftmaker item on Akali. I've been really enjoying watching the more sustained team fights with Akali. I like seeing her burst people. It's fun, but I also like seeing her move in and out of the stealth and dash forward very confidently, take some damage as well. Like use everything in Akali's kit. You know, I absolutely love that.
You can just stay in a fight forever. I don't know about you, Smax, but my personal solo queue experience, I don't have enough bans for Akali. I can't ban her as well. I have to ban either the Gwen or the Master Yi, whichever one my team doesn't ban.
Yes.
So usually I get matched up against a lot of Akalis. She's actually kind of rampaging through solo queue right now.
Yeah, that sounds about right. They're nerfing Gwen though, so maybe
Thank
you're gonna
goodness.
be okay in the next patch.
I didn't even know that. Ooh.
Saved by the Krug.
Yeah, the kick not quite landing there from Rumi the way that they wanted. Lezing still has ultimate, so that is an advantage here. And they're up 1,000 gold, so I'd say this early game went about as well as you could hope for Stamina.
I would agree. 8 minutes in, they haven't lost a single kill. They didn't even lose the turret to the Rift Herald up in the top lane either. That one's still standing, so keeping the gold lead for themselves. And yeah, the early lead, not something that Paradolia should be happy about right now. They have this Ahri and Lee Sin, very, Very much so. These champions want to be fighting early on and don't scale nearly as well as some other options.
Dive under the turret, Lazing, that was bold. The Ignite taking down one more. Oh, lives with a sliver.
Man, no globals to punish him either. Attempted dive on the other side. The Ignite will dissuade it, and Paradolia can't get anything on the other side either. This is getting pretty rough now. Paradolia still a goose egg in the kill count.
If that shuriken flip had landed, that could have been a dead Rumi, but does not, so gets away now. But yeah, you're right. It is a very strong start for Stamina. If the game goes long where they are the most comfortable, we got to favor them. And I would even say with this draft, I do like the scaling a little bit more. I don't see many champions being able to answer the late game Akali, even if you're not going the full burst build and you're going for this more kind of sustained build over a team fight. You're still going to be a nightmare in a team fight, much more so than the Renekton would be. So I actually like Stamina's chances the later this game goes, and I'm liking their chances right now.
And the thing about the Riftmaker item is that it still does give you burst on Akali. It just gives her another option to stay in fights longer. Not even really sacrificing any burst. Yeah, you lose like maybe 100 damage earlier. You're definitely going to take that though, as Stamina. They have all this early power still, and they're going to take the Rift Herald with it.
It looked like Paradolia were posturing to maybe contest, but decides to pull off. Doesn't want to commit to the engage, so another objective goes to Stamina, and they have time to reposition, even reset for the potential dragon fight. With Death is heading topside, but best player one's up there as well, so it would be a 4v4. Flashes traded in the mid lane, but that's explosive cast out for nothing, so Stamina, they're up in ultimate right now.
Yeah, support flash is a lot less valuable than AD flash also, especially with the assassins on the team. As Jacklocky predicts the movement.
Oh, Rumi getting a little hypey under the turret. Might not have the range. Oh, the red buff burn was enough to pick up the kill. Can he get out? Rumi, blast cones to safety. Has the Yomu's boost speed. He's out of there.
There's no way he lives between two turrets there, Kangas. Rumi, just an absolute demon against Stamina at this point. Jacklocky, oh man.
Oh, go for the
gotta be
engage.
shaking your head at that.
I like this. Get on solo. No flash on the Varus. Way too far forward. Now just deal with this Renekton. That's a big crocodile. And the Foxy Lady jumping over the wall as well. Chasing down the jungler. Charm goes wide. Backflip lands from With Death. Doesn't want to take it. And now Rumi's here. Says, hey, I'm back, everybody. Full health bar on the Lee Sin. Ready to duke it out.
Lazing dead for 20 seconds. This should be a Paradolia Dragon. With Death doesn't have ultimate anymore, so the assassin threat not quite there.
In trouble. Does not realize there's an Ahri behind. The charm goes wide though, and Rumi taking a big chunk of damage. The 5-point strike barely missing, but that should confirm Dragon for Stamina.
Wow, rallying back as the squad is Rumi. You got to be careful. Oh no!
Oh!
Magic out of the final spark. Stamina now, they claim their third neutral objective out of 4 possible in this game so far. Looking pretty brutal against Paradolia. They still are struggling to find these kills as a squad. And it was just a 3v3 right there. They didn't have to worry about Xin Zhao smiting away the Drake, and they still lose it. Not giving over a kill per se, but they had the proper footing. They didn't have the damage at this time, I guess. Really
I think the big part was Solo being kind of frontlining in a way without the flash available. It was so easy for our Voident to just punch in, throw out the Shield of Durand and taunt him up, and then Solo's dead. That's a lot of the damage down. Now, With Death in a 1v1 here against the Croc, and it's the Croc winning out on it as the Mob Malmortia, so really tough for With Death to actually win that now.
Drew, very early pickup right there. Rift Herald popped for Stamina Esports. They will take their first turret of the game. As the announcer pointed out, I didn't even realize how shocking that is. 12 minutes in, first turret. That's rather unorthodox for a game of Wild Rift.
Very late. Oh, the Mob might not be enough here. Right as I was saying it, With Death wins a massive trade. But now has to be careful. The rest of Paradolia is here. The Sharks are in the water. They smell the blood, and they will feast tonight.
Rumi does not want With Death to escape at all. Flash kick just to secure the last hit, trading another turret. Stamina will do the same up in the top lane, and Paradolia, this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see them go for these aggressive plays, go for these flashy dashes and kicks and everything on this Lee Sin. Just feels a bit late at this point.
I mean, that was like a 100 health Akali, so he war jumped under turret and pressed third ability. It counts, I guess.
No, he kicked him. That wasn't
he
his
did?
third ability. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Fair enough. 2-1 on the Lee Sin, and Divine Sunderer too. Wow, okay, that's a pretty fun Lee Sin build. I haven't seen that before.
I don't think I have either. No
That's it.
Black Cleaver until
Rafa.
third item.
Yeah.
We will have
Is
to
this
ask
standard? Is this normal? Is this just the Chadley build?
Well, we'll see. I
I
think
get-
he's busy today, so we'll ask him tomorrow, I guess.
I get big Chad vibes from Rumi. I don't know about you, Smacks,
too.
but I feel like this would align with expectations.
Yeah, I think he's like probably 6'4".
I was thinking 6'5".
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
Pushing it
there's a
even higher.
difference. There's a difference.
Yeah, it's an inch.
The inches in life are everywhere, Smacks. And Paradolia are going to be grasping for any that they can get right now. Stamina are inching ahead themselves in this game. 2,000 gold in the lead with 2 dragons to their name.
Looking pretty good. They got this Akali here for With Death, who has been very worrisome for opponents of Stamina in the side lane in the late game. Macro game has been rather good. When With Death has a lead, you
lot
have
of
to be
people.
worried.
A lot of dudes down here in the bot lane, Smacks, as the Crocodile slices and dices away. A big commitment from Stamina. Don't get the kill, but they do pick up a turret.
A turret does not have the ability slice and dice, unfortunately. Cannot dash away.
Could you imagine? I want to see that animation.
We give the turret the big Renekton weapon.
Yeah,
What is the- what is
don't
that
even
weapon
animate the
called?
turret. Don't make it move. It's just
yeah,
it's like
no.
a chess piece. It just kind of slides around.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah. What chess piece do you think the turrets are?
Oh, it's
kinda looks
got to
like
be a rook, right?
You think so? I guess. Yeah, I guess a rook is also called.
It might
like
look more like a
tower.
bishop, though.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's got the like humanoid figure, I guess.
Yeah, it's got the bulbous head.
Hmm.
I do want a
It's
champion
combination of
now.
both then.
I do want a champion that will like actually animate the turrets. How sick would that be if your ultimate is like you just press it on a turret and then that thing actually starts walking around and doing stuff? That'd be pretty cool.
There is a champion that does that in PC, but it doesn't move. It's a
Yeah. Oh, big pick there
Whoa.
for Jack Locky. And a follow-up from Shell. Really well done from Stamina. This is what we were talking about. Both teams can do this. I was crediting Paradolia to the pick comp, but the picks also exist for Stamina.
Oh yeah, Lux has been so strong.
They're going to
recently,
another.
and- oh my god, yeah, they just keep binding them. These light bindings are so brutal. It's a reason that we've seen this Lux picked in nearly every single game this weekend, and last weekend as well. This Lux, especially in combination with the Ashe, which was banned, you just get 100 to 0, like out of nowhere.
And now with 3 items completed on pretty much everybody here on the side of Stamina, they're just going to start up the Baron. 3 members dead, and the jungler, the big one. Not a lot of chance for Paradolia to actually steal this one away, and we are approaching that 20-minute mark here, Smacks, as this could be another team fight. It's With Death 1v2ing. No one falls for that, but the Baron is the prize for Stamina.
Drake dead, Baron dead, Stamina, they're moving toward that late game position that we all acknowledge as favorable for them. This is their comfort zone, Kangas. They played the early game a bit slower than we normally see, but this is what they do. This is how they win games. They're very confident in their late game team fights and side laning. And like I said before, when With Death has a lead, this split push gets completely game altering. He's going to be taking those side lane turrets if you let him.
It's disgusting what a 3-item Akali can do in a 1v1. Can even outplay to the 1v2 extent here. We see actually Rumi the one on the Lee Sin to go match here, but a side lane pick for Paradolia. The Galio comes in, but might not be the ideal situation. Xiao gets out. That's big. Avoiding enough front lining as we have a solo kill for With Death onto Rumi. Chad goes down. Akali goes up, another kill. And even a pick there on the best player 1. This game is pretty much wrapped here, Smacks. It's looking Stamina.
That's what I'm saying here, Kangas. The solo kills. I'm not surprised, even though Rumi is a very skilled Lee Sin player. With Death is just so far ahead. And look at the damage onto that turret.
Disgusting.
1,000 HP with 1 auto. This game's over.
We're going for the end. The final push under the Nexus. Taunting on multiple members. And Stamina with a big upset statement in game 1. Or 1 game away from finals.
Nicely done here, Stamina. We wanted to see a faster game from them. We wanted to see a more decisive game from them. And, I mean, on paper, that is exactly what we got. That game was only 18 minutes. That's a speed run for Stamina.
That's a record for them. At least from what we've seen on stream, potentially. Update, because I was checking who has more points. Obviously, it was going to be Paradolia with 22 points, but reminder, Stamina had only earned 12 points from their previous runs as they ended in quarterfinals weeks 2 and 3. I don't even think they made it to quarterfinals in week 1, so that's just 6 points that they earned the last 2. They lost to Hot Tub Streamers and KFC, respectively. Big pickup against a team that going into today we were expecting would be the one to make it for that 4th spot in the playoffs based on the points from previous weeks.
Scaling for late game in the standings and in the game, Kangas. They will take the first one here. Now, they're not completely through yet. Paradolia has definitely had some really solid games across the few weeks that we've had them here in RiftMasters. So I don't want to count Paradolia out right now, but I do think it's good to give credit to Stamina. This was the best game that we've seen from them so far. I think by far, honestly, especially considering what you're just saying, they lost in top 8 twice, and they didn't even make it to top 8 the last time.
And also the Akali being a big performer in that game. Props to the 33% damage share on a team that is insane. It is important to note, even if Stamina do win this series and they go into the finals, there is a chance, because we got Busting Heads versus Hot Tub Streamers as our next semifinals match. Hot Tub Streamers is one of those teams that knocked them out in a quarterfinals, so that we could get some rematch there. That would be pretty fun. But of course, it will all come down to these next 2 games, potentially even the next one. But Paradolia, like you said, we can't count them out yet. We do need to give credit to this team because they have shown a very high level of play in the last few weeks.
And they just barely lost that tiebreaker to Imperius. This very well could be Imperius instead of Paradolia if that game went sideways. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if Paradolia can put up some better numbers, can get things done earlier, I think. That's when you're picking Lee Sin and Ahri together, you can really start fighting people at like the 4th minute of the game. And they get their ultimates and we're like, okay, it's time. And it wasn't time, Kings.
I would have loved for a contest at one of the objectives rather than a handshake. I feel like the team with Renekton, Ahri, and Lee Sin all at one item, that's a big spike for all 3 of those champions. That's when you really want to start fighting in the game against an Akali who has 1 item. Sure, it's all right, but you're not going to be doing nearly as much damage as 1 item Akali. But like you said, no, they didn't go for those earlier plays. They let the game scale out a little bit. And I think it's confidence for Stamina to say we can leave up to Lee Sin. It's not a must ban for us now. But I do still worry if they leave it up again, Paradolia and Rumi will just change their game plan and say, all right, let's just change it up and just go for the early plays and not play safe, not play scared.
Still think it's worth banning. I think that champion is the best jungler in the game. So, yeah, I would definitely get rid of it. Speaking of bans, I think Paradolia should probably get rid of Lux if they can. That champion looked really good as well. We saw the damage numbers were definitely in favor of the Akali. With Death had a phenomenal performance. But you'll remember the 3rd dragon fight was just completely over because 3 targets were hit by light bindings back to back to back. You can't do anything after you get hit by all of that crowd control and all of that damage. So Paradolia might want to consider banning that Lux.
And it wasn't just the dragon they got for that. It was also, hey, we picked off Rumi at the very end, so let's go get the Baron. And from that point, the game was wide open. There's very little chance for a team to come back from those kinds of situations. So at the end, I don't know what the expectations are going into game 2 here. I mean, we can say what we think is going to be banned, but we saw different looks for both of these teams, I would say. The expectations for Stamina coming in was a much slower game. I know 18 minutes can still be long for some teams, but this is faster for them. Paradolia, we thought would have this aggressive early focus. Did not do that. So what's going on, Smacks? Did everyone get a good night's sleep last night? What's happening?
I did, personally. I had a great sleep.
Good.
So, yeah. I hope that the players did as well, because we did have a pretty long day of games yesterday. So, definitely need your beauty sleep. And yeah, maybe that is what it is. Maybe it's just a nice reset, a nice, pep talk, morale boost, saying, hey, we got to this top 4. This is the best result that we've had so far on the side of Stamina. Let's just go for the whole thing. We got nothing to lose at this point. We just got to go for first, and quite the first win to take us there if Stamina can actually do it.
And a reminder, I don't know how much this can factor into moments like this. And off season, again, RiftMasters, fantastic opportunity to take some names, make some money. It's not like a regular season tournament, but still, nerves can play a role, and Stamina have played on literally the biggest stage possible in Wild Rift at Icons in Singapore. So when we're looking at like being able to step up in big moments, Stamina is a team, even with 2 newer players to the roster, they have this wealth of experience to draw from to calm their nerves, play their game. Maybe Paradolia are thinking, hey, this is our last chance. Like, we lost the tiebreaker to Imperius. We have to win out here. And when you have that extra pressure, it can change how you play the game. It can actually directly impact your gameplay.
Speaking of the new players from Stamina, feel like Jack Lockey has been a really big breath of fresh air for the squad. I've been very, very impressed with his play across multiple different champions as well. The Lux, most recently, of course, looked really solid. So hoping we get to see another one of those big picks for him in this one. They're going to be on red side this time, though, so Stamina don't have their easy access on B1.
And a reminder that Stamina also, back at Icons, they had 2 different bot laners that they were kind of alternating throughout their games, and that seemed to be their biggest struggle at the international level. So if Jack Lockey could have this kind of consistent performance, this is a huge boon, not only for Stamina here at this event, but going into next year's season as well. But game 2, pick and ban started. Paradolia on the blue side, and Stamina on the red.
Waiting for those bans to come in. I'm wondering what Paradolia's first pick is actually going to be. Is taking that idea straight out the old Smack's brain there, Kangas.
Oh, Gwen ban.
Ban.
Yes, thank you, Stamina. my perma ban. I literally banned Gwen every game, and earlier today I was playing some solo queue, and my team didn't ban Master Yi, and I was like, I'll just ban Master Yi instead. And then at first pick, Gwen locked in. I was like, I've made a mistake. This was an error in judgment, and I will never make that mistake again. And yeah, Stamina, I think they learned their lesson at some point too.
Yeah, I've heard the horror stories of Gwen. I haven't quite seen it yet in RiftMasters.
I need to just play her at this point. Like, I refuse to learn her because she's so frustrating to play against. But I should just pick her up.
Seems pretty good. She's a flex pick too. We've seen some Gwen jungle also. I know your experiences are probably her in the Baron lane, as that's where you reside mostly.
Cyan cannot do much against a Gwen. Yeah. that's what I know for certain.
What about Pantheon?
I actually haven't played that matchup, but I can't imagine if I don't kill her before we get ults, I don't think I'm ever going to kill her. So if the Gwen understands the matchup, it's probably pretty doomed as well. But we see the Kazakhs still banned against Rumi. Lee Sin is left up. Do Paradolia lock it in the first rotation? They didn't elect to do it last time around. They waited for the second rotation.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that's an Ashe pick for Paradolia, because that's also not banned, and that champion is very good. All right, I'm wrong.
Okay.
I think Paradolia is also wrong, though. I think they should have picked Ashe. That champion is really strong. Yone up, too. Ooh.
Let's go! It's Stamina piloting the Yone. They banned it last game because you were mentioned that we saw some Yone jungle. It was from Paradolia yesterday, right? They're the ones that
No,
actually
it was
played
from
the Yone?
Stamina.
Oh, it was! We get the run back! Oh, let's go!
In the Stamina and Janus game, I believe Janus picked it the first time. I think Stamina picked it second. Maybe it was Janus both. But regardless, it was picked exclusively in that series. So definitely tells us that the LATAM teams are thinking pretty highly of the Wind Brother here. Part 2, I guess.
It
You
seems
see Wind
pretty
Brother
gross.
Part 3 is coming out.
Wait, what? There's a third?
No, Cassante is not actually
right,
their
yeah.
brother, but he does have a very similar Q.
Brother and kits, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
In
Wow,
play style.
Paradolia's comp is so good.
Well, they got the Ashe that you were harboring for, and they also grabbed the Akali for themselves. So Stamina will not get that this time around. So instead, it's an Olaf Karma, classic combination. Yone Karma. I haven't seen it before, but in theory, very strong combination as well. So both these teams, I'm honestly saying, are getting some pretty decent drafts.
Yeah, Karma to me seems like the best enchanter on the patch. So just slap a whole bunch of hyper carries on your team, make them do all the damage. Makes a lot of sense to me. Now with Olaf locked in, I don't think this is Yone jungle. I feel like Yone has to go into a solo lane at least with that one locked in. So could be a very different strategy here for Stamina. Maybe they don't feel too inspired by Janus's play last night after all.
I mean, I will say, in theory, I feel like Olaf would have a good matchup into Akali in the first couple of levels. Until maybe 2 items, you would probably win those trades and potentially be able to try and run her down. But with a backflip, it's just so hard to actually stick on the Akali. Maybe it's a Baron Lane Olaf angle. They're not showing all their cards yet. And even the Karma can be flexed around, right? Could go mid, could go into the support role. So Stamina keeping things flexible for their first 3 picks.
Stamina do also still have the possibility to pick that Fiora. That's not banned this time. So with Death, can pilot that very, very well. And Stamina have done an incredible job of playing around the side lane pressure. And I mean, we already saw with Death do a great job on the Akali, a very different champion, still one that can dominate the side lane with the lead. So I wouldn't be too surprised if that comes through. Stamina, they do take the opportunity to ban the Lee Sin this time around. That's a good idea.
It looks like the Paradolia missing a ban there themselves. I actually participated in RiftMSTRS for week 2, and we might have done the same thing as a team on accident. We weren't on broadcast, but it's rough when that happens. But it does happen. It does happen. Shen is the thing banned out, so Rakan for Stamina. Now, that's support. That's the support champion, unless your name is Truth, in which case maybe it's not a support champion. But it does give us a little bit more information where players are where champs are going on Stamina.
Yeah, I think we're now expecting Karma to be the farming champion in the Dragon lane. Speaking of, I don't think that Ashe should be the farming champion for Paradolia. Ashe has had her best role as support so far in this event, I think. You don't have to worry too much about farming your auto attacks. You're not picking Ashe for her auto attacks, Kangas. You're picking Ashe for her ult.
But they slow. And her first ability, it
they
goes
slow.
really fast.
I don't even think people level the first ability at this point. I'm pretty sure you just level volley a bunch of times.
Oh, it makes me sad. Actually, no, it makes me happy. I don't know why I'm lying to you. I exclusively play like lethality Ashe, so that's great.
You should try the new build then, because you go Muramana, you go for the Imperial Mandate, some other utility items we've seen, things like the Mortal Reminder, that's been pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Black Cleaver, of course. Some standard stuff like that.
Serpent's Fang, not too bad against Rakan and Karma.
One of them. I wouldn't be surprised to see that one this game either. It's been pretty good.
All right, they missed a ban. There's no chance they miss a pick, right? Come on, Paradolia. Let's see him. Lock him in, baby. Yeah, this could be an awkward pick ban phase.
There we go.
Set. Locked in. Okay. Now could this be the farming champion with an Ashe support if you really wanted to go aggressive with it?
I don't think so. I think you do want to play a ranged champion, especially if you're against Karma. That's not going to be easy to farm against. So I would definitely advise you to pick a marksman or some other like farming mage, like a Ziggs maybe. That'd be fun.
Well, I hate to remind you, Keo did play the Gragas last time, so it could just be Ashe Gragas bot lane with Set in the Baron lane and Akali mid, and then they're holding out on their jungler right now. And we're hearing that there's a slight delay just from the draft client, so these will be locked in eventually. We just got a little bit more time to fill here, as it is Camille.
All right, so it's Ashe to carry, and look, Fiora time. All right, this is big. Stamina have a really good setup. I don't usually say that about the team that's against Ashe, but they actually do. The side lane threat is humongous, and they have a good early game to back it up too with Olaf. I like this.
I'm trying to think where champions go on the side of Paradolia. Is it just Camille jungle? Am I just overthinking this? Or is it like Gragas jungle set support?
Set jungle? Maybe he can do that. It's
I
probably
feel like
Camille jungle.
I feel like it's probably just Camille jungle, and I'm just trying to big brain here and completely failing at it. But let's talk about the known quantities, like you're saying on Stamina. The Fiora pick can absolutely run a side lane, and their other 4 champions feel like a very terrifying clump of 4 if they're looking to split the map and go for like a 1-4 kind of lane. Even Yone can do decent on his own, so they go for like a 1-3-1 split, which is less common in Wild Rift, but still functionally could pull off.
It is how Stamina closed out the last game. Just pushing all 3 lanes at the same time, completely breaking the backs of Paradolia in their own base, so not too unheard of, at least in this isolated 1v1, or 5v5, I guess. 1v1 being the teams.
In this series, best of.
This series, yeah.
Reminder that the winner here will move on to the finals, another best of 3. That means Stamina need 1 more game win. Paradolia will need to win 2, and if it's any indication of how Stamina games have been going this weekend, it's going to be a long 2 games that Paradolia have to come back in this series from, because the winner here will go up against either Busting Heads or Hot Tub Streamers for a chance at the last spot at playoffs that are next week to determine the RiftMasters 2022 champions.
I really like Stamina's comp. I have to say, I would be very disappointed if Paradolia bowed out of the season losing 0-2. I think that'd be super disappointing, especially considering they got a bye to even get to this round. They didn't have to play their top 8 game. So
really?
Like, yeah.
Wow.
I'd be pretty disappointed. They've been our consistent 4th best team up until this point. So, I mean, if Stamina does it, then awesome. I would really enjoy that as well. But I've been enjoying Paradolia's gameplay up until this point. I think Rumi has been one of the best mechanical players that we've seen in this event. So I'm hoping that we get some more competition out of them, and I hope they don't just get run over by the out macro gameplay of Stamina.
I'm going back to look at the all the other teams that have participated. Where is Sparkle is cutest in the last chance qualifier bracket? How dare you beat me and my team in week 2 and then not even show up for the last chance qualifier? I can't believe you. I can't believe this. You bullied my bot lane. I had to lane against a Soraka, and now you don't even show up for the last chance qualifiers. Unless they name change. They might have just name changed.
Can't believe this.
I like how there's a team that's just sure why not.
Oh, okay. So I did actually get confirmation, by the way, from Keo that Keo is not playing, and they do indeed have a new top end support on Paradolia.
Oh, okay, that is good to know. So their previous top end support have left. That means that they do have new players coming in.
Yeah. So the name changes. They weren't name changes. They actually are new people. Thank you, Keo. Very useful information.
Absolutely. And again, for anybody else, if we ever call a player name wrong or any wrong information, shoot a message to me or Smax, and we will correct it on broadcast, because we want to make sure that we are saying the correct stories. So now we have the fun game of trying to learn the new name of the support. Did Keo mention what we should address them as?
Well, I don't know what the new top laner's name is, but the new support is Haya, right?
Oh,
I thought that was just another. I thought that was just another Keo account, because I think Keo also had the account Wii back in the day.
Oh.
Do you remember that?
I do not, no. Oh, is it
Rafa
the Wii
would
with
always-
like multiple
with like a million E's.
Yeah, oh, E's, okay, yeah.
That was the one where Rafa would always be like, "Wee." I think that's the same Kyo.
I don't know if I got the pleasure to cast one of those games. That would have been fantastic. Wow.
It was
I
fun.
feel like I'm missing out now.
But yeah, I don't know what they're how to say the new top. Yeah. Anyway, to touch on Paradolia's comp a bit more, like I said, I think the Ashe is really strong. The pick threat's really big. It is a good substitute for the Lux that we saw from the last game do so well. And they have a pretty similar setup, right? They've got the same like Gragas thing going on. The Akali is there for the assassination. In many ways, they did just steal Stamina's composition. They just have them in different positions a bit.
Yeah, functionally though, the Lux can stun, try and one-shot somebody. Ashe, less of the one-shot potential, but still provides a lot of that pick, as well as global pressure, because that era can go a while. But Smacks, we're into game number 2. Paradolia versus Stamina Esports. Stamina 1 game away from getting into the finals, and it would be a big upset. They only earned 12 points in the first 3 weeks of RiftMSTRS 2022, whereas Paradolia earned 22. Lost a tiebreaker to qualify already for playoffs. This would be a rough loss for them.
Yeah, 10-point diff is rather large, for sure. So we'll have to keep that in mind. I've noticed that this Akali skin just makes the loudest noise. Have you noticed that? When the passive is available, it just goes like, I don't even know how to make that noise with my mouth.
I feel like with KDA, you know, you gotta be loud. It's about sending a message. Kind of like Avoidant just igniting Haya right there. We also do have confirmation, or maybe not confirmation, but we have heard word that some people call the top laner for Paradolia Crown. So for right now, we'll be addressing them as such. Again, if anybody has more information, please reach out, let us know.
It makes me think of Crown Prince, which makes me think of Ailish, which makes me nostalgic.
Oh, I missed them already.
Oh, Ailish. Me too.
And it is Xiao in the mid lane here with Jack Locky piloting the Karma. So now double supports for Jack Locky as Rumi caught in the river by multiple members of Stamina, and First Blood yet again picked up by Lazing.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Rumi. Super early on, giving over a kill to the Olaf with the enchanters on his team. Like, oh, that is so deadly to play into. Olaf typically does start to peter out later on into the game. You don't have that same level of damage threat, but when you do have all these shields helping him out and giving him more time in that front line, dealing all the damage, the scaling is just such a problem. Whoa.
Big shuriken flip from best player, lands it mid. First ability dash from Xiao. Now in 1v1 here against Lazing. But yeah, able to kind of kite around, dodge out on a lot of this. Goes back in, 5-point strike, not quite there. But here comes Rumi. Can pick up another kill. 2-1 on the scoreboard.
Man, best player survives that one too. Paradolia making up for that early mistake from Rumi, finding a lot more of these kills, playing much more proactively on the Akali than the last game's Ahri as well. I really enjoy that one for sure. It's reminding us of Paradolia's early aggression that we know and love.
Again, landing that backflip mid-dash. That was so clutch right there. And absolutely is the reason that they secured that kill. Xiao, now with no flash, still has the barrier, but could be in a more precarious position. So we see Arvoinen come in, try and help him out, keep him safe while this lane pushes in.
Stamina, they still have a slight gold lead. Very slight, though. Not really super meaningful at this point. Gonna need to see if they can regroup from those early deaths and find their way into one of these exchanges on the Rift Herald. And I feel like at this point they are kind of hoping for one of those exchanges that Paradolia so graciously donated to them in the last game. Not really going for anything super aggressive. Best player and Rumi. They've got these early kills. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe that is the reason for them to play more aggressively this time around, as they will need to do something about this dive.
Ooh, Solo under the turret, just getting dove on by 4 members. Best player is here, has to complete a Riftmaker. This Akali can do a lot of damage. That's Exhaust down, and best player 1 can just run through this fight. Picks up another kill. Aya also joined in on the fun. Paradolia punishing Stamina for an overextension.
That confidence that we mentioned, it's still here for best player 1. The double kill, there are 2 kills, I should say, for him now alongside those assists, definitely helping out. And the Riftmaker is here as well, moving over towards what will probably be the Drake. You definitely want to group around your Akali at this point. And if she's going to stay in bot lane, then you don't really want to do Herald. Akali is the big damage source.
I mean, I will say Rumi also with Triforce completed, feeling very strong as well, but you're right. Best player 1, this Akali, is the strength currently of Paradolia. It's an even gold for the whole team, but you got to look at who's got that gold on each side. We got a couple of scraps here in the mid lane, just trading health bars, trading some cooldowns. No big ultimates expended.
Damage out of Rumi is very valuable, though, and it does seem like Stamina actually are going to get what they want in terms of the objective exchange. Lizing taking the Rift Herald, while Paradolia go for their scaling option, and Zhao just trying to be a nuisance, trying to take that hit. Drake, no such luck.
Just poking out a little bit, seeing, hey, is there an angle to try and ult in, go for the steal? Nope, that's fine. I just snap back to my clone. But, like you said, objectives traded. With Crown leaving lane, though, this could be a Herald play. We got a scrap in the mid lane, meanwhile. Arvoinen does get out, but Jack Lockey has to flash. Maybe has the shields to survive, and they do. Now, Lizing coming in here like a rampaging Viking. Picks up a double kill.
Man, Stamina. Wait, hold on 1 second. Best player has a second ultimate available. Oh, he's hunting.
Jason.
I don't think he can find it.
Ninja versus Viking. Who wins?
Neither of them. They just walk away, I guess.
True. Kind of the opposite of what you'd expect. It was the Viking that ran from the Ninja.
True. Very interesting. He was low HP, I guess. Didn't have ult.
I guess Vikings are more adept at hiding than I gave them credit for. Either way, Lizing picks up another 2 kills and now has Divine Sunderer building towards what looks like a Death's Dance next. Feeling really good about how this Olaf game is going early.
3 kills on it. And Zhao going for a bit more of a sustained-focused early game as well. This does mean eventually he's going to be scaled up with the 100% crit chance, but it's going to be quite a while before that actually happens. Lady of the Ring King, more focused on 1v1 damage rather than spread throughout the entire team. Maybe Zhao going for the split push focus alongside With Death. Maybe this is indeed the 1-3-1 that you're mentioning, because With Death is definitely going for the whole breaker second item.
Ooh, big explosive cast here, but just immediately punished. Best player 1 could not get the full combo off in time to claim the life of Lizing, so everybody from Stamina walks away fine.
We're seeing so far that Solo is really only using the Ashe ultimates defensively, or at least reactively.
Another dive. Okay, big set engage right there. Hextech Ultimatum under the turret. And Crown survives. Rumi survives for now, but With Death dashing in. Gets the kill. Shuriken flip lands. Knockup does not. And best player 1 gets out.
Yeah, we are just seeing full force ARAMs over and over and over. All these skirmishes happening in mid lane. Just whoever is anywhere near, come fight. Come down to the Coliseum. Take a shot.
How's your aim, son? Got a good arm there? Try it out. Little do they know it's rigged. So this 4-0 Akali, pretty good at surviving and also taking these trades.
Most gold in the game right now. Going to be even more after the bot lane turret. Wait, bot lane? That's not allowed. That's not in the Coliseum. What are you doing down there? Paradolia getting some extra gold where they can, and there's going to be a lot on best player 1 to snowball this game. We saw the Akali performance of With Death in the last game. That is his competition. That is who he has to match. See if he can do it.
Back to a state of calm on the Rift right now as both teams are looking for resets. It's an even turret trade across the board. Herald will be spawning in about 40 seconds. Maybe that's the magnet that pulls in both teams for the next action.
Definitely should be. The Rift Herald, really big objective for Stamina. That's why we saw them prioritize it earlier. When you do have this Hullbreaker Fiora, the Rift Herald is definitely where you want to place all of your attention. Those turrets, it's really all you need to win a game of Wild Rift. That was certainly proven by With Death's Fiora in the games yesterday. So that's where they want to lay their claim for now. And the side lane's already going very well. You see With Death, not really contested at all by Crown on the side of Ferdolia.
Yeah, not much a set can do against a Fiora once the 2 items are completed. Divine Sunderer trades are so effective, and the Hullbreaker means you're not doing any damage back. Plus, those turrets just fall too quick. Also had to flash down there. It happened off screen, but it looks like With Death issued the grand challenge, and Crown had to flash away with a very low health bar. So now With Death grouping up with the team.
Ooh, me engage here, Kangas.
As player 1 went in for it. The Asher lands is tanked up by With Death, but this Akali is going off in the fight with a double kill. Still alive, still has flash. No ultimate available now, but that is 2 members down for Stamina. Only 1 fell for Paradolia.
Best player is definitely putting in the work in these 5v5 exchanges. That one, I mean, it's not even really a 5v5. It was more of a 4v5 because Crown wasn't even there at the start. Still a double kill is achieved, and Stamina pushed off of the objective they were really hoping to get. Now, with their jungler just now walking out of base, Paradolia might be able to secure both at the same time. Lezing nowhere to be found.
This would be bold, though. They haven't all backed yet. Specifically, best player 1. I don't know if they have actually... Actually, now that I look at it, that is 2 half items completed. So best player 1 is poised to fight. Ultimate coming off cooldown in about 3 seconds' time. I do like this for Paradolia now. I was worried at first, but given this setup, this Akali is poised to carry.
And With Death actually grouping up with the team, at least right now, it's not where you want him to be. You want to be pressuring multiple things at the same time, and With Death is already proven that there's nobody who can match him, at least right now. You don't want to commit best player to a side lane instead of the 4v4. With Death, I want to see him go back to that.
Rumi decides to back, gives up pressure around the dragon so that they can complete the Sterix gauge. They haven't dropped the Herald yet either. I would love to see Crown drop at mid so that pulls members of Stamina away from the dragon. But they're actually just doing a good enough job scaring them away anyway. Xiao's in the bot lane catching this wave. Neither team's fully committed to the dragon yet.
This is, again, just so uncomfortable. Those top waves are just dying to each other. Oh, that engage could have been big if With Death got caught up by the Camille ultimate, but parry's still available. Stamina, you gotta send the Hullbreaker top.
Yeah, get this Fiora out of here, or at least have the other 4 group on one side so that With Death can benefit from the Hullbreaker on their side. We see Jack Locky sticking next to the Fiora, so you're not getting the Hullbreaker stat bonus. And now, big engage, explosive cast lands onto 3, and we got a full fight knockup combo from Xiao! The Yone getting right onto the back line. Can best player carry, though? The Akali pretty much untouched. Still decent health bar. Low, but not out yet with a double kill. Legendary for best player 1.
Right back over to the Dragon Kangas, and best player is still dealing so much damage. The Yone damage is also pretty big, though.
Jack Locky could not keep Xiao alive there. And that means Dragon should be secure. Jack Lock, you gotta be careful. Best player 1's looking for you. And that should be mid-turret falling as well. Big swing of momentum for Paradolia.
Yeah, they're getting everything that they want, Paradolia. They just got another dragon. The fights are really what they need. These 5v5s are where the composition like this can thrive. You see, all the utility is here from Haya and Solo, and even Crown, honestly, with all the crowd control. That's really everything that Nikala can ask for. Camille as well, diving wherever they decide just to deal all this damage and survive it from the opposition. We're just not seeing the scaling come online, where the Yone, it looked really flashy. The damage just isn't there, though. Blade of the Ring King is much more focused for 1v1s, not team fights.
Has not completed the second crit item here. I actually went for the Sheen, so I'm wondering what that's going to build into now. But I do want to point out, the 5v5, not the strength of Stamina. They got to get this Fiora on the side lane, which they have now. But the Ash Arrow, oh, it's dodged out with death. Actually surviving that one. But another big reason why I don't like the 5v5 grouped up is Ash is arguably the best champion at proccing that Serpent's Fang. As now with death in the side lane, could actually be struggling here. Explosive cast, doesn't get the kill. Might get out here, high up, one more barrel, misses! And with death, barely gets out.
Ooh, that's 3 people committed. I don't think Stamina can get anything, but it is still a very bad sign for Paradolia that 3 people are not enough to kill the Fiora. It's only going to get worse as Fiora, with death, will have more items. That's a full Blade of the Ring King now purchased 3 items. Side lanes are looking very, very killable, I feel.
In their defense, it was the 3 weakest members on the team with all under 10,000 gold. And I don't even know if Crown had the hold breaker at that point yet. If either Rumi or Best Player 1 had been there to land some damage on the With Death, probably a dead Fiora. So you still got to be careful if you're With Death. Don't let that give you more confidence than you earned. As the focus of Paradolia is now the top lane. They're going for the final outer turret.
15 minutes in this game. Still feels very, very close. Paradolia certainly are winning out on the big fights. With death, though, the threat there is immense. As soon as the inner turrets start cracking, that's when you know that you have to be so defensive. You have to make sure that the inhibitors don't fall. If the inhibitors fall, then With Death has already found the win condition for his team. You don't really get to 5v5 fight when you're down an inhibitor.
And even went for the rocket belt. Oh, yeah. I love to see that from a Fiora player. Understanding the correct tech here. You're able to position so easily. You can proc your ultimate almost instantly. If you have flash rocket belt up, you literally just proc it. Auto, first ability, auto, flash, auto, rocket belt, auto. Like, if you're fast enough with your thumbs, you can proc that in like a second flat. As ultimatum popped here onto Lazing in a lot of trouble. Zhao buying the space they need. Now back under the turret, but Best Player 1 just follows him with the shuriken.
With that doesn't actually hit the turret quite yet either, so that's a free kill. Free Baron looks like for Paradolia, as that was a kill onto the Yone. That's a big engaged threat dead. Arvoinen still has that ultimate. There are ways to get into this pit. Oh, and Paradolia actually acknowledging that won't commit.
I actually would have liked if they had stayed on it, because Best Player 1 was just joining with 4 items on the Akali, rather than going bot lane to help relieve the pressure. I guess they don't lose anything for this at the end of the day, but it felt like that was a moment where Paradolia really could have ran away with this game.
Yeah, I agree. I would have liked to see the Baron attempted at least.
1v1 though. Ooh. Oh, Lazing has to pop the ultimate immediately, so all that armor and magic resist goes away. Even easier for the Akali to kill you.
Gotta say, that is an even better pick to start up the Baron with, because that's the jungler. So if Paradolia want to do Baron now, all the more reason. So I think it's just the support attacking it. Maybe I'm not on the same page there.
I just taking a little bit of damage. I think the rest of the team wanted to secure these side waves instead, as we see Best Player 1 pushing out the top lane. Everyone else grouping around the dragon. Stacking these up is the name of the game for Paradolia.
Do we think that With Death or Best Player will win a 1v1? Because the gold says Best Player, but With Death is playing Fiora. So I think it's close. I think that question matters quite a lot to Paradolia's success here. If they do want to commit Best Player to that side lane, kill Fiora, and then return to the fight without losing too much, that would be a lot better than Set just, trying to hit waves as much as possible.
Are you going for it? The Grand Challenge issued, but now under the turret!
Oh!
Crown with the outplay!
Well, the answer to that question doesn't matter that much anymore. Paradolia can just do that. But 2 people that are most important for Paradolia not in this fight means they have to vacate the premises, use their teleport, which is a pretty big deal, and make sure they don't lose any more kills in the 4v4 there.
Baron teased another start, but Paradolia really do not want to commit to this unless they are positive that they can take it with no contest. They even had bot wave shoving in. Maybe just Rumi not being on the same page as everybody, as the jungler was on the bottom half of the map. in these moments, when Fiora's down, I still just like the idea. Start the Baron. You can at least turn the fight afterwards with Hextech Ultimatum if you don't want to hard commit to it, but instead they're just playing for the waves.
Trying to think what Stamina can actually do from this position, because losing the 1v1 as Fiora is really bad, and they're not winning the 5v5s at all. I mean, I mentioned before that Zhao needs to get that full crit. With the Divine Sunderer, you're delaying it even further. This is, again, very focused on a 1v1 for the Yone build, and I mean, we haven't seen Zhao actually go for any of those because, I mean, look at the gold difference between him and his lane opponent. It's 6,000 gold.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
think
ideal.
I'm gonna say I think this is a pure mistake of a build. I don't agree that you need the Divine Sunder even against any like tanky targets that you're looking for that percentage damage against. So it's rough. You're delaying your ability to do these big, giant ultimate clean up the enemy team fight. Unless there's an interaction that I'm not aware of in the kit and Divine Sunderer. It means that Stamina will be waiting a little bit longer for this Yone to be relevant in the game.
It's going to be a while for sure. You really want that Infinity Edge, or at least a Bloodthirster, to get you past that threshold. Now with Elder Dragon alive, Stamina, they can't afford to focus on the side lane that they're not even winning.
Ooh,
but they can't
and
do
just
fight
lock
either.
in Arvoinen. Baits everybody else from Stamina into the fight. Under the turret, double kill to best player one. Very far forward, but has the stasis, pops it down. The rest of the team is here. Crown with the engage, and it's a cleanup wipe. Zhao, the only member left alive, and he even dies on the clapback. A 0 for 5 ace for Paradolia and Stamina. You got to imagine that that was an agreement. We know we're losing this game. Just give it to them quickly. Let's get into game 3 to determine who's going to finals. Paradolia strike back in game 2.
And the carry performance from best player one is the reason. Paradolia getting it done. The Akali champion winning both games in a row, Kangas. The Ninja's looking really good.
And now is a big contest for game 3 pick and ban. You got to ban it, or you got to pick it early on, because both of these teams are willing to lock it in and was a difference maker in both games. As we see the gold graph, it started off good for Stamina. With Death had such a lead in the side lane. Lezing 3-1 on the Olaf at one point, but then as soon as the team fights happened, best player won 13-0-5 with a 35% damage share, just absolutely popped off.
Yeah, brutal stuff. Zhao could not even come close to keeping up with best player in that game. Oh, that's a tough one to come back from here for Stamina. I told you, we can't count out Paradolia. Here we are, game 3.
Hey, I believed you. I never counted them out fully. I just knew that when you're up in a series, you're one game closer than the other team, but Paradolia were able to clean that one up. I didn't even see the time at the end. Was that like 15 minutes? That was pretty quick, right?
That one was 20. That one was
longer. That was longer. Wow, that one felt faster. I don't know what was going on there. Maybe it was just the fact that we saw so many more team fights actually pop off, but either way, it is now a tied series, so the next team to take a victory will go on to the finals and have that opportunity for another best of 3 to qualify for the last spot at playoffs next weekend.
It's a really close one to start off the day. Spoilers, I don't think that the second series is going to be that close, but I'm very happy to see that this one is, because Stamina was the team that I was really hoping would look better than they have been. Like we said, they dropped out of top 8 a couple of times, and they didn't even make it to top 8 the third. So the fact that they're here in top 4 is already the best they've ever performed, and the fact that they took a game off of Paradolia really big. So this is a great opening for Stamina still, even though they just lost that game. They are just one win away again from continuing on their journey here in RiftMasters, and Paradolia now the same.
And what a way to have it happen, too. Back and forward carry performances for mid laners, or I guess top laner as well. And on even game 2, it felt like the Fiora could be the difference maker for Stamina. It seems like we're building up to this big best player one, versus with death matchup is who's the bigger carry, who can get their team across that finish line. And I love it when series turn into these kinds of narratives because it just builds up these heroes in both regions to be these superstar carries.
Stamina now moving over to the blue side. They have the possibility of picking a Kali first. Seems good enough to me. I mean, we saw the Gragas first pick from Paradolia. I don't know about Gragas first pick. Honestly, maybe it's just because it's all been smoke and mirrors with Akali, doing all these card tricks in front of us while Gragas is doing the heavy lifting. I don't think that's the case, though. I think Akali is a stronger overall champion than the Gragas.
When it comes to Gragas support, I'm of the belief that I would rather have something like, even though I know that maybe a little undertuned right now, Alistar, Nautilus, things like that can still be a support that starts fights, but maybe a little beefier. The nice thing about, of course, Gragas is that it's non-committal. You throw out the ultimate, you can hit multiple people, big AoE, and you're not in the thick of it as opposed to something like the Alistar. But come on, man, more love for Nautilus. Where are the Nautilus players at?
I talked about this with Rafa yesterday, but I think Nautilus is absolutely terrible because of the spell shield boot enchant.
Oh.
The boot enchant completely ruins his ultimate. You can't ever cast it.
Can you tell that to all of my 80 carries in my ranked games? Because I've been losing to a lot of Nautilus Draven lanes lately, and it's getting kind of old.
Yeah, just build the boot enchant, and you can't get ulted by Nautilus. It's really telegraphed ability, so you have a lot of time to press the button. Mm-hmm. It's really good.
Okay, well,
That's my tech.
Maybe in all chat, I'll start telling my bot lanes that as soon as we load up the game. As if you could tell, I've been a little tilted with my Wild Rift ranked experience as of late.
I get it.
Yeah,
I've been trying to climb ranked on PC also. It's been a bit tough. I've been playing a lot of Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank's fun, though. Yeah,
the new AP buffs.
Yeah, so I should not talk about this. It's a different game. But yes, it's been fun.
If you ever wanted to try out Blitzcrank Jungle in Wild Rift, it's arguably viable in League PC right now. So maybe try that out. Get some inspiration from it.
I do actually play Blitzcrank in Wild Rift also. It's very fun.
He really seems worthless in Wild Rift. I'm not gonna lie. I'm never happy when I see a Blitzcrank on my team.
You're playing them wrong, okay? With Blitzcrank, first of all, you start your hook, of course. Then you walk into the enemy team's jungle at level 1 and just hook whatever buff they're taking. He resets it. They're upset. They start hitting it again, and you hook it again.
Oh, no! No, Smags! Yeah. This is awful!
And they
Don't tell them the forbidden tech. You're going to ruin everyone's ranked experiences.
I did that. I remember we were playing ranked against I think it was just Mobile Gamer, and the people on that team messaged me afterwards, and they were like, "Please stop picking this Blitzcrank against us. It's so annoying.
That's great.
Please be done."
I will say, if you do this in solo queue and you're not duo with your bot lane, they're probably going to die, because I cannot imagine a single bot laner who has a brain that can comprehend not all-inning level 1. So if you're there and then they're in a 1v2, they're probably going to die. So maybe tell them ahead of time. The moral of the story is communicate to your bot lane what you need them to do, because they will probably not be able to do it on their own.
See, that's the issue. I do this with Alk Battery, and then he dies anyway.
Yes!
And
he is literally the example of, like, the average bot laner in Wild Rift. In all elos, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
it's all the same.
Shout out to Alk Battery. He'll be casting again next week. You guys in chat can tell him I said that.
Yeah. No, I'll tell him. I'll tell him on broadcast next week. We'll have the same guy.
Good.
We'll have an intervention. We'll have like a banner hung up. I'll like hand paint it myself, and we'll really talk it through and figure out what's going on here with the bot laners in North America.
He needs it. Yeah, honestly, he needs the intervention. Bot lanes in America, yeah, it's an epidemic.
It is. It's a disease. You gotta root out the source.
Oh boy,
get immunity.
Like an immunity idol from Survivor.
I don't even know if that would help us right
Can't
now.
get solo killed. Oh boy. Yeah. Maybe not. But anyway, yeah, that's why I don't think Nautilus is very good.
That's a long
That
tangent.
5-minute discussion.
Fantastic tangent, though, to fill some time here as we are waiting for Pick and Ban to start for game number 3 between these two. Obviously, the teams can take their time to reset, grab some water, take a break, whatever they need to do before getting into Pick and Ban. So as soon as it is ready, we will hop into it, everybody. In the meantime, you're watching any good shows lately, Smacks? Anything going on in your life?
I've been watching the NBA preseason. That's been pretty fun.
Really? Never took you for an NBA person.
I wasn't until very recently. I decided that I wanted to branch out and try something, and a lot of my family likes and plays basketball. Like my cousin played in college, and I really liked watching his games. And there was something about the trip to the Chicago Bulls arena where I was like, yeah, this is fun. I wanna get into basketball, and so I've been watching NBA. Also, fun fact. One of the players in the Golden State Warriors, Draymond Green, he played college basketball at Michigan State, which is where I live.
Oh, cool. So a little bit of hometown hero vibes there.
Yeah. I've been following his career for a while, and now he's on the best team, so that's pretty cool. Playing with Steph Curry.
Nice.
That's nice. But yeah, they've been doing all right. They lost to the Lakers, which was the Lakers' only win in the preseason. So that's a bit embarrassing. But
it's amazing how much going to a live game can really make you a fan of something.
Oh yeah.
Like have you ever been to a rugby game and seen live rugby played? Oh, it is one of the most confusing experiences, but also one of the most fun experiences you can have as a sports viewer. But I am hearing the draft is ready, so we'll be hopping into that one quickly.
Cool.
If you haven't seen rugby, just look up like rugby highlights online. It is hilarious and very impressive what those athletes are willing to put their bodies through.
Very cool. That exact thing did happen to me also with hockey, by the way. I went to go see Michigan versus Michigan State hockey. That was amazing. And Michigan,
how much did they
University
fight?
of Michigan, a lot. It was amazing.
Yep,
it was so
that's the
cool.
best part of hockey. That's why you
It
watch hockey.
absolutely is.
It's just like true MMA with inexperienced fighters.
With sticks. It was amazing.
That should be like a whole feature at WWE one weekend. It's like WWE with sticks.
Yeah.
And then it's just like that's the theme for that weekend.
I think that's fencing, actually.
Oh, yeah.
But
So you're saying fencing is scripted? Okay, I always knew.
Ooh.
I always knew somehow.
maybe. I bet some fencing fights have been scripted.
Well, now I want to see like actual fencing, like production, just WWE style instead, and have like whole walkouts and all that. That'd be fantastic. I'm gonna say,
I think
esports actually needs that. We need like a WWE show for something. It honestly should be Wild Rift for next year in North America. We can just have like you and me show up, just like completely like pre-sweaty and just like wearing really tight like spandex to just wrestle each other. And just like whoever wins gets to pick side selection for the team or something. I don't know. Just like factor it in somehow, right?
this sounds like you're leaking in a bit of your fantasy in here with this. I don't know about this.
I maybe have thought about this more than I care to admit live in broadcast. So let's get into the pick and ban instead here, because Tamina are on the blue side, Paradolia on the red. Tamina banning out the Ashe, the Kazakhs, and the Akali. We do not get the Akali for game 3.
Yeah, that's good. I like that we're banning this champion. I also like that we're banning the Ashe and the Lux. These two champions, I mean, we've seen it a bunch these last few weekends, and we know why it's good at this point. We can just get rid of it. Let's all just agree. These champions are a little too strong. Get it out of here.
Is it a Karma ban now for Paradolia? Oh, it's the Galio instead. Because we had seen Stamina play the Lux and then the Karma. Gwen! No! It's left up!
Genghis, if you need to take a break, it's okay.
I'm tilted already. I'm not in this game. It's okay. I don't have to experience this. It's gonna. We're in a safe place, Max.
They also didn't ban the Fiora Paradolia, so that's available. Now, it didn't look that good for Stamina in the last game. However, I'm still going to hold on to the fact that With Death is very good at playing the Fiora in the side lane. It is still a win condition that Stamina have at their disposal.
And if you want a champion to counter the Gwen, it is on that list because you can dodge out on the ultimate if you're quick enough reaction time, but instead it's the Riven. Could still maybe go into the jungle, but I'm expecting that Riven to be into the Gwen because the biggest weakness of Gwen is early levels. Before you hit level 5 and get your ultimate, you can get abused by things like Riven, things like Darius. So if you're not trying to match her scaling in the late game, where Riven I still think should struggle against her, and you're just trying to body her early, that means Pareidolia need to body her early, get aggressive, and really shut this Gwen down.
And I think they should double down with an aggressive jungler also, because Gwen is a flex pick. She can go into the jungle also. Things like the Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin are still available. You could also just put the Riven in the jungle, so that is a possibility for them. Lucian is another early aggression that they have now. I've been loving Lucian as well. I think... I remember in the first week, you and I were like, Lucian, these players aren't doing that well at Lucian. I've changed my mind.
Ooh, you changed your tune?
Yeah, last weekend, the weekend before, and also yesterday, Lucian has looked really, really good. So I'm with it now. I understand the hype.
So what do you see it paired with mostly? Is it going to be this Gragas? Are we just expecting the triple run back?
Honestly, the thing that we've seen most has been Lucian mid. Now that was because the champions it was paired with were Ashe and Lux. Those champions, of course, went down to the Dragon lane together, and Lucian slotted in mid just to give some early pressure in that lane. I think it makes a lot of sense to do that against something like a Jace, where I'm expecting Jace to go mid. And I think Lucian can actually match that early pressure a lot more than other champions as well. So that's mostly what I'm expecting.
Yeah, it is a pretty good counter into that Jace from my experience. So it also opens up AP in the bot lane to go up against that Karma, because Stamina, they have put Jack Locky on the Lux, and now Karma twice, assuming that is, of course, Jack Locky that will pilot that at the end of the day. We're learning a lot about the champ pool of the Dragon laner.
And with the Gwen that we mentioned before, this is a combination that Stamina played yesterday. Gwen jungle, Jace mid, just to try to get more pressure for Gwen to scale up. Like you said, she isn't as strong early. So you do want to make sure that you have other pieces around her to give her more resources and to get to that late game fantasy where she is just one-shotting everybody and healing up a ton. I remember the first Gwen clip I ever saw was Zello tweeting like a 1v3 of his where he just healed up a bunch. It was amazing.
Yeah, her win rate was super low when she first came out, but then once people figured out how to play her and how broken she was, yeah, she got very impressive pretty quickly. Nasus locked in for Stamina Esports. So, is it Nasus Karma? It's Nasus Karma! Okay!
I guess so. I think that does mean that it's Nasus support also.
Yeah.
With the traditional Senna thing going on, like Font of Life, mana item that I forget the name of. I lost it again. I thought I had it, and then I was thinking Force of Nature. That's not it. Fimbulwinter.
Yeah, there we go. I was right there with you, Smacks. Don't worry. I'll admit it. Garen locked in. So it is Riven in the jungle. Garen into the Jax then? I mean, Gwen, Jax are still interchangeable. Gwen, yeah. They could put it, depending on what they like the matchup as more. I think I might go Jax into the Garen and just let the Gwen scale up in the jungle. I think that's probably the decision for Stamina.
I agree. I think Garen is the exact champion that sounds good into Gwen. You can silence her so you can't dash around. You do have a big burst of true damage. Kangas, are you taking notes? Maybe you should playing Garen into the Gwen.
As you're explaining it, I'm realizing that this is probably my best champion to play into Gwen. But it's not going to matter because I'm still going to ban her every game, so I don't have to worry about this. No, I'm not taking notes.
She is getting nerfed on Wednesday, so maybe it'll be all right in the end.
I haven't looked at the patch notes yet. Is Pantheon getting buffed? Please tell me. He's so trash right now. He's so
that's a good
worthless.
question. That is a very good question. I don't remember. Because they just put out like the patch preview thing. I would have to find it.
All right. I'll look it up later. I'll look it up.
Yeah, Rafa was sending it to me and everything. I don't know. We'll see later. But for now, I'm going to get
Giving more context for Pareidolia's draft here, if we're expecting that Lucian mid, it means the Ziggs paired with the Gragas in the bot lane. A lot of AP, a lot of ability for the Gragas to roam, though, because Ziggs can just control the wave very easily. and with a Karma Nasus, low threat of dying to that. So I think that, yeah, I'm expecting a lot of roaming coming in from Gragas here. Pareidolia support can get a lot of work done on the map.
And Nasus can't. That champion's not very good at doing that at all. Mostly just bullying out lanes and maybe withering somebody every now and then. You don't really get a lot of value from Wither in this game. I don't feel a lot of mobility.
I would argue the
Riven.
Riven. If Riven's trying to get onto your back line, which is, I guess, just the Karma or the Jace, honestly, yeah. This is going to be kind of a tough game for a Karma to play, now that I'm really looking at it. You're jumping onto a Jax, you're trying to get onto a Gwen, but by the time you're seeing her, she's probably already got an item, so you're not even able to utilize your full, like, big power spike. A lot of pressure now on Rumi from my eyes, but we're into game number 3, everybody, to decide who will move on to the finals and play for a chance at the playoffs next week.
And all of our draft predictions came true. Okay, yes, look at that. We got support, Nasus, bot lane, Ziggs, and Gwen jungle.
Oh yeah, no,
We're
definitely.
doing well.
I remember, check the tape. I said we're getting a support Nasus this game.
Oh yeah, of course. Even before it was locked in, that's what you said. You were like, yeah.
It might have been after. It might have been after, if we're being honest. But I still count it.
Maybe. I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt there. Stamina, regardless, will end up with the dog in the doghouse, aka Dragon Lane, where nobody wants to be. Just because you got to roam around. You got to make sure that your jungler is able to get a lot of things done. And if you're Lezing, that includes scaling up and getting as many items as possible so you can be the hyper carry.
As we already see, Haya very early back. I'm actually very surprised to see that early of a bag. Doesn't even get boots. No item at all. Just goes right up to the top side. Is this going to be an invade then? It should be. Like, if Haya's backing this early, it has to be for an aggressive reason.
Arvoinen has acknowledged that there is no Gragas in the lane anymore, so will be on the map as well, and crucially a higher level, so more abilities are accessible, although one of them is the scaleless bonk. Oh, maybe it's not actually that impactful. Just going to be a Scuttle Crab take from Haya and Rumi.
I don't like that roam from Haya. I think that's too early of a roam. At least stick around so that you can have your boots. You'll get around the map faster. And all you did was secure the top scuttle for your Riven, who would win in the 1v1 against the Gwen anyway. So it's not like that was necessary. And now, still sticking on the map, only just hits level 3, so you're going to be down in XP to Arvoinen.
Saying hi to Lezing here.
As I say it, almost just gets a solo kill. So who am I to criticize? That was actually very impactful.
Wow, yeah, the Ignite on top of it, too. Yeah, Lezing now has to recall. Kangas, what are you doing? What are you talking about, man?
You know what? Shame on me. Shame on me for expressing an opinion on the game. Haya is currently doing the TJ technique. This is from our WNS co-caster, Icons caster, TJ, who would has a unique take on support. He doesn't believe it belongs to any one lane. Support is like just jungler 2.0 in his mind.
Yeah,
that's definitely what Haya is doing right now.
I agree with TJ's take, as is evidenced from my my Blitzcranked strategy that I shared with everybody earlier.
No, we forgot about that. We blocked that out.
Oh, okay, yeah. Definitely do not use Blitzcrank for free wins in ranked by making your enemy jungler want to leave. As is kind of what Haya just did to Lezing and delaying the scaling pretty heavily.
Maybe Haya was listening and was like, wait a minute, I can't play Blitzcrank, but I can do the same strat.
Can't convince the team that Blitzcrank is worth trying. They know I can play Gragas, though, and he's got a barrel instead of an arm.
If we see a Blitzcrank this game, I blame you. Arvoinen still doing a lot of roaming themselves, not stacking up this Nasus very much, so that will be not the super hyper late game scaling insta-kill you with one first ability Nasus. Instead, more of the supportive Nasus that is going to wither you, throw out the abilities to shred some of your armor and magic resist, and now top side here, Lezing goes for an early gank onto Crown. First blood picked up by Stamina.
So many slows with the needlework. I'm understanding why you want to ban this champion every single game. It's impossible to get away from. This Crown will be the first victim of Stamina's early game, and this does mean that Lezing is even closer to getting that first item wake up, although because he spent all this time setting up for a topside gank, his bot lane camps are still available, and thus he does not complete a first item. Probably won't have it before the Drake spawns.
You know what I think it is, Smacks? It's the fact that scissors are slowing you. Where's the logic in that? It does. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. How are big metal scissors supposed to slow somebody?
Well, she throws needles at you. It's not the scissors, it's the needles.
That's a good point.
Oh,
but I think my point still stands.
Tasty Bacon is describing some injuries in vivid detail.
Some of the biomechanics of legs getting hit by needles and how that could impact your movement. And while there is validity to that statement, I will also say I hate Gwen. Objectives being traded. Dragon for the Herald. Stamina and Paradolia for the third time handshaking on these objectives.
True. You know, Kangas, I actually did know that you hated Gwen. That is a fact about you that I was aware of.
Oh, I mean, I've said it multiple times.
Yeah.
You've been listening. I'm so happy.
I have been.
Ooh, explosive cast onto Arvoinen, has to pop the ultimate and jump under the turret here. Lezing comes in. Snip. Just scares away 3 people.
For good reason. All the slows and all the damage and all the healing, everything being used very well.
Whoa! Okay,
Goodbye,
sure. Step up, find out, best player.
You know, he didn't die a single time on Akali, but this time, playing Lucian instead, will meet his maker, and that is with death on the Jax. Sort of a fitting name, I guess. Also, do you want to point out this is a Muramana Lucian? That's pretty fun.
Yeah. I love the fact that they were really living up to the hype of, like, who's the better laner with death or best player 1. And they just decided to, let's just match up against each other in the sideline. Just give the people what they want.
I'll let you buy an item, you let me buy an item, and then we'll meet up top lane, level 8, and just use all of our abilities on each other. See how it works.
Has anybody typed 1v1 me Baron? You won't?
Ooh. Maybe this was a pre-game thing that was decided.
I will say, I think that's unfair for a Lucian to accept that against the Jax. I cannot imagine that going well for the Lucian. Not much more.
Take it up with best player, yeah. He's the one who decided to do it.
Fair enough. Does pay the price for it, as now there's 2 kills on With Death. Not too far ahead in gold from best player, but definitely ahead of gold from Crown on the Garen. That means that the Jax will be difficult to manage in a side lane.
Got, speaking of the side lane, a few members here from Stamina trying to attack Lucian again. And maybe attempting to take these turrets. We saw the Rift Herald used mid lane earlier by Paradolia. Usually Stamina is the one who really likes taking those Rift Heralds, but no such luck this time. Maybe they will take a second one later on, but I do want to mention, with Death, he typically does go for Hullbreaker second item on these champions. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case this time. More interested in the Blade of the Ring King on Jax.
I love Blade of the Ruin King on Jax. If you're not going for it first, I think you do want to grab it second. And the Divine Sunderer still gives you a lot of that split push pressure, turret taking ability anyway. Arguably more turret taking ability than the Hullbreaker anyway, because you can just proc that so quickly on turrets. And you're already going to be winning out in the stats department against the Garen. So I don't hate this build.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just saying that it makes his side landing slightly weaker for now. As flash away by Rumi, I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, am I wrong?
Lezing coming in. One more snip. Gives Riven a nice little haircut and says, I'll pick up a kill for my troubles. With Death, meanwhile, has some backup in the bot lane. Coley being tanked up by Arvoinen, chasing into Crown. Doesn't quite have the damage. One more first ability would have gotten it. Jack Lockey was looking for the flash mantra. Does not land.
They've already pushed everybody out of this lane, Kangas, and Stamina, after already taking the kill up in the top side, will push everyone away and take a second turret on bot lane. That's a huge chunk of gold, and ooh, Karma ultimate. So close to getting 2 more kills.
Perfectly positioned around the turret, too. That was some geometry right there. Big fan.
Painting a picture on the Rift with the abilities here for Jack Lockey is going for a Locket enchant. going to be the best support that he possibly can for his team. Although secretly, he is building full AP. Don't tell his team that.
It's a secret. 2 items completed for With Death, though. That's what I'm looking at right now.
It's
This
not a
Jax.
secret for solo.
Yeah, you felt that one. As now everyone's grouping up, the Herald fight seems to be the priority. Solo, very low on health. Okay, yeah, this poke is landing. It is being felt. Xiao and Jackalaki both throwing it out.
Against a Ziggs, too, that's a really big deal. You're actually outpoking the little Yordle, the explosives expert. I think it's Hexplosives expert, actually. Keeping up with the theme.
Now this could be a big pick there. Carmel lands. Rumi does escape, though. Crown trying to frontline right here. Oh, explosive cast goes completely wide from Haya, and now the objective secured. They're looking for the team fight. Stamina Esports don't get a kill, but they win out on the health bar trades and pick up the Herald.
The Herald is where things really start to get tricky for Paradolia. This is where we were super expecting. Wait.
Get the cannon.
What?
He just let the cannon die. Avoided. Oh, that's fine. All right, keep going.
He doesn't need it. He's the support. He's just a little Nasus guy. Who's a good boy? Arvoinen.
A good dog.
You want to go for a walk?
Want a Scooby snack? Go get him! Go get him, Arvoiden! Sick him! Now heal.
It really is.
Pull back.
4 meddling kids and a dog.
I like that. Now we gotta determine who's who outside of that from the rest of them. I feel like Karma gives me big. I'm blanking on the blonde guy's name now, but
Fred? Jace is definitely Fred.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Jace is absolutely Fred. Perez. Haya is using explosive cast to disengage the rest of Stamina on the Dragon. They are exerting a lot of control on the Rift right now. Paradolia feeling like the villains in the third act. About to get their mask pulled off from under them. Rumi steals the Dragon, sacrificing his life.
I mean, it's a good steal for Paradolia, and they do take some structures on the flip side as well. All in all, really solid play from Paradolia. It kind of feels like they've been playing a bit of a pacifist game up until this point, but that play was very smart. They knew they didn't have enough power to take that fight, so they just get as much gold as they possibly can.
Bowling comes out from Best Player 1, trying to trade a lot of damage. They clear the Herald before it charges the second tier turret. So now it's up to Stamina to reset. There's a big wave top that they want to catch. It's rough that they lose the Dragon, but they are still pushing the gold lead a little bit further forward with some of these turret takes. And we also have confirmation. Daisy Bacon has said Jax is Shaggy, Gwen is Velma, and Karma is Daphne. Easy. I will say I agree with the Jax for sure, because, you know, Shaggy, if he had a real weapon, is just too powerful.
Oh, that's where we're going with it. Like, I was thinking, like, maybe under the cowl and the mask and everything, maybe With Death has like a soul patch.
Ooh, yeah.
I guess Jax would.
You know what? It's canon. It is now canon. Jax has a soul patch. I will refuse any alternative history.
I don't know if I like what I've willed into existence, but at the same time, it kind of fits.
It's literally
honestly.
just Shaggy under. I can see it now. Oh, we need that skin. I didn't know we needed that skin, but we need it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. It would be like Stoner Jax. Like
his leaving like base animation would just be like, I don't know, driving out of a mystery van. Oh, he's the one that drives the van, right? I feel like he does.
No, Fred drives the van.
Okay, yeah. I don't think we trust Shaggy to drive the van.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah. Important to you know, drive responsibly, everybody.
Yes,
back in the game.
Please do.
2K up for Stamina Esports.
Pretty much all that is on Jax, also, by the way. As With Death actually avoids the Hullbreaker for a third time, instead going for a bit of an armor item. Also is on a ward right now.
Taking damage over the wall from the Ziggs, but everybody from Stamina, they're ready for the fight. They have 5 members grouped up against 3, and that's Solo with both thumbs down picked up. Player in trouble as With Death jumps over the wall. It's up to Rumi by the space, bring the damage. jumps in, but again, in trouble. The double stun from With Death, making the plays work for Stamina. All flashes expended from Paradolia.
Only one kill, though. That's honestly a bit underwhelming, considering all that Stamina used to go for that play. Paradolia playing damage control rather well, all things considering. Still have yet to pick up a kill for themselves, and yeah, that's gonna get even harder now that best player dies to Zhao. Likely just a shock blast to the face. I think I said that wrong. Shock blast to the face.
Shock blast to the fast. It works either way, I think.
Kablam!
Kablam! Baron up now as the next big objective that the teams could be looking at. With that, actually backstopped by Crown. Surprised he didn't just kill him instantly. That's what a Jax can start to do in the side lane now.
Yeah. Pretty far ahead of this Garen all of a sudden, and the Garen, like we said before, definitely a sensible counterpick into Gwen. That individual matchup hasn't really happened yet, though. So for Crown, the champion not nearly as fun as it could be against the Gwen for Lezing. He was, again, scaling up very nicely, nearing the third item completion, and I'm feeling the effects of Gwen being your permaban.
It is disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really the only way that I can think of to describe it.
But she's just a Widow anime girl, Kangas. How could she be disgusting?
She's got giant anime scissors, and they're like freaking Monster Hunter weapons. It's terrifying.
You know, that's true. They're oversized. They do weird animations.
Defies physics.
Yeah,
apparently
perfect
slows
analogy.
people for reasons, you know. Still not over that. I know that we've discussed it, and I have not reached the satisfactory conclusion.
Yeah. What's your Monster Hunter weapon of choice?
I like the giant razor blade one. Oh no, I am Gwen, aren't I? I just realized.
My go-to is Gun Lance. I don't know what champion that makes me.
Jace.
Oh, it is Jace!
That's just Jace, right?
That's cool.
Uh-oh. Speaking of, actually, the only member not present in this current screen. Colleen comes out. You're avoiding taking the full Colleen. As now they engage. Flash from high up. There's nothing explosive cast. Trying to make action happen with Death. Threatening Paradolia to jump in. They do not take the bait. Now, damage over the wall doesn't actually do that much. Dragon's up. It seems like Stamina want this one, but they are low in health bars right now. His Crown just goes right on in. On top of Jack Locky. Does a lot of damage. You gotta watch out for With Death here. This Jax can do it. Oh boy, Zoink Scooby. I don't know about this one, man. Jumps right in. Takes up a lot of damage, but has to jump away as Paradolia hold the line. And they will secure this dragon.
Taking out Lezing and Jack Locky removes all of the sustain from Stamina's composition, and all of a sudden Paradolia feel confident enough to press forward. They get their first 2 kills of the entire game, and a second dragon, definitely paying off that steal from before from Rumi. Scaling is now possible for Paradolia.
I'm not sure what happened with Lezing in that fight. I lost track of the Gwen, but I don't see the ultimate off cooldown. I wonder if that just didn't go off. That is a big part of the Gwen in the team fights. But now live, we do see the turret. It's actually not going to go down. 7 health. The Dream. Best player still survives the shock blast. Even empowered. Did not do enough damage. Is now Crown with the whole... Actually, does not have Hold Breaker. It does actually fall there. Ooh, close for Paradolia. They almost lost 2.
The turret has 7 HP, Genghis.
It has 7.
That is unfortunate. Paradolia, they really need as much gold as they possibly can get in this game to stay afloat in these team fights and keep the momentum going that we just saw them use so well in the last one. Baron on the board right now. Paradolia, they want to get back into that pit. They want to find ways to kill Lezing before the healing can really start being a problem. As the Needleworks, like you said, wasn't used in the last team fight. That's a big reason why the fight was a lot easier for them. Now, Needlework is available, so much more difficult.
Arvoinen chunked to half health as everybody from Paradolia focused around the Baron. Don't want Stamina to get that, which means With Death and a lot of free reign in that side lane. Garen was dead, so takes the tier 2 turret.
Inner turret dead, blue buff about to be stolen also. This is the deadliness that I've been alluding to this whole time from With Death. Finally, it's actually happening. I love it. Doesn't even need the hull breaker yet.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Death Stance came out before the Hull Breaker. I would have liked the Hull Breaker third item for With Death. Wouldn't have hated it for Crown either. Oh, goes. So this is just a team fight, Jax. You're not opting for the split push with this build. You are saying, I am going to be a menace in the 5v5. Very different style from what I traditionally see out of Jax's and my own style of play. But hey, it does still work. If you're able to find those big 5v5s, you can solo carry.
Working pretty well for With Death so far, and that doesn't mean he can't side lane either. Just a little bit less effective, more tailored for both, I suppose. As he does have Rumi up there in the top lane with him, that certainly is not going to remain the case for long, as the Baron and the Dragon are alive. Definitely Elder Dragon is something you want a bit more. It's a bit stronger than the Baron most of the time, especially when the fights are coming down to those 5v5s and the super low health bars that Elder Dragon Execute can just finish off for you.
Smash, what was the average game time for Stamina yesterday? Because looking like we're approaching that right now. 20 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We are in to the late game, everybody, as Imperial Mandate picked up by Orvoin, and even the support has 4 items completed. I guess rather 3 plus the support item itself. Always get baited by that. Oh, they're started up.
Ooh. Some poke used there by best player. Hasn't had much of an impact in this game, especially compared to the Akali of the previous. Needs to get something done in this team fight alongside the rest of the squad here. The poke isn't quite so large now that the culling is gone. You really only have the Ziggs bombs thrown in there with maybe some spare mandate hits from the Gragas barrels, which I haven't seen before, but Haya is showing us some innovation.
Important to note that it's very difficult for Stamina to start a fight. Big damage, but they find a member isolated. It was Haya who has the stasis, trying to bait everybody in. SGA popped for Crown. A double kill to Lazing, chasing for the triple under the turret. Stasis will keep Solo alive for right now. Crown being chased into the jungle. This could be the fight that ends it all, but Rumi looking for something more. Flashes on a Lazing right into the stasis from the Gwen. You just cannot kill the lady with the scissors! And Stamina win the team fight 4-0.
Oh, Solo doesn't even have ultimate, even though he's the only one alive. He cannot contest this whatsoever. Stamina will get the Elder Dragon on all 5 members. They'll move over to this Baron. And Kangas, this game has been really close for a lot of it, but I think Stamina might have found the final moment for them to close this out.
Lot of reasons to cheer Stamina, the Latin American org, on the precipice of making finals in the Last Chance qualifiers. Also, Paradolia will join me in the perma-banning Gwen. Together we can defeat her in all of our solo queue experiences, because this champion does disgusting things in late game team fights.
Yeah, Lazing, the damage there was really brutal against Paradolia. Now with Baron and Elder, this game should be wrapped up very shortly. Stamina, they've got all of these lanes pushing at the same time, just like the first game. See which one of them is going to break first. With Death pushed up slightly farther than his allies right now. This might be a moment for Paradolia to try to match that, but they're much more concerned with mid lane right now.
Final push from Stamina. Big upset based on points. But honestly, if we go back to expectations going into Rift Masters, I felt that Stamina should have been one of the favorites in the tournament all along. Team with international experience. 2 new members. Took them a while to get everything online. But now they're about to walk in. These Baron-empowered minions clear out Paradolia, the favorites in the Last Chance qualifiers, ending their off-season run early. Minions on the Nexus, and it will fall. Stamina Esports take their semifinals match, and we'll move on to the finals.
The late game comfort zone strikes again as Stamina deny the reverse sweep, and they take their second consecutive 2-1 series on this weekend. Stamina, they make it all the way to the finals again, beating their record of the best placement that they've had so far in Rift Masters.
Incredible stuff coming in from Stamina. We see the gold graph here. It was very close for most of the game, pretty much all of it. Just up to like a 3,000 gold lead at any given moment for Paradolia until right at the end there. Big swing. You see the Dragon, you see the Baron. They just close it out. Stamina now going into the finals. They could get their rematch against Hot Tub Streamers, the team that knocked them out in one of their previous quarterfinals runs, or busting heads, depending on who takes that semifinals match. Either way, they're going to be feeling really good going into that final series.
Very satisfying end to that series. Not quite so satisfying for Paradolia, though, Kangas. This was the team that had the most points in the last chance qualifier, and the one that we were expecting to make it at least to the finals and probably to win the whole thing. Not quite the same as, you know, they did have some roster moves. That's something that we can't really ignore. They had a different top laner, a different support from the team that had those really good results earlier. Still, a lot of really solid players on this team. That's why they made it close, but just couldn't quite take it all the way to that finals as we look at that bracket and we see who Stamina might be playing up against in that final.
Stamina move on to the finals. The third place match, it will not be streamed. If players and teams want to do it, they can feel free for, you know, bragging rights, but there are no points or any qualifications from that. So really, we're just looking at the finals that we're moving into. And Paradolia, best effort. I think best player one was a clear standout as somebody going into next season. Teams would definitely be looking at as somebody they want on their roster, because best player one has that carry potential, that clutch performance, and everybody else still having really solid showings throughout all 3 weeks that we've already played out, and even today. But Stamina, we're the better team on the day. With that said, we're going to send it to a short break before we're back with our second semifinal match of the day to see who challenges Stamina for the last spot of playoffs next week. See you there.
When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing
Hello, everybody. We are back with our second semifinal of the day for the last chance qualifiers. These teams are fighting for the last spot at playoffs for next weekend. So let's take a look at them. We have Busting Heads versus Professional Hot Tub Streamers up next. The winner of this best of three will face Stamina Esports in a best of three to get that last slot available. So, Smacks, talk to me about Busting Heads and Professional Hot Tub Streamers. What can we expect? Who are the big players?
Well, Busting Heads, first of all, they named their team after the thing that Set says when he uses Facebreaker.
Oh,
Because he goes, Busting Heads, when he pulls everyone
Okay.
together.
so we can expect a lot of Set gameplay. Is what I'm hearing.
No, they
Oh.
played against Set.
Oh.
They got Set denied from them in both the games that we watched
Oh,
yesterday,
interesting.
which I thought was very funny. I think they, the team they were against just really didn't want to see the Busting Heads team busting any heads. So we
I can
now
understand.
have a fun draft. Ooh. We
Wait, he
have
wasn't
Gwen
banned.
again?
He wasn't banned and he wasn't picked. What's going on here, Busting Heads?
Oh,
I feel like this is false advertising.
they went for Gwen instead, Kangas. Aren't you happy?
I'm not gonna lie. I totally just blacked out the Gwen from my peripherals when I was looking at these drafts. I did not want to acknowledge it. I didn't want to talk
I'm
about
sorry.
it.
That's
Now
my bad.
I'm triggered. So thank you, Smacks, for that. But we
My
do get
bad.
Nautilus, and I am a Nautilus believer. Even if you are a hater of the champion, I think he's pretty good.
Well,
That's
Kangas,
really the best type I can give him.
there's an item that gives you a spell shield. There's also a champion that does it. And Busting Heads picked it, actually. They went for the Morgana
You know, what?
against Nautilus.
That is a good rebuttal. I will give you that. So it's probably going to be the Morgana with the Rakan bot lane, Lucian mid, Gwen jungle, Riven top. Could separate the Riven and the Gwen again. Those are kind of interchangeable between those two roles. But Professional Hot Tub Streamers should be much more stock standard. Renekton top, Shyvana jungle, Orianna bot lane with the Nautilus, and then Yone in the mid lane. Let's go Yone Nautilus.
I think it's probably Orianna. But yeah, the big thing here, of course, is the jungle matchup. I think for Shyvana, this is a pretty big scale champion.
Yes.
You know, dragon scales, pretty funny. But also, it is true. She does get pretty strong in that late game. And, you know, we're going to ignore the fact that Renekton also has scales, because he doesn't really scale that well.
Yeah, Shyvana, she likes to, you know, hoard all the gold for herself. Yeah, I think thematically it does work. It does work out. I will say if it's the Gwen jungle, I don't know who I favor more in the scaling department. If Shyvana can get all the dragons, she is a monster. But Gwen is just always a monster. So it's tough to really tell who's able to win that one out. I'm not too sure of that matchup directly. But I will say that it does mean that you can generally tell with the Shyvana that their game plan will be playing through the bot side and trying to get priority for those dragons, try and stack those up quickly.
See, the difference there is that Gwen is a monster, but she is mostly just the monster under your bed at night. Specifically you, Kangas. She is haunting your dreams.
I just checked. She's not there right now. She could show up at any moment. I also maybe she just gives me flashbacks to shaving my beard off. Maybe that's part of it too. She's like the scissor trimmers, you know.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I
we'll
saw
have to, like-
that picture is on the client. That's pretty cool.
It actually is. Yeah. My beard being firmly grasped for the last time. Yeah, unfortunate. But hey, it's grown back. You know, it's coming in.
Yeah.
I have not shaved since then. Since what was that? End of June, when we did that at Icons. So this is a solid 3 months of growth here, everybody.
Yeah, got another one. It's looking nice and full.
Yeah.
I don't know what other
That's,
complimentary words I can use for a beard now that I think about it. Soft? Is it soft?
it's what it's actually what it was listed on my Wikipedia caster page. Nice and full. Busting Heads versus Professional Hot Tub Streamers again, getting ready for game number 1 of their best of 3 to see who moves on to face Stamina in the finals here. Are we favoring one of these drafts over the other one, Smacks? Are you leaning a certain direction here?
I mean, I definitely don't think the Nautilus is that good, but I do like the rest of the comp for professional hot tub streamers. I think they have solid engage. I think they have solid DPS overall. It's a lot of melee champions that are going to be doing that, which might make it a slight chore to deal damage to Lucian in specific.
True.
But if they can lock him down, then that gets a lot easier for them. So I would bet the professional hot tub streamers have an easier time with this draft. I think busting heads, their damage is very, very funneled into Gwen, which might not be a bad thing, but it's going to be harder to pull off, I think.
Is disrespecting Morgana damage, because I find that if she goes for the Leandri's build, there's a lot of HP stackers between the Nautilus, the Renekton, and the Shyvana, so she actually could do a sneaky amount of damage here.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that. I think I am underestimating Morgana.
But there is a lot of dive. The Shyvana, once she ults in, the Yone ulting in, Orianna Shockwave on top of both of those champions. Either of them can be the ball delivery system for her. And you're right, this Lucian will struggle to get in range to actually output the damage that will assist the Gwen, the Morgana, the Riven, and actually taking down these big health bars on professional hot tub streamers.
Orianna's really good in this game also, professional hot tub streamers. I think apart from the Gwen, you can really do a lot of damage with the Shockwave. And like I already said, Black Shield is going to be used for Nautilus. You don't have to worry about it as much for Orianna, because the depth charge is really the big thing that you save that spell for. So Shockwave, all of a sudden, gets freed up.
So telegraphed too. So that it's just much easier to use it on the Nautilus. Unless, I mean, they do go for those spell shield boot enchants, right? That could be another alternative.
Please do. That item is great against Nautilus.
And Orianna too. I mean, it's still kind of scripted when she goes in, but we are loaded into the game. Whoa!
Oh.
Already, we saw almost a kill there come through for busting heads, but load on to the Rift 4 game number 1. Let's see who takes first blood in this best of 3 series.
That was a shockingly good read by Busting Heads that somebody would be there. They just did it slightly late. So, unlucky.
Good to note, though, Gwen top lane. So it is the Gwen versus the Renekton, and it is Riven in the jungle.
And Flash is overrated on Gwen, it seems. Is this true in your experience also?
I have not gone up against this particular, summoner spell choice, but already, without having played against it, I do like it out of concept. You don't really need the Flash as Gwen. You have a lot of repositioning already in your kit, so this just allows you to continually chase down this Renekton, chase down the Yone. Nobody can ever get away from you.
Yeah, I like the Ghost. It makes a lot of sense. It's an adaptation that we've seen a lot as Gwen has existed slightly longer in PC also. People really enjoy taking Ghost on that champion, although in PC we have the downside of you have to take Teleport as a summoner spell, which is just boring. And
Barrick's just busted right now, so it's really
Barrick's is really good. Yeah, always good for those trades. We see some exhaust on the side of Busting Heads also, just to try to mitigate the damage coming from those melee champions that we said were so powerful before. Demon King in specific, it's going to be pretty dangerous. As I do want to briefly touch on the roster of professional hot tub streamers, they are not playing the Stover brothers this time also.
Yeah, this weekend, but we do see a scrap in the top river right now. Demon King flashing the wall. We see a Strange Hero in the thick of it as Nautilus landing those autos. CC onto everybody, but goes a little deep that time. Team was not ready to follow up, and that is a triple kill for Lee's boy to start off the series.
What? 3 kills for the Riven? I mean, that's one way to counteract the early game of the Shyvana. She just wants to farm. She just wants to scale. Riven is scaled now. Riven is ready to deal the damage. She can even afford a 2.5 minute
item.
Black Cleaver. Yeah.
That is, maybe? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was going to say go for the Divine Sunder. I was going to delay it a little bit, but this is what we like to call in the industry really bad for professional hot tub streamers.
Yeah?
It's a technical term, I know, if you're confused by it. Essentially, it means this shouldn't happen in an ideal game, and because it has, you're in trouble.
Thank you, dictionary source Kangas.
Mm-hmm.
Merriam
I'm here
and
for.
Webster and Kangas should be the next edition.
Yeah, it's coming out this holiday. Digital, exclusively, of course. Save the trees.
Ooh, yeah.
Burn
Of
the
course,
oil.
yeah.
Busting heads,
Love
looking
that.
for a dive in the bot lane, potentially. Ooh, Lee's boy wasn't spotted at first, but now walks out of the bush. Says, I see your root, I'll raise you a stun. And that is 2 plays, not even 1 plate, actually, over to Busting Heads. They stopped hitting the turret.
As much as I am enjoying you saying Lee's boy, I do believe that it is short for Lee Sin. I think that's the guy's name is Lee Sin boy. Which
This
I
might
guess
be-
would make him Lee's boy because, you know.
Yeah. And this might be, I know I've constantly said if I'm saying your name wrong, send me a DM and let me know. I think this might be a hill I die on because I really like the name Lee's boy, just in theory. But here we go, dive at the top lane. Viper could be in trouble here. Underneath the turret, the snap back from the Yone, but Viper doing stupid Gwen things and just refuses to die.
It felt a bit personal, as usual, with Glenn here, Kangas. Rod of
I don't know what
Ages
you're talking
builds.
about.
Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, of course not. Rod of Ages is here. More scaling for this pick. And you know what? It makes sense, because you already have the early game advantage for Busting Heads. You've already got the Riven in a prime position to carry this game. And I do want to mention, if Busting Heads keeps this momentum going and wins game 1, then we very well could have 2 very large upsets on the day.
And it would be a rematch again. Or no, it actually was Hot Tub Streamers that took down Simina in their other
Busting Head's
quarterfinals.
very
So, yeah.
new. I think this is the first time that they've played in RiftMasters is this weekend.
Interesting. I actually don't recognize a lot of the names here, if any, actually.
Yeah.
So this would be new information for me. But hey, that's how you do it. If you want to be a legend in the scene, you got to start somewhere. Make us remember your name, baby.
Very true. Very, very true.
I will always remember
There-
Lee's boy. That one's a given. But
Lee's
the
boy
rest-
and his 2-minute Riven triple kill. Transferring that into a
pretty hard to
dragon.
forget.
Of course. Will be an objective trade, as Busting Heads don't really have anybody to stop the Rift Herald. They do have a ward there. I don't think a ward has ever smite stolen an objective, though.
And it's not even like a full trade, because a trade would be taken at the same time. But this very delayed here as Cosmic Soul about to get one shot.
Oh!
1v1, Levi,
We were
something
just
like
saying
that.
Levia.
All right, Levi, there we go. As now the rest of the team further diving onto professional hot tub streamers, giving them a massive headache. That was a 3-0 Riven, now a 4-0.
Man, this early game continues to get worse and worse for professional hot tub streamers. This is definitely not how I thought things would play out, for sure. I was definitely expecting things like the Renekton and the Nautilus to be at least a bit stronger early game before the Morgana can really make them very sad with the Black Shield. No such luck, though.
Hitman GM taking a very early teleport. It is so rare that you see this enchant taken as an actual early game build. Generally, it's used much more in the later game if you're trying to go for an end or just like overload one side of the map for a big objective. But yeah, Hitman GM is going to have that teleport for the whole game now.
It's also usually a second choice of boots where you in those late game scenarios, you're dead
Yeah.
and you just sell whatever boot you actually have for the one-time use teleport, and then you maybe go back if the game doesn't end. So, yeah, definitely super weird.
Just to save a turret. I mean, hey, they did trade, right? While, yes, Lee's boy, or Lee Sin boy, whatever you want to call him, got the 4th kill bot lane, Herald was dropped top. Demon King secured the objective and immediately gives the gold injection into Hitman GM, who is up slightly over Viper. It's not a substantial amount, and especially that teleport going to be doing less in a 1v1 or a fight than the Stasis enchant. But still, it feels good to get a lot of gold onto your Renekton.
I always like when my Renekton is dealing a lot of damage and being a strong front line and stunning everybody up all at the same time. And when Renekton has the most gold, that's typically what happens. I remember the early days of Wild Rift when Renekton was like the only Baron laner that could do anything. That's what you'd get every single game. Except instead of Blade of the Ring King, you'd go Black Cleaver because, you know, all of the champions did Black Cleaver.
Yeah. Oh, the good old days. Remember Black Cleaver Corky?
Oh, yeah. I don't like to remember it, but I do.
Engaged slightly there by Saito, but not committing fully to it. And Busting Heads still up 5-0 on the kill count. Only about 2,000 in the gold lead, but hey, that's not nothing. And all of that being on the Riven, 2 items completed. You gotta be careful right now. Professional Anthem streamers, they're about to feel the full power of that Riven. If you're not careful, enchant is used.
Oh.
Demon King goes over with the shockwave. Doesn't get a kill.
No kills on either side at this point. As we have professional hot tub streamers getting very low underneath that turret. Can't find the crucial damage return, but they don't die at least. Unlike Hitman, who's definitely going to die.
Yeah, pop the Dominus and immediately gets exhausted. Tries to get back to his tier 2 turret and falls in the process. Busting Heads overloading one side of the map heavily.
First turret taken so far by Busting Heads. That's a pretty big deal. Trying to get on the board in terms of these objectives. They previously had only taken that dragon from before, but the kills are definitely going over to their side. So you have to imagine that these turrets are going to start falling very, very, very soon. Professional hot tub streamers, they have to find some measure of attack. And to me at this point, that feels like Demon King. He needs to get some more items under his belt. You're probably going to have enough leeway to get to a 3-item Shyvana in this game eventually. It's not going to feel super comfortable. Although you can pretty reliably get to that point. I mean, he's already at 2 items, right? So that's going to happen.
I'm looking at the 2 items for Twitch Cosmic Souls Yone, going for the Wit's End. So not the Blade of the Rune King for the lifesteal. Once the magic resist, I swear there was a Sheen at some point in his first item build, and I thought he was going for the Sunderer first, but I wonder if he sold that or what happened to... Oh, no, it wasn't. Nope, never mind. It was the Stinger, and I totally forgot that. It tracks. It tracks. In my head, I was confused, but I was just overthinking it. Either way, the Herald is now started up by professional hot tub streamers, and they will have the priority around it. They get the objective.
Yeah. Pretty unlucky there for Busting Heads as they walk away with no objective, no kills, really just 1 flash out of Isherboa. Maybe this is just going to be the dragon for them. Even still, their advantage is large enough to where they should have won that. Wait, hold on.
Okay, got a big start right now. Demon King taken down to start it off. Is now the Yone dodging over the wall. They'll find 1 traded back, but this is a slaughter. 4 for 1. Busting Heads. Busted professional hot tub streamers in this game 1.
That's what I thought that Busting Heads was going to do on the Rift Herald, but instead they wait until after it is taken. I feel like it's a bit of a missed opportunity, but still, they find a delayed ace, they find the dragon, they're going to get a turret in the mid lane, and Busting Heads, they're on their way to making it a double upset kind of day, Kangas.
This would be incredible. The teams that we had favored to go into the finals both get knocked out in semis. Always leads to a very spicy grand finals, because again, only 1 of the teams remaining will even go to the playoffs next weekend. We got more rivalries to spawn in the finals today. Viper, 1v1 in Cosmic Soul right now. Demon King is here, doesn't quite have the ultimate stacked up right now. Looking for the dive under turret. Cosmic Soul barely alive, and Demon King will not pull the trigger.
Cosmic Soul going ridiculously far underneath that turret, but doesn't even get Viper's half HP. This is starting to feel really, really rough for the Yone. You really want to hit that 100% crit spike on this champion to deal as much damage as possible, as we've said before. Not there yet, and pretty far from it.
They do get a turret in the top side from Busting Heads, and the biggest part is that they have controlled the dragons. Professional hot tub streamer, sure, you got both heralds. But guess what? You're behind in turrets, and you have not stacked up the Shyvana with the dragon scaling. So yeah, it's looking pretty dire for them. Busting Heads.
Can't even survive.
Ooh, can't kill the Nautilus, though. That is a quite tanky support, but they are just invading here. Just saying, you can't even get your own blue buff. We're just going to hard engage with our Rakan. Watch for the Yone, though. Can't quite get onto the carries. And Lee's boy completely abandoned. The hook lands onto Argonaut. Now it's Viper's turn. This Gwen's got to carry the fight, and by golly, I think she will. Everybody does a lot of damage, even with the triple. The Demon King does fall at the very end. So it is a 3-for-2 trade. That's trading up for professional hot tub streamers.
Yeah, 3 kills. That multiplies their kill count by 4. That's really, really good. Professional hot tub streamers actually finding favorable skirmishes out of nowhere. They should have no business getting anything like that, but got the experience, they've got the team fight skill, they got the mechanics. They're finally putting them to good use in these exchanges. And Busting Heads, they need to consider what just happened, a loss, and try to make sure it doesn't happen again.
I think making sure everybody's on the same page and not over diving. If you go in with like 2 people, I call it the spear technique, you know? This works if you have things like a Jace, things like a Ziggs, where everybody lines up and you just ram into the enemy composition. Doesn't work as well when you're all melee champions with the Lucian. You got to make sure you're coming in, flanking them, grouped up, you know, corralling them into your choke point as opposed to invading into their side of the jungle where you can get picked off one by one.
Less of a spear and more of a phalanx in that regard, I guess.
Yeah, I like that analogy.
Busting Heads, they need to align those battle lines a bit more. Make sure Levia is able to deal damage and stay out of threat's way. Because Levia is the one who's got most of the gold on this team. 13,500 on just one person. That is 5k above Cosmic Soul. These mid lane Yones have not been having an easy time, it seems, in the gold department.
That is kind of disgusting. I didn't even realize. Now just back to picked up this Marilda. So 506 can also slow you, has all this auto attack speed from the Wit's End, from Armor Shred from the Black Cleaver, providing so much utility for the team along with the pure damage that you'll be doing as Lucian. And yeah, professional hot tub streamers will need to find some way to get onto this Lucian, try and shut him down. It's okay, a strange hero. We're not going to acknowledge that.
I wasn't even thinking about it.
Okay.
Black Shield makes it pretty impossible to get onto Levia also, if they have set up that phalanx. So for Busting Heads, they have definitely got the means. Well, I think we got to acknowledge that one, Gangan.
Yeah, as I'm saying it, they're going back in for the spear technique. The shockwave lands. They're going to take down Lee's boy. Is Riven in a lot of trouble, bleeding down from the death stance, but that kill is big. Levia unleashed. Does not have the Black Shield, but does have a Rakan. And so a kill onto Hitman GM and a Strange Hero means that Busting Heads, they can still provide pressure everywhere on the map.
Yeah, that fight doesn't matter as much as the one in the Dragon Lane, because Busting Heads had Viper with a solo kill into Hitman, taking out half of that turret's HP and setting up for the Dragon as well. This Gwen, pretty good, I'd say. Maybe a solid like 7 out of 10.
Okay, yeah. Personally, I'm just going to ignore the Gwen in every fight. I'm just looking at Lee's boy and Levia.
Are you also going to ignore that Viper got the solo kill without even using ultimate?
Yes, especially that one. Dragon now 3rd for Busting Heads here. Further denying Demon King the Shyvana stacking. And it's at these times in Wild Rift games, I know it's tough. I know there's always comeback potential, but it's feeling like a Game 2 angle for professional hot tub streamers because there's so few options other than maybe picking up the Lucian. As I say it, Levia gets picked by himself alone at the Baron. That is what professional hot tub streamers needed.
Gigantic shutdown on the Baron pit. Also, the most convenient place to find a shutdown like this. Professional hot tub streamers, you just gotta land the smite.
Now watch for the engage, though, coming in here. Renekton's over the wall. Shockwave completely whiffs now. Low health bars for Busting Heads. The hot tub streamers are doing it, but watch for Viper. The Gwen now coming in. This is a juicy Gwen fight. Able to just clean up everybody if you play it correct, but hasn't done the damage yet. Dodged out on Strange Hero's damage, and CC only gets 2. Could have been a lot more, but hey, you'll take it.
Oh, no. The Gwen ultimate, not quite able to dive underneath the turret with all of that. The Baron is denied. Busting Heads, they're still too strong even without Levia. So professional hot tub streamers, they have to back away. They're just happy that they didn't lose anybody else on that play as they were all super, super low. The Baron doesn't matter nearly as much as the Elder Dragon, so if Hot Tub Streamers, they can find a pick on Lucian around that and then win a fight over there, and we might be in business.
That's going to require a second massive mistake from Leviah.
Yeah.
And I don't see Leviah giving them two of those. I think you learned from your lesson as the team now grouped up on the Baron. No contest from the Hot Tub Streamers, professional or not. They're just going to watch as this Baron goes down. Oh,
No
and they
contest
might just die in the
whatsoever.
coal lane. Oh, the damage is disgusting.
Can't even run away from it, Kangas. That's the Sorelda's grudge. Slowing you down while shooting you in the back multiple times.
With Black Cleaver,
Doesn't feel
Armor
great.
Shred, yeah, you're
Yep.
just dead to just the ultimate. As Cosmic Soul's looking for the Hail Mary play, thinking maybe I find somebody unawares, but no, just takes Avizel, has to back off.
Ooh, there's a cannon minion alive. This inhibitor turret could fall if you're not careful here, Professional Hot Tub Streamers. Half HP already. Yeah. Oh, getting dove
Now
under
it's
the
hitting
turrets.
GM, getting engaged on, and that's the game. Double kill to Viper. No surprise based on how the level 2 went, level 3, whenever that was. And a triple kill to Lee's boy set it up. Busting Heads knock him down in game 1.
Kangas, I'm feeling some similarities to the first series here, where Busting Heads, the contender, is taking down Professional Hot Tub Streamers in a huge upset. Not only that, Kangas, I feel like this is more than just a coincidence, because Professional Hot Tub Streamers, they subbed out their top laner and their support,
Oof.
and they're looking less consistent now. What's going on?
I mean, it is that 2.5 minute play is really what blew the game open for Busting
true.
Heads. At that point, when there's a Riven at 3 minutes with a Black Cleaver, like, you should never win that game. That would be a miracle if you did. Also, another reason to hate when most damage on the team took 12,000 damage as well. Just want to point that out.
I don't think Kangas likes Gwen very much, everybody. But Busting Heads are definitely enjoying the champion. They're enjoying that they got to use it to take the first game of this series. More than I was expecting them to get. I'm going to be completely honest. I did not think Busting Heads was going to win a game in this series. I thought Professional Hot Tub Streamers were just going to 2-0, easy breezy, make it into that final. I was very wrong about that.
Well, hey, we had 3 games for the first semifinals match, and this is the way tournament seeding always works. Especially when we looked at week 1, when it was random seeding, it was all over the place, right? But as the tournament's gone on, as teams have qualified for playoffs next week, and now we're in the last chance qualifiers, I expected closer games. I expected really tight competition between the remaining 4 here in the semifinals, and so far, we got that in the first series. It's up to Professional Hot Tub Streamers to show why they were your favorites coming into today. Bring it back. Find some way to answer that. It's really tough to take like learnings from that game when it really was like, when there's a Riven with Black Cleaver 3 minutes, what do you do? Like, just don't fight there. Maybe just win that fight instead. Like, I don't even remember how that setup really happened to begin with, but I still think it's possible for the Hot Tub Streamers to turn it around. Moral of the story.
I think part of the reason they went for that play to begin with was because Demon King is a jungler who wants to fight early. Just as a person. Not even the champion that he's playing. That's just what he likes to do. He likes to get an early lead in that jungle. And Shyvana's just not the champion to do that. I would be super, super surprised if we didn't see Demon King on like a Xin Zhao or an Olaf in the next game, just so they can fight earlier for Professional Hot Tub Streamers, as it does look like they're going to move over to the red side. I guess I'm pointing the wrong way because it's mirrored for me. They're going to be on this side.
This side. Yes.
Yeah.
I got it first try, but honestly, every time I do it, it's 50-50. I just kind of commit to one side. So I flipped heads.
I lost the coin flip, yeah.
He lost the coin flip. But what do we think then? Is this better? Do we like this kind of run back?
Like moving to red side, you mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's a good question. I don't think so. Unless Professional Hot Tub Streamers don't want to play Gwen. I think Gwen's good enough to first pick, and clearly, I think I'm in company that will agree with me here. So I feel if they're going to be on red side, that tells me that they don't play the champion and they just want to ban it instead, because that's probably what Red Side should be doing anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want
But
hate
they
the
have to
idea
ban
of just
Ashe.
banning that away. Yeah, just still ban it away. You think Ashe is still a must ban?
I think for Isdraboa, he has shown that he does not want to play against that champion. And it's because in week 2, he got hit by so many Ashe ultimates that we talked about it in Discord afterwards, and he's just like, this champion is not fair. I can't dodge it. It's impossible. Ashe is too good. And since then, we've seen him ban it every single game.
That's very funny
Or pick
and
it,
also
actually.
fantastic. And also, I still think very strong champion in the general meta right now, so I wouldn't hate the concept of banning that anyway. Is there any other pick that you think hot tub streamers should pick up? You already mentioned jungle. I do echo that sentiment. I think giving Demon King an aggressive jungler that you can actually make early plays with no items purchased is probably priority number 1. You said Kha'Zix and Xinjia. Why not the Lee Sin?
He doesn't really play Lee Sin, Demon King.
Oh, interesting.
That's never been a favored champion of his. I remember we were interviewing him at WNS, and he was saying like, yeah, a lot of people are picking like Lee Sin and other early game champions, and even the Rengar as well was a big one. That was something that he was picking too. But he always said that like Xinjia was very underappreciated. And yeah, unless Busting Heads ban it with this third option, I think that's definitely going to be locked up by professional other streamers, as they do ban the Gwen. We're right.
Yep. Makes sense. Does the Ashe ban come in? Because that would be the final one out of the 3. Yone is a little surprising to me, but I guess it has been pretty popular so far this weekend. Jace and Lucian from Busting Heads. So they don't want to go up against Lucian that they were able to pilot this time around, which makes me think that, yeah, they're not going to first pick it. Interesting that they would ban that after their own performance.
True. That is a little odd. Maybe just not attributing their success as much with Lucian, or like you said, they don't think it's worth first picking when other priorities are on the board. Renekton as well. Gonna remove that. So just taking some of the comfort away from professional hot tub streamers. Ashe is gone. Some big power picks still left up. Karma, that's one of them. Lux as well. That's a really big one. Something that Isdraboa has played a bit of as well this weekend. I wouldn't be surprised to see that one locked in. Fiora first, though, giving them some side lane priority.
Blind Fiora. Bold choice right there. Still can be countered by a couple of earlier game options. I do still like things like the Olaf Intuit if you're trying to run it down. I think Darius can potentially work, but if you're trying to mash it, Jax is fine too. It's not going to be as oppressive in the 1v1. Still, you can outplay if you really feel like it, but you can also just scale with the Fiora just fine.
Nautilus is back also. Professional hot tub streamers locking that one in, giving over the possibility of Morgana into it, which I hope the Busting Heads picks, honestly. I think that pick is just way too good into Nautilus. And like you said, the damage on it is pretty high too. Hard left! Going over to Corki instead, though. Some late game damage. The package is available. And something that I'm noticing here, we are using the old Corki splash art right now. You know how I know?
How do you know?
He's got 4 fingers.
Does he not in the new splash art?
They changed it. They changed it in like 2017 or something.
Huh.
They made it so all Yordles have 3 fingers and a thumb.
Interesting. Just so it's easier
And-
to animate them? Classic.
I don't think so. I think it's because some Yordles had it and some didn't, and then they just decided like, this is weird. We need to unify it, and then they cut off fingers of whoever Yordle had 4 fingers, and Corki was one of them.
That's kind of messed up. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about
But
that
yeah,
one.
that's the old Corki splash art. You can look it up in the game, whatever game you play, League PC or Wild Rift. You can look up the splash art right now. In fact, I'm gonna do it. And he has 3 fingers.
All right. Well, while Smax gets confirmation on that, I'll catch this up because, like you said, hard left turn because this is heavy scaling now for Busting Heads. The Jax and the Corki can both scale very well into the late game. Professional hot tub streamers, they take the Nautilus and the Morgana, denying that Black Shield potential from Busting Heads to stop the Nautilus guaranteed engage. Meanwhile, banning away things like the Galio, like the Rakan, the other supports that can go in for big engages themselves. Do you have it yet, Smacks? Or should I keep stalling?
It's loading. I'll get it.
Okay.
In a second. Yeah, some mid lane options
Zed
into that Corki is still possible. Zed, I was actually going to suggest that, so I'm glad Busting Heads are removing that away, because Zed is a champion that does deal a lot of damage and doesn't have to worry too much about auto attacking, so it's still pretty good into Jax. Kassadin is one of those also. This makes a lot of sense. I like that pick a lot.
All right, everybody. Grab your blankets, make some popcorn, start a good book, because it's going to be a long
stole
one.
My blanket.
It's going to be a long one, everybody. We are scaling into this game. Kassadin wants to hit that level 11 before you really start doing anything. Level 10, level 11. Samira locked in, though. That's pretty hype.
That is pretty cool. This is something that Busting Heads actually played against in their games yesterday. Didn't actually look that good. Mostly because the coordination really wasn't there. But I think the champion can definitely work, especially in more dicey teamfight situations where you can get the resets very, very frequently. And this certainly could be one of those things. Now, with Xin Zhao denied away, has to go for a different option here, and Demon King picks the Vi instead.
I like this a lot. I think professional hot tub streamers won out on this draft. The concern about Kassadin is it gives you zero pressure at all for the first half of the game. Like, you can't really contest dragons or heralds with it. You can't gank it unless your enemy is just completely misunderstands the matchup. And against a Corki who will be poking you out, your goal is just survive, farm up. But I don't really see like a massively winning lane for Busting Heads. Like Jax versus Fiora skill matchup, I don't see the Jax hard winning that for the Xin Zhao to aggressively gank. I really don't see the Samira actually having a fantastic matchup against the Morgana, who can just free farm away from the Samira and Karma engage range. It's going to be interesting to see how Busting Heads approaches. Sorry, what were you saying though, Smacks?
I realized that if you look in the shop at a champion, you can only see their model. You can't see the splash, unless I'm doing it wrong. Maybe I can still do it.
Well, can you see the fingers in the model?
No, because he's in the cart or whatever.
Oh,
his
I mean, you could try a Google search.
Can I switch it to this? No, that's not right. How do I switch it to the splash art?
Quick, play like 50 games
2D.
of Corki.
Oh, here it is.
And then check your player card. Oh, you got it?
Oh.
Is it 3? Or did you lie to all of us?
Has it wrong.
Oh!
Okay, now this is why. So look
the plot
at that.
thickens.
I don't know if it's going to zoom correctly.
I can't. Wait. Give it a second. Give it a second. I cannot see.
Yeah,
it's not
zooming correctly. But
is that 3 or 4 though?
It's 4. So Wild Rift has it wrong. That's very interesting. The Wild Rift people are using the wrong Corki skin.
Unless, is it possible that they changed them all to have 4 fingers and not 3? And
No.
Had it reversed?
Because on all of the other Corki skins, he has 3. I just looked.
Oh, Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh. All right, somebody call up Riot Games. Who's got a direct line? We gotta tell them.
Now I need to pull up the splash art on my my OBS real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna do this really quick.
Just give a high res image. Email Mark Merrill. Let's get a petition going on Reddit. We got to make sure that we sort this out because it's embarrassing if we have the wrong splash art for Corki and the Wild Rift client.
All right, give
although
me 1
unsurprising
second.
At the same time.
I'm almost there.
Also, just a heads up for everybody, we are not delaying starting the game for this. This is the game, of course, taking its own natural time for the players to get into it. So as soon as the game is ready to go, we will send it in. But in the meantime, we can take a look at this splash art. I see 3 fingers.
He has 3.
Oh, and you can see it. You can see here and here.
They're different.
What?
This is what I'm talking about. This is what they changed on League PC. They haven't updated it on Wild Rift. They put in the wrong file for Wild Rift's Corki splash art.
That is incredible.
And it's not Tasty Bacon's fault. our producer didn't do anything wrong because Wild Rift did it wrong.
Oh my goodness. Incredible stuff, everybody. Incredible
Can't
stuff.
believe it.
Thank you, Smacks, for bringing this to our attention. And now we can clip this stream and send it, of course, to Riot Games and make sure that we get that corrected. That's so funny when you find stuff like that. It's such, like, let alone the spaghetti code that actually built the client. Now we also have spaghetti art in there.
Yes. Corky would probably eat some spaghetti, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And he would just get sauce all over his mustache, speaking from experience. And that's the worst part about having a mustache. Let me tell you, everybody. Ice cream is impossible. Forget about eating ice cream. Unless you're down to just smell it constantly. Soup can also be tough. Curry is dangerous. Because you'll just, if it gets in the mustache, you have to like shower and shampoo that right away. Because otherwise you're going to smell curry for the rest of the day. It's brutal.
Well, that sounds kind of good, though. I like curry.
I guess if you're really feeling curry in the moment.
Yeah.
Game number 2 for Busting Heads versus Professional Hot Tub Streamers for the opportunity to challenge Stamina for that last spot in playoffs next weekend. Busting Heads are up 1-0 in the series. Another win means that they book their tickets to the finals.
Which would be so big, by the way, for Busting Heads. This is a really big upset that they already got one game. Like I was saying, I didn't predict them to even win a single game, which I will say that's probably not as big of an upset. Winning one game doesn't win you the whole series, but actually taking out Professional Hot Tub Streamers would be so massive because, I mean, look across the board who they're playing against. They're against so many very experienced players here in North American Wild Rift. Isherboa, Demon King, Hitman. They were all very involved in the first year and even before that of Wild Rift also. We also have Cosmic Soul, a very well-known streamer in this space. And yeah, really big stuff. We get a bit of a...
Taking names, taking games here as heavy health bar trades. Isherboa still feeling very comfortable, very healthy here, pushing Argonaut and Vice Saito back. But a Strange Hero got to go back to Fountain. Honestly, that's fine, though. I mean, a Strange Hero, this is pretty much the back time that they go for anyway. They go for the back, they get the boots, and then they roam out onto the map. So, I mean, you don't even really feel bad about that trade.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The early recall on support, if you're getting boots, that's great.
This is aggressive from Busting Heads, not realizing a Strange Hero was here, but it's first blood for Lee's boy! You cannot stop the Zhen Zhao as they're giving Cosmic Soul the kill. Gold onto the Kassadin. They want to funnel into that, but still nicely done in a 3v4. Still getting first blood.
It is pretty big that the kill went over to Kassadin, though. I will say, the scaling on that champion, rather immense. He also does now have a red buff, which might matter. Probably not. Just the extra gold is really what matters. And experience, of course. And now Rift Walk available for Kassadin 2 minutes in. Rather deadly here for Cosmic Soul. This could be the point where Professional Hot Tub Streamers look back and say, hey, that was really good. I'm really glad that we gave over that kill to Cosmic Soul because then he went on to win us the game. Maybe.
Wow, you're really getting predictive here, Smacks. This is fantastic. I'm loving this.
It's one of the many timelines I've seen in my head.
Let me raise you another option here. It's just Demon King that goes nuts here. Actually doesn't get the kill. Never mind. All right, scratch that. It's I like your story. Great story.
Well, thank you. I do have the secret hidden power of time control, of course. I have time traveled many times. Don't tell anyone that, though. And you in the chat right now, do not tell anybody. I don't want that information falling in the wrong hands.
So you got my Powerball ticket number, right?
See, that would be an example of the power falling into the wrong hands, Kangas. We don't want to. We don't want to.
Okay, what's patch 3.5 looking like? All right, what can I start practicing now so I can abuse it? How about that? Is that better?
That is better. You might want to stop playing Scion, Kangas, because my time travel skills have told me that Kane is coming, and he is going to go red Kane and then make Scion very sad and kill him very easily.
That's a good point. But hey, maybe I can just play Aatrox instead. It seems fun.
That, wait. How do you know
I time travel too, Smacks. Haha. How does it feel? I already made my million on Powerball as Viper dies in a 1v3 situation. Tough there, as the strange hero has not been in lane for quite a while and is just roaming the map.
Yeah, that's kind of what you got to do on Nautilus. You don't really provide too much in just the lane. Matchup is Cosmic Soul. Luckily, he's playing a champion that can just blink away and not worry too much about the dive that's coming his way. Level 7 Kassadin.
Backups here, though, and by Psycho stuck around for the last Demolish proc on the plates, but a dive top lane here. Viper could be in trouble. Gets back underneath the turret, but Hitman and Demon King are both here. Viper flashes, outplayed, buying so much time. Hitman still survives through it. Beautiful turret aggro juggling.
Oh man, double dive onto Viper, the side lane. Doesn't seem to be working so far for Busting Heads this time around. They're down 2k gold, and they're not able to, well actually, I don't think this is gonna go too well for them.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Which Cosmic Soul actually getting aggressive on the early game Kassadin right now. Has one item completed and says that's time for a fight. But more so the fact that it's a 4v3. Oh, the Morgana snipes. Cosmic Soul over the wall for another kill. And now Viper poison in his veins, but he's bleeding out on the Rift. 0-3. Another kill picked up for the professional hot tub streamers.
Yeah, that felt like a last-ditch effort, honestly. Even though it's 5 minutes in, Busting Heads, they were really trying to just get the dragon for themselves instead of trying to go for an exchange and instead divert their attention to Rift Herald. Professional Octave streamers way stronger than them at this time, using those ultimates very well, and just proving that they have way more damage than Busting Heads right now. Now it's 7,000 gold in the lead. That's really big.
Max, it's looking like a game 3. 7k at 6 minutes. This is past the slip-aside territory. We are into full water slide as Levia 1v1ing Hitman. GM has Lee's boy here to back him up, but underneath the turret means Hitman is safe. This gold lead ain't going nowhere.
No, it is not. This is the kind of gameplay that made me think that Professional Hot Tub Streamers was going to win in the first place, Kangas. Where Demon King is on an early game champion, he can get some things done. We see as Jerboa playing a more utilitarian role in helping out the squad, staying alive in that side lane. We even see Cosmic Soul off to a very strong lead. It's Professional Hot Tub Streamers at their best, at their most natural gameplay right now, and expecting them to close this one out for sure.
The Kassadin pretty much unanswered in a side lane. 2,000 gold up over Viper, who's just like, wait, why do I have to lane against this guy now? And Levia's like, well, I'm only, 50 to 100 behind him, so good luck, man. Have fun, I guess, because I'm busy dying topside. I'll call you later. Hope your mom's well. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I survived this one. I give up my support instead. Thank you, by Saito, as Levia says, never mind, I am lonely, and I will join you in the fountain.
Oh no, Hitman's here.
It was a long letter.
Hitman's here to slice off that last finger from Levia. Giving him another death. Oh boy. Which skin is he using? Because that actually depends on how many fingers he has.
That's a good point. I think he's just in the base skin, no?
Right. Look at Corky. It is base skin, so he does have extra fingers.
Wait, zoom in. Can we get the observer to let's do some investigative observing
Tori,
right now.
Let's check this out.
Tori, if you can hear us, this is good. This is the content we need. I can't see his hands. It's too tough to tell. Keep the camera here. None of the action matters. This is the important part. Okay, all right.
It's too tough to see.
I understand the point, Tori. I get it.
That's the trouble I was running into when I was trying to look at his model in the shop also. Shout out to Zin, by the way, who told me in the chat that I could switch to 2D mode. That was very helpful.
Ooh, that is very helpful. Zen WR, always an OG. We appreciate you around here. Potential dive now in the bottom lane here as Viper just trying to CS the best that he can, but he doesn't even have a weapon, so this doesn't seem fair. As a support, though, by Saita, pushes back the members of Professional Hot Tub Streamers, but it's 8-1. I mean, at this point, with an 11k gold lead, this is even more of a lead than we saw in Game 1 for Busting Heads. it's just so tough to come back from these kinds of moments.
It really is. There's not a lot of ways for them to get more gold and keep up with professional hot tub streamers, especially with the objectives just really not accessible at this point. You also have Hitman GM playing this Fiora in the side lane. Like, there's not even a side lane win condition that you can go for because the Hull Breaker's already online. You can't win against the Fiora with that item. Very, very difficult to do so, especially at this deficit. Demon King was really thinking about that one.
Yeah, they were looking for it. In games like this, it's always important to remind the viewers that, you know, one-sided matches can be a little dry, so it's fun to spice things up. And I've got a question for you, Smack, because this has been on my mind for a while, a couple of years actually.
Okay.
You know how like Super Smash Brothers is like a bunch of different game characters from different games in the same game?
We're off to a really good start with this question. I am a very big fan of that game.
If League of Legends were to do a similar style of adding characters from other games, what's a character that you would really want to see in League? And what role would they play? Oh, that's a good one. What role would he be? Top lane?
Yeah, probably. I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Like a set character.
Yeah, I'm actually just imagining it set right now, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
Just, you know, maybe you go Super Saiyan instead of having his regular ult as blessing heads on the receiving end of all the ults from professional hot tub streamers. That is a 4-0 Kassadin. That is a scary late-game scaling mage who's chasing down Lee's boy. Flash away. You ain't going anywhere, man. That Kassadin's got blinks every 5 seconds. And he's going to learn you what that feels like.
And there goes the dragon as well. Hot tub streamers, they get 3 kills. Moving over to that one. We're at 13,000 gold. And Kangas, which Smash Bros. Character, or just any character, I guess, would you pick?
I was going to say Master Chief. I think that would be
one.
sick to have like Master Chief as an AD carry. He's like,
Yeah,
he's kind of a bruisery AD carry. Maybe he's like he's got a bigger health bar than traditional, and his ult is like, it can alternate between the sniper or the rocket launcher, but then his regular autos is just like the assault rifle kind of thing. I think it'd be kind of cool.
I've got another answer.
Okay.
Lightning McQueen.
Just a car.
Yeah. He'd be a jungler, of course.
Oh yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
I feel like that would just be a Rammus skin.
They should make a car Rammus. That'd be a good legendary for him.
Instead of
He
saying
turns into a
okay, he
vehicle.
says ka-chow, you know?
Yeah. Yes, perfect.
Ka-chow. Ka-chow. You can easily mod that into the game. Like, I feel like this should already exist right now.
I am speed.
That's what he says when he triggers his first ability every time. Starts
I used to
rolling
have
out.
the opening to that song, the monologue, completely memorized, but I don't anymore. But that is how
you
it
know what?
opens.
It's been so long since I've seen that movie. I don't even like remember
It's
a
a
single
really good
part from
movie,
it. I just know he
actually.
goes to like the old town and then has to relearn how to ride or something. Or no, that's the third one he has to relearn. Whatever. People are
No,
dying
that's
on
the
the
first one,
turret.
too.
Pretty casual, you know. Just Kassadin things, everybody. This is what you should expect from a late game Kassadin. 7-2, 8-0-2. Woo! That is a 10 kill participation Kassadin going legendary.
Rift Herald popped in the Dragon Lane also as Hitman just trying to chunk out even more damage here. Commits a lunge. Actually might go over a kill, but dodging away in the package. Won't happen.
There's now Izurbo walking up here. I think at this point for professional hot tub streamers, it's a competition of who can get more kill participation. Cosmic Soul or a Strange Hero. Is actually, hey, Demon King's in there too. I see you,
True.
2-1 and 8.
I don't think Isherboa and Hitman are in the competition. I think they're out.
Yeah.
That's okay, though.
I'm actually curious where Izurbo has been the whole game. Kind of forgot that they were here.
Come on, man.
To be
Morgana.
fair, I was distracted talking about Master Chief and League, so you know that's part of the reason. Surely.
You know what? We're skipping steps. I think instead of Lightning McQueen, we should just add Owen Wilson. Just the guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's his ult. He just says the voice line and does nothing. As a killing spree comes in for Hitman GM. 9-0-3 for Cosmic Soul. Absolutely in the lead for kill participation for the team right now as he's going to look for another one. That is absolutely illegal damage coming in from Cassidy. Got to issue a warrant for his arrest. Gets a triple kill as the inhibitors fall. 14 minutes, the dream for an ace in a game. But Viper, oh, baby! He turns it around, he gets a kill on the Cosmic Soul before the Nexus goes boom. And there you have it, we're going to game 3.
Cosmic Soul won the competition, Kangas. He got 15 out of 19 kill participation. That's the highest for his team, so he's going to walk away with that prize. Still looking for the prize of a finals appearance, though, as there does still need to be one more Nexus win for professional hot tub streamers. But yeah, like I was saying before, this is more along the lines of what I was expecting the gameplay to look like today from professional hot tub streamers. This is more in line with where I was projecting.
And real quick, but before we continue, if I don't know if the observers can still do it. Can we go back to the gold graph here? I don't know if we're already past that point or if that's possible, but if it is possible, I'd love to see the gold graph one more time. Okay, here
there it is.
We have it. So we call this the slip and slide if it's 1,000 gold per minute. But when it's more than that, it's a water slide. This is what we call the blood of your enemy slide, where it's just kind of red slant all the way down. That's pretty much the slaughter that we just saw on the Rift right there. So now, thank you, observers. We can come out of that one anytime. 2-19! Smacks, what a way to bounce back in game 2 for the hot tub streamers.
Don't worry, everybody. It is red Kool-Aid fruit punch. We're keeping it family friendly here on the RiftMSTRS channel. Yeah, that was a bit of a brutal one. Professional hot tub streamers looking good,
especially with the Kassadin, and you identified it right away. They just refused to last hit the Xin Zhao. They gave that first kill for their team over to the Kassadin and continually played around this Kassadin, who just kept scaling up crazy into the late game. And at that point, like, there's so few champions that can even match a Kassadin scale. And you're talking about the Kales, the Nastuses that have been farming perfectly, maybe a Master Yi, but even then, I still kind of favor Kassadin over all of those because of the crazy mobility that he has.
Especially with Gwen banned, She's not even around to make it interesting there.
Even then, I still think that Kassadin scaling is better than Gwen scaling. Because a Kassadin can, with 3 ultimates, probably kill a Gwen, and you can still dodge out on her needlework and just kind of avoid all of her damage if you're good enough at the champ. So the matchup works for you.
All right, I'm with you. Maybe this is another champion you can try picking once Gwen gets nerfed and you can stop banning her all the time. You can try Kassadin top.
No, that sounds not a lot of fun. I don't like champions that I can't do something level 1. So if I noticed, I go for Garen, Pantheon, Scion as a actually very strong level 1. So that's the general trend of my champ pool.
That tracks. Yeah, makes sense to me.
I just want to fight, man. Turn brain off. Just attack the enemy.
That's the hot tub streamers did a lot of fighting in that game, it felt like to me. They won't be on red side again this time. Busting heads, swapping over to that side. Getting a bit jealous, They want that one instead. I'm really wondering what the strategy is going to be, because if professional hot tub streamers want to not ban the Gwen, now they have the first pick opportunity. So,
true.
We'll see.
I mean, anybody on red side should be banning the Gwen. Like, I don't see a reason why you would ever leave that up, honestly. It just seems disgusting. I want to bring us back to the conversation that we had before about other champions to add from other games to League of Legends. And I'm trying to think what... So, we already have Malphite, and Rock beats Scissors, but we need another Rock character. We need more rocks to throw at Gwen. Yeah. Are there any rocks that we can think of?
Dwayne.
You just put Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in the game with Owen Wilson, and just see what happens. Yeah,
both of them, I think, are equally deserving of a League of Legends spot, I'd say. As you can tell, my necklace is getting a bit tangled up. This is why you don't wear 2 necklaces at the same time.
That's why.
I haven't even been moving, and it's just tangled for no reason. I have a question for you, Kangas.
Yes, lay it on me.
If you were Jax and you were allowed to pick a weapon to use, you know, he doesn't use a real weapon, but if you were to actually get a weapon for yourself and then use that one, what would you pick?
Probably a grenade. Seems like
Okay.
very effective. Like how do you counter a grenade? You really can't, right? Easy choice.
So would he then be a ranged champion?
No,
or would
yeah,
he,
I
like...
mean, or he would just kind of run at you and just like put it in your pocket and then like jump away.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I guess he does have the
kit.
jump move. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. There you go. There you have it.
Would the grenade like only hit enemies or?
Yeah, it'd be like a Ziggs bomb, probably.
Okay.
Now,
Interesting.
that could be a champion, like kind of like a Voltorb or a Geodude from Pokemon, right? Where they blow up and that's their whole spiel. Is like they sacrifice their whole health bar. That's the champion's ultimate. They die, but it's a giant bomb that goes off.
I have bad news for you, Kangas. That exists in Overwatch. That's Diva.
Well, that's like your mech, though. That's not like actually giving up your health bar. I guess it's giving up most of your health bar. But,
Yeah. Should we put Diva in League of Legends?
Actually, she was in Heroes of the Storm, right?
She was in Heroes of the Storm.
I don't know if she was fun in that, but sure.
She was okay. I think she's more fun in League of Legends. I think she's more fun in
She's
Overwatch.
more fun in this imaginary, crossover that we have in our minds. But let's catch up on the bans right now. Professional hot tub streamers on the blue side. Jace, Lucian, Yone banned out. Busting Heads banning away the Karma, the Ash, and that Gwen that you got banned on the red side, meaning that it is Fiora first pick for professional hot tub streamers.
Wow. Okay, for Busting Heads, this is pretty smart. They take the Nautilus, which I still don't like, but they also take the champion that makes Nautilus so sad. And Morgana. That's pretty cool. I like it.
And they took it away from professional hot tub streamers that were piloting it last time around. So we will not get to see the Isjerboa 5% kill participation this time on the Morgana.
Hey!
Or at least not on the Morgana.
Come on. Stop bullying Isjerboa.
Krog is locked in. And now let's see what their third pick is. I'm trying to think what the final priorities are. Lux is still up. Wouldn't hate to see that. It is still kind of rough into the Nautilus and the Morgana lane, though.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's
Varus.
I think it's maybe good enough anyway, but professional hot tub streamers don't think so. Gonna go for a Varus. That's a marksman Isjerboa gets to play this time around, Kangas. Isn't that cool? They're letting him play.
And Varus kind of similar to the Lux in certain, categories. You can look for picks once you have that ultimate available. But the big thing is your auto attacks avoid the Morgana shield. And what's happening?
Hold on.
What's going on? Top lane Nautilus? Jungle Nautilus?
You know, this is kind of exactly what my mastery, like my top mastery champions looks like on PC League. It's just these three.
Huh. That's funny.
If I had League open, I would show you. Maybe I can open
I thought you had Bard up there too.
I do, but these ones are definitely up there. I've got Rakan and Bard and Pike up there also.
I cannot wait for Bard to come out of Wild Rift. I really hope that they release him soon. He'd be so fun in this game.
That'd be really fun. Maybe we should time travel and see when that happens.
Okay, after this, we'll hop in our respective machines, or however you do it. Thresh Nautilus, though. What is going on here? Like, we got a theory craft this. Are they laning together? Is it Nautilus in the jungle? Because we have kind of seen that since his release that it is potentially viable.
I feel like it has to be Nautilus like top or something, and you're picking a tank. But at that point, like, why aren't you playing Scion?
Right.
So maybe it is Scion, or maybe it is Nautilus jungle. I don't know.
If they lock in
so
Pike,
weird.
I'm gonna freak out. Just every hook champ. Blitzcrank, Pike. Those are the final ones.
Yes, that would actually complete my full masteries. Because I've got both of them up there too.
They're really big Smacks fans over at Busting Heads.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if you realize
It seems
this.
like it. Oh, never mind. Well, that rhymes with my name.
That is a good point. Great point. But it doesn't have a hook, so I don't know if I necessarily can get behind this one. But, okay, if we're actually thinking about what this draft is going to shape out to, I am imagining Jack's top lane is the Fiora, Nautilus in the jungle, with then Morgana, Thresh bot lane. They're saving the mid lane pick for counter. Gragas support here for professional Optim streamers as they're going back to the Xin Zhao. So they got to see, what do they want to blind pick in the mid?
Akali is available. I like Akali a lot.
True.
The Kassadin got banned away, so they don't have that option. Whoa! All right, this is wet Akali. We got the fish.
Does he have 3 fingers? I can't see on the splash art. I cannot see on the splash art. He does?
He's
Okay,
Yordle,
good. As long as they didn't get the splash art incorrect again.
Oh, wait. I guess that's a good point. I don't know if Wild Rift has Fizz with 3.
Right?
Hopefully.
I have trust issues now. But it is, of course, like you said, similar to the Akali, but, you know, maybe a little more focused around the ultimate and then avoiding a lot of the damage. So Ahri locked in for busting heads. Much better at controlling the wave than a Fizz, because that's the biggest weakness of Fizz as opposed to Akali. Harder to actually push out the waves safely.
Our producer didn't like the way that I called Fizz wet Akali, so I need to apologize to everybody. That's my bad.
And just say it again. Yeah, just
I guess I did say it again, yeah. Fish Akali, is that better?
Yeah, aquatic Akali.
Aquali?
Mermaid Kali. Something like that. Fizz has 2 fingers and a thumb? Where our producer just let us know. Where is the consistency, Riot?
Hold on, that can't be right.
This is unjust. And it is upsetting. And frankly, offensive.
Is that true? I'm trying to find the splash art here. Why is
How
this
many
one
fingers
so
does
blurry?
Nautilus have? Why do I feel like Nautilus? Tasty Bacon just put it in the chat. We can see it. That's 2 little fingers and a thumb.
Huh.
Wow.
That looks weird. I don't know if I like that. But no,
I've
yeah,
never
I'm
actually
looking...
really looked at Fizz's staff before. There's like glowing runes on it, and the bottom of it is like a fish tail or like fin.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at a lot of the splash arts and even the Legends of Runeterra art, and yeah, he does only have 2 fingers and a thumb. Yeah.
All right.
I guess
fine.
he's like a frog.
This is fine. We just double up. We send the Corki splash art to Riot and say we need 3 fingers, and then we send all of Fizz's art and say we need 3 fingers, and we can just fix both at the same time. We'll put the same artist on it so that it's consistent, and we'll be good to go. Although I guess they already have the Corki splash art correct. They just need to put it in the game.
Yeah, they need to pick the right one. That's the issue. Huh. Very odd, very odd. Anyway, not quite as odd as the fact that we have Nautilus Jungle this game. I still don't really know what to make of that. Surely it's not Nautilus Top, because that sounds awful into Fiora.
That does sound really bad. Nautilus Jungle, though, his clear isn't terrible. You would take your probably second ability first, because it's going to be the most single damage target, because while you have the shield up, you're doing extra damage each auto, and you're also preventing yourself from taking damage from the camps. It's also AoE, so then you could go from like a buff to a wolves or something, and you actually, with your second ability, then can clear AoE camps relatively quick. It's still like super fast. Like you're not going to be as fast as a Xin Zhao, but it's not terrible, the clear speed of it. And then once you get your third ability, you look for a gank. Alternatively, you might just go for like a cheese level 2 gank, right? Just clear out a camp, take your hook, and then run immediately to a lane. They could just say, all right, Gragas Varus, you're not going to have any fun because you're going to be up against Morgana, Thresh, and a Nautilus ganking you. Good luck.
They are against Morgana too, so the Black Shield is definitely still annoying to deal with.
Well, the Black Shield's on the Nautilus' side though, so that's not really gonna like prevent
no, I
that
mean
gank from going
for
through.
the Gragas and the Fizz to deal with.
Oh, right. Yes.
Because you can't really easily Fizz ultimate someone and one-shot them through the Black Shield. How does busting heads deal damage? What do they do?
AP Nautilus Jungle. There we go. A lot of burst. He doesn't have the worst AP scaling. I think it's like 70% on the Q. It might only be like 60 on the E, the third ability, which is pretty rough. I don't remember exactly. It might be different in Wild Rift too. This is all PC knowledge, so you never know. But that is a valid point. They do not pack a lot of damage in this comp.
Yeah, I think that's my big issue with this team. Like, I think this could maybe work if you have more damage somewhere. I just don't think this is it, especially not Ahri. Maybe if Ahri was more DPS focused mage or something, that could work. But it really isn't.
Is there a build that you could opt for the Ahri that would allow that to happen, though? Maybe something like a Leandri's snuck in, because you're just trying to proc it on as many people as possible then?
I don't know. I don't think it really works on Ahri. Because you still need to burst somebody down. Like, you have a lot of pick, right? But you do need to still actually have enough burst to kill somebody that does get hooked. And Thresh, Nautilus, Morgana don't really do that by themselves, so...
But if one person's hit, they're hit by 2 hooks,
they're hit by a lot of stuff.
A stun, a charm, and if Jax is there, another stun. You're not moving at that point, so...
well,
QSS,
you are, but you're moving toward the enemy team.
True. You know, I hadn't factored in the... We'll call that negative movement. You are negatively moving towards the enemy's kill zone. That means that it is going to be scary. QSS, very valuable pickup here as Saito level 1. Oh, doesn't get onto Hitman. That was close.
And Lee's boy left to, or Lee's boy as you called him, left to just hit the red buff all by his lonesome with a sapphire crystal in a dream on this Nautilus.
Interesting first item.
Yeah.
Wait.
So I actually revealed a trade secret yesterday, Kangas.
Yeah?
Rafa called somebody's play optimistic and interesting, and I said, that is caster for really bad.
Calling him out like that? How could you?
Yes.
Ooh,
so now that you're
stayed.
calling something interesting, it fits in pretty well here.
Busting Head spent so much time up here. The hook lands, but doesn't pull under turret. Meanwhile, first blood in the mid lane with assist from Demon King. That was flashed onto Levia, who had used the flash and the ignite earlier to try and trade against Cosmic Soul. No kills top, but already streamers are on the board.
Yeah, Demon King spent a lot of time in that mid lane just to set up for this play. They really expected that something was going to happen and really wanted to get things started off on the right foot for the Fizz. Now, Demon King again, he's taken 1 camp in this game so far, and he is trying for another dive.
Could look for it, could execute on it, and here you go! By Saito spending all of their time in the top lane is not working out for Busting Heads, as that is another kill picked up, looking for a third, but Viper with the potential outplay. Cosmic Soul's got a flash, gets out of range just in time.
Oh wait, Levi's coming?
No flash, no level 5, cannot close that distance.
All right, we're seeing that Lee's boy is going in to Demon King's jungle and might actually steal away some Raptors, because again, Demon King has taken 1 camp so far in this game. Now finally going to his second, will be the Krugs, but yeah, like I was saying, the Raptors are actually gone faster than I was expecting from the Nautilus jungle. I will point out that's something.
I think Raptors is probably his best camp to clear. If we're being honest,
for sure.
By Saito. Ooh, hook lands, flay back, but Viper was not interested in jumping in there. As wow, I guess we're just not playing support for our Argonato. It is literally just the Thresh perma top side of the map.
Well, luckily there's a Nautilus there too, so there's a second hook support.
Good point.
As we saw that gank attempted there, Isterbo having to flash and ult to safety. Saito, is just
another dive.
Top.
It is literally rinse, wash, repeat right now, but this time around, Fizz joins in on the fun. Chum the waters with the ultimate from Fizz. Charm goes wide. Cosmic Soul barely making it out. Spirit Rush forward from Levia does clean up the kill, trading it 1 for 1.
All right, 1 for 1's not too bad for Busting Heads, as they do drop their support, one of many. They've got more in the tank. It's okay if they drop 1.
They have 3 supports on this composition in total. But none of the supports are fed. Meanwhile, a strange hero on the Gragas. 3,100, the second most gold in the entire dang game.
That's true. One support is better than 3, maybe, for a strange hero.
Moral of the story.
Oh, man. Let me tell you the story of how I 1v3'd the enemy supports. And yes, there were 3 of them. Thresh, Nautilus, and Morgana. I beat them all with my 2-kill Gragas.
With
Zonia's
my-
Rush.
Arguably, support pick Gragas. Also jungler, and a mid laner, and a top laner.
What abilities do you have to support your allies, Gragas? Nothing. I just drink beer.
I kill the enemies with
And
my
I
body.
throw it at them.
So far, it's working out, if we're being honest. I
Yeah.
mean, who are we to judge? Having a little fun with it, but at the end of the day, it is like, it's true. He is just being more impactful on the Rift, but also impactful is the person with the most gold in the game, which is, of course, Twitch Cosmic Soul.
And the hat is here for the fish with 2 fingers.
That's a wizard
Most
fish. I don't know why that was so funny for you, but I'll take it. That's now a fight in the top river here. Sal busting heads coming out ahead on it to start. A lot of damage coming in from a strange hero, though. No explosive cast, but very low health bar. Splash 4 from Leviah. The charm lands. Jumping on it. Hitman GM wanting even more here. Doesn't get over the wall for a strange hero, but the final Orb of Deception will get the kill. Charm lands as well into Isherboa, but not enough damage to follow up afterwards. Still, that was necessary for Busting Heads to come back in this game.
Now, hold on just 1 second, because Busting Heads, it's 5-5 now all of a sudden, and they will be able to take a Rift Herald uncontested, of course, because everyone on the side of professional Hot Tub streamers had died. Now, bad news, of course, is always bad news with the good in the game of Wild Rift. In the game of trades, Busting Heads did lose their turret in the Dragon Lane. That's first turret, but they can respond in top.
Exactly. Get the top turret, charge the Herald in. They do also trade the Dragon for this, though, so professional Hot Tub streamers giving nothing for free. They're always looking for their own play on the other side of the map. My favorite way to play Wild Rift. It's not always about winning the team fight. Sometimes you can just get an advantage by avoiding your enemy, even if you lose a team fight elsewhere. So, about even into gold here. Only a Dragon being the big separator.
Ooh, that wizard fish, though, has a big white sword now. And
It's
that-
Gandalf!
It is!
Where's the staff?
Oh, he's Void Staff, yeah. Oh my, that's a... Yeah!
Bye.
Yeah, get him!
Bye-bye. Yep.
That's a lot of ultimates.
Black Shield's kind of hard to use if you're getting hit from Fog of War and have no time to actually react to
Yeah.
it. So, nicely done from professional Hot Tub streamers finding that pick.
I would agree. However,
Okay.
another pick attempted in the top side.
Fair
Riposte is
used.
pretty good.
Yeah, and now we have, guess who? Freaking Gragas, man! He's just always where he needs to be. Trying to save his top laner, taking a lot of damage, but that Zonias that you were talking about, stasis keeps them alive. As now Lee's boy shows up. Saito barely alive. Leviah joining in on the fun with the Spirit Rush, lands the charm. This is big for Busting Heads. Getting 2 kills in succession, a double to the RE.
Yeah, Hitman ran out of mana in the most crucial time to try to get the last bit of damage onto Saito. Recall is there to safety, and Ari with the Spirit Rush is there as well to get all of the extra damage and follow up to make it a favorable play for Busting Heads, who all of a sudden have the kill lead in this game, which is crazy.
Yeah. Still not the gold lead, as the Cosmic Soul has quite a lot in the Fizz's pocket. Everybody else about even, pretty close to striking distance of each other. But also, interesting to note here, the Nautilus build for Jungle Nautilus, we're learning together, Winter first into Sunfire.
Yeah, I was definitely expecting that after the Sapphire Crystal came through. I don't think you can really go for Seraphs. But past this, it does seem like it's just full tank, and it's not the supportive style that we've seen from Nautilus support either. Like we're seeing from Saito right now with the Seed Jar, which I still can't believe exists, but it does.
I actively forget about that item all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Until you see it pop up in pro games, you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I really like this one.
I have never seen them actually use it though, like the seed of it.
I haven't noticed it. I'm sure they do, but the bigger thing is just the raw stats. Like, it's just, it's so cheap to complete that it's just like, hey, once you have it, you kind of feel like you're a champion. You actually have some stats under your belt, so that's the big reason why people go for it.
Yeah. Saito, I guess, does have a vision plant at his disposal right now. Maybe he can use that, because I saw him pick one up. I don't know. I've tried to use that item before, and it, like, the stats might be good, but it doesn't really feel like it does anything.
Ult on Dejraboa in the mid lane. They don't have the follow-up from the
Wow.
Morgana, but finally, the snipe comes through. That is a tanky Nautilus, and Jump the Waters misses. Cosmic Soul cannot follow up for a trade kill.
Shark not quite big enough there. Or at least not the chum, as the Rift Herald is alive. Is Jerboa not here? No Fizz ult either, and Cosmic Soul has to hop away.
Dodges out on the
I don't
hook.
think Hot can get this.
Look at all the hooks available, though. Lee's boy controlling the entrance to the Herald, trying to keep Estranged Hero away, trying to keep Demon King away. Explosive Cast does not land the steal. Valiant attempt, but it is secured by Busting Heads.
Ooh, Busting Heads, they're proving to be rather tanky right now. The damage is still very low, I will say, but they're hard to kill, which is good news. And when you're playing against a Fizz, who is the most fed in the game, Fizz needs to one-shot you. Otherwise, he's not very good.
Max, this is turning into a certified banger. I just want everyone to be aware of that. Game 3, very close in the gold department, and these comps are just giving me life right now. We've seen so many repeat champions, but now Busting Heads giving everybody a reason. I don't know if it's to cheer for them or at least to acknowledge them. I know I will not be forgetting these names anytime soon, though. Unique gameplay, unique picks. I love seeing this kind of stuff from Wild Rift.
Yeah, at the very least, this is a reason to watch the stream. Because things are definitely happening that are very unorthodox. This is only in NA can this happen, Kangas. I don't think anybody else is playing Nautilus Jungle, okay?
I mean, I don't know. This kind of feels like something that the Chinese players would pull out as well. Just as like some dark technology. They just have practiced it for a week in hiding, and now they're pulling it out when they need to qualify for the finals. But here comes the engage from the Hot Tub Streamers. Big hook lands from Saito, goes into the stasis, buying space for all the Morgana damage, but that's really all the damage you got as Viper finally shows up. It's about the Jax. Enable this Jax, provide this T-Ski, give him the Black Shield, Viper jumping in, but he flashes away, is not confident to take the kills, and because of that, it is a 4-for-0 trade in favor of the Hot Tub Streamers.
Moving over now to the Dragon, only Viper is alive, although he's very healthy. Maybe can go for some sort of shenanigans. Difficult to do when there's a Fizz with 7 kills on top of you, though.
Yep, and Stasis to boot. They're walking up, they're taking this turret, they get the Dragon. Hot Tub Streamers, with that play, solidify themselves with a massive gold lead and objective advantage.
Wait, Kangas, Cosmic Soul, he got the Void Staff! He did it!
The Wizard's got his staff!
He has his hat, his sword, his staff, and he even has a book to read when he's
Just
done.
needs a Hobbit. Where's a strange hero? You are now the Hobbit.
That's Pippin.
I think Hobbits usually have facial hair, but he's definitely matching the appetite.
Yeah. That's more along the lines of where I was going with that. Do they really not have facial hair? I guess I didn't notice.
I don't think so. I don't think in any of them. They have like sideburns, but I think that's the extent.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Tori. Really weird request. Can we zoom in on Gragas's feet to see if they have hair on them?
I feel uncomfortable with that request. As the time on top lane, Le'Veon the REO flashed on by Twitch Cosmic Soul. And right as I was saying, it's a banger. When it was so close in the gold department, in the kills department, Hot Tub Streamers are running away with this one. They are going from 0 to 100 real quick.
Ooh. I don't even think Hitman can die to this play either. Got the backup.
Here.
Oh,
This is big. Viper's trying his best, trying to get on top of Hitman GM, but the Fiora is too fast.
Ooh.
And by Saito gets baited in. Chain of Corruption lands. Double kill to Izraboa.
it's feeling like we're getting into reverse sweep territory. Kangas, professional hot tub streamers, up 10K. And they are barreling their way toward victory. This Fizz has been the big counter pick that they needed, it seems, to break through all of these support champions and get all these kills. Cosmic Soul, he's got a big orb now, too.
Yeah, I don't know if... Oh! That's the little thing he puts in his staff in the Mines of Moria to make light. Boom! There we go.
Ah,
He's got all of
perfect.
his little toys.
All right, what's the last item that Gandalf needs? A horse?
Yeah.
What item is a
Look,
horse?
Look to the west of the dawn of the third day. I don't remember the line, but something, you know, you get the point.
We don't have Hecarim in this game yet.
I'm gonna
Kangas.
look up the line. I need to remember that line.
I don't
Look to
I don't
the
think there are
east.
any
I was
other-
I was already wrong with the directions.
We
Look to
we
my
need
coming at
Hecarim.
first light on the 5th day. At dawn, look to the east. Boom, there we go. All right, I'm gonna remember that from now on, so I don't have to watch that quote again.
We need either Hecarim or Rel. Rel's got a horse. That would work.
Rel does have a horse. That's a good point. In the meantime, I guess we'll just say Demon King is the horse. You know, it's just trying to
I
draw
agree.
parallels here. Hitman GM trying to survive, meanwhile, taking some damage. Should go down. This could be a pickup, but oh my goodness! Woo! Hitman giving his best Bilbo Baggins, sneaking out of there.
Not quite with the invisibility, but it might as well be, honestly, as Hitman uses both those summoner spells to escape, and he's not even done. He's coming right back to the scene of the crime.
Call it the orcs in Mordor. They're charging in. They're here, They're here, baby. Professional hot tub streamers making it work, but they are diving quite far. We talked about not a lot of damage. Okay, the wizard has arrived, everybody. That was some fist burst damage.
Oh yeah, onto multiple people there too. That's hard to do. Landing the playful trickster onto a whole team of waiting people. 9 kills now on the Fizz, and Ultimate's back again. Not that he even needs it.
Looking at the turret, if they don't tank aggro, they can take this, and there you have it. Super spawning for the rest of the game in the bot lane.
Professional hot tub streamers keeping this one going with all of this damage, all of this power that they will be taking into the finals very, very shortly. You have to imagine it's stealing away the blue buff is Lee S. Boy. Playing this Nautilus. Has to just sit there and watch.
Absolute insanity. And when we look at the gold graph for this game, it is going to have a steep fall, or I guess climb since it's blue side. It's going to zip right on up there. It's going to be a Mount Everest just suddenly sprouting out of the ground here. Call it the Tower of Mordor. I don't know. I'm blanking on these references now. I should probably stop. But either way, it was very abrupt where this gold lead came from. Hot tub streamers have now found themselves with a 13,000 lead.
Cosmic Soul does have a Banshee's Veil now, which I guess is like a pendant. There isn't a Doran's ring in this game, so it can't have the ring.
Yeah, and I've never had Mithril, so I don't like this storyline here. As okay, he's just diving straight in to 3. Goes legendary.
Ooh.
Busting Heads were setting up for the Baron, but there was no setup in the face of this fish. Triple kill to Cosmic Soul, and that should be game. That should be series. These are 40-second death timers. Levia is running away, but the rest of the hot tub streamers are in the mid lane. They have a wave. It's all about chasing down this Fox, but for the rest of the team, it's about booking their ticket to the finals for a rematch against Amina. Congratulations to the hot tub streamers. You're making it.
Ooh, all these series going the distance today, Kangas, as professional hot tub streamers complete the reverse sweep. They deny a second upset on the day, and just as you said, they make it all the way to that finals. But Kangas, the finals, just getting there isn't enough. You gotta win the whole thing to make it all the way to playoffs.
Another gold graph that was even until it wasn't. Around 3K lead. They were always in control, but then boom. That dragon fight was massive for busting heads. I'd rather for professional hot tub streamers taking the game away from busting heads. 30% damage for Cosmic Soul. That's a lot for a Fizz.
I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Cosmic Soul. These hypermobile mages,
Whew.
the Cassidon, the Fizz. Thumbs up from me. Good.
Thumbs up. The Wizard Fish. Big fan. Big fan coming out here. And like I had said, that does mean a rematch because it was the Hot Tub streamers that actually knocked Stamina out in the quarterfinals. I believe that was week 2 that one happened. I'd have to check the tape. It could have been week 3. But either way, they did knock them out one of the 2 times. So could be a potential grudge match here. Stamina looking very solid as we update the bracket here. There you have it. The 2 teams that are still in the running for the 4th and final slot in playoffs for next week.
Let's see who is going to make it. We've had some really strong competitors all throughout the last 4 weeks, and it all comes down to this last best of 3 between 2 of our finest squads, Stamina versus Professional Hot Tub Streamers. That's all coming up very, very shortly. We'll see who our 4th playoff team will be right after this break, though, because we got to wait and see if these teams... Oh, well, goodbye.
Everybody, and welcome back for our finals of the last chance qualifiers for the final spot of playoffs next week for RiftMasters 2022. 2 teams remain smacks, and what a banger that we got ahead of us. Stamina from Latin America. They went to Icons for World Championships, and now they're up against a team that eliminated them in the quarterfinals earlier on in Hot Tub Streamers. Whew, what a rematch.
And I think that if professional hot tub streamers win this game, then they owe it to us to actually put on a hot tub stream with their players. I think that's only fair.
I agree. I think, you know what? Let's lock that in right now. Clip this on Twitch currently. I will decide for them. They agree.
I'm with you. Yeah, they have to. That's just where we're at right now.
That's what we as a society need
currently. Yep. And if Stamina Esports makes it into the playoffs and professional hot tub streamers doesn't, then their punishment is to do a hot tub stream.
Wait, so win or lose? Is that what I'm hearing? Did I hear that correctly? We're getting a hot tub stream, basically.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's just what has to happen from here.
All right, I'll lock that in as well. Both teams accept the rules. And we're gonna get some good content. We could probably just do it right after this. After one of them wins,
we'll raid it.
Yeah. We'll tell them to get it going. We'll raid their stream, and then maybe we can like play by play and color cast that. We can just keep the show going. Just commentate it continually.
Yeah. No, I'm down. So we're into the draft already. A lot of interesting bans here, Kangas. The Ashe and the Gwen, the 2 big ones, taken off the board. Also Akali. That's been
Nautilus, baby.
Really powerful pick.
Nautilus! It's creeping up in priority. I still like this pick. I know that you were saying you have your reservations based on the new boot enchant. I still think it's very strong, so I'm happy that people are locking it in. Shyvana doubling back for Stamina, trying to go for that scaling. It didn't work for Demon King in game 1 of their series, but maybe Stamina can pull it off.
Yeah, it could be pretty big. I think I like it better as a Baron laner, honestly, compared to jungle. I'm expecting it to still be jungle, but I'm not too keen on the Camille jungle. I think it's been outclassed a bit since they've made it work less effectively in that position. I will say I do like Camille's ability to side lane, though, and if she is able to just do that, especially when Fiora's not available, I think that is a pretty comfortable place for her to go. And you know what, Kangas? I spent all this time trying to get my piece.
Pouring out for Smacks, everybody. Really laying into the analysis and the predictions and the opinions. We get Renekton, blind pick for a top lane here from Professional Hot Tub Streamers. So there you go.
Maybe it's Renekton jungle. That'd be worse. Probably
Renekton mid. It could be.
Could be, yeah. You would get rid of your Lucian flex pick, which I don't really like as much. I honestly would have preferred them to pick Lux there, but I guess they still have the opportunity to.
True.
Not banned at all. And Professional Hot Tub Streamers has been a team to use the Lucian Ashe Lux trifecta quite nicely. I think it still works, even if it's just Lucian and Lux.
I do not expect it to be a Lux with the Karma, though. I feel like once you lock in the Karma, you're committing to that side. And it looks like there was no final ban. I'm just realizing that there. So yeah, Shen picked. A lot of globals here between the Galio and the Shen. Will both be on the bot lane. Shen top, Shyvana jungle, Echo mid.
Yeah, Echo. This is the first Echo that we've seen in a while, it feels like. Definitely the first one this weekend. A lot of magic damage out of this pick. The assassin threat is there. Maybe a serviceable replacement to the Akali. It's also, I feel like it would be good into Fizz, so instead, Vayne
Let's go! Let's go!
For somebody. Somebody's playing Vayne. I think it's his Jerboa.
Yeah, I think it's for sure going in the bot lane. Good luck play. Well, I guess Galio probably will never be in this lane. You're just going to be roaming perma for the whole game, so you probably won't be abused too much. And the Karma can maybe handle the Vayne, but if you step up, if you're ever too far forward, the Vayne can heavily punish mispositioning. If she can hit a Condemn into a wall, follow up with 3 quick autos, boom, you're just bursted down, probably dead. very precarious position now for whoever has to lane against her.
Yeah, Vayne is really good into Shyvana also. Shyvana is very,
True.
very displeased when playing against the Tumble Fiend and all the stealth as well. Vayne actually does have the ring, because she can go into stealth.
Huh. I like that. I like that. Yeah, we're continuing the string from the last one. Now I hate that we're gonna have to come up with like a character or like somebody for every single champion that's locked in. I'm a little upset by it.
Elise isn't in the game yet, so we can't do Aragog.
True.
Or no, that's
Shelob.
is
Shelob, right?
Yeah, Aragog is the spider in Harry Potter. My bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Shelob is the one in Lord of the Rings. Although I don't remember the name of like
That's
the
her
one, the original spider that's in like the Silmarillion, but that's like deep lore stuff, so we don't have to get into that. Shout out to anybody who finished Rings of Power. The Shyvana's definitely Smog though, so I think that we can all just agree on that right now. Yeah.
Yeah, fully agree.
That's good.
Really, no replacement other than Aurelion, I guess.
Wait, that's actually a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Aurelion does give off more Smog vibes than Shyvana, I will say.
Actually, yeah, he does kind of sound like Benedict Cumberbatch, so.
In a way. Who are we favoring here in the draft? I mean, obviously the Vayne's cool to talk about, but as we're getting into it, okay, we got aggressive trades. Level 1, it looked like death brushes, or rather invades, were set up from both sides, but as backs come through, does that tell you a little bit about who you're favoring?
I like both the marksmen that Hot Tub Streamers have drafted into Shyvana. I think Lizing is going to have a really, really hard time doing anything. Similarly, I don't think Arvoinen will be very comfortable in the fights either, so I like the damage threats of Hot Tub Streamers a lot more. That being said, no magic damage on their whole team. So when With Death buys 2 armor items, that's going to make those 2 champions very, very sad. So also something to keep in mind. The scaling might not be quite as strong as Vayne usually has.
And if Arvoinen on a support Galio doesn't go Rod of Ages first, I love the Dead Man's Plate first anyway, because you can just get around the map super quick, and that's that armor already built into your kit. Yes, there is a little bit of true damage coming in from the side of Hot Tub Streamers as well, so it's not all doomed, but I mean, once you get a Frozen Heart, Vayne priority and strength kind of starts to fall off. She really likes that attack speed.
Yeah, that's true. She can reset it with her tumble at least, but past that,
Big in Vayne.
It's pretty sad. Oh,
I like this. Right onto Lizing. Don't let the weak Shyvana scale up into the game. No free jungle for you. You're going to have to fight for every inch, but a nice reset from Arvoinen. Flash taunt onto 2 members. There's a lot of backup coming in, though. We got a full-on 3v3 here for the scraps, for the remains. Flash from Xiao, but With Death falls. And that's 2 kills picked up by Hot Tub Streamers.
wow. The most shocking part of all of this, Kangas, is that a strange hero was able to make it, because it makes sense. Wait, hold on.
He's going to die. He's straight up just going to die right here. Lands the slow, but Lizing gets a kill at the end.
I mean, that's part of the reason why it's so shocking that he made it all the way there, because he's a support that's invading the enemy team's jungle at level 2. That usually does not happen, and especially when he's not part of the initial play either. I feel like that play would have probably gone a lot better for Hot Tub Streamers if a strange hero was there with them from the beginning. They also didn't actually steal away the wolves, because Lizing was able to procure those. So, all in all, not the most successful invade, as flashy as it looked.
I haven't been watching fully if a strange hero is doing it. Actually, I'll get back to that because we do have a dive happening top side here. Nicely executed. Oh, Hitman had the flash and he actually gets out. And I have lost the feed smacks. Okay, it's come back. Hitman's still alive.
Hitman is still alive, yes. Did not die to that dive, and thus gets to collect this entire minion wave, which would have been pretty disastrous to miss. So, Hitman very happy about that. Yeah, potentially another play happening in mid lane. Zhao about to be stunned up by a lot of people.
Yeah, he does have his shield, has the ultimate available, can't even use it. CC'd to death.
Wow, yeah. Can't even ult out of that one. That's not going to feel great for Zhao, who really needs to get all of the early game through because once he is snowballing on this Echo, the damage is pretty filthy. But honestly, as far as Wild Rift is concerned, I don't think Echo keeps pace very well. Like if he's even, I don't really think this champion does a whole lot, especially compared to something like the Akali or like the Fizz that we've seen in the last couple of games. Cosmic Soul has a lot of gold over Zhao right now.
Very far ahead with the completed item already, stacking up. 1,500 is the differential right now. Feels really rough for the Echo. And I gotta say, I agree with your assessment. Does not scale nearly as well. Isn't as big of a one-shot threat later in the game. Echo's got a kind of awkward spot in Wild Rift where I'm not quite sure what the purpose of him is. Like, what your ideal job is in the game. But either way, my teammates seem to love trolling me with him, so that's that.
I wonder if Riftmaker is good on Echo. Feels like it might be. I don't know, though. I haven't seen it happen.
I don't know. I don't know if you would do enough damage to actually get like that much lifesteal out of it.
Yeah, maybe not.
We'll have to see.
Well, we'll see. Maybe that's something that Zhao considers.
Objectives are spawning now, so let's see who wants to prioritize what. Stamina with the double ultimates that can get around the map quickly between the Galio and the Shen. They can actually play this one very proactively or reactively, no matter which objective they want to prioritize.
See, professional hot tub streamers, they're certainly leaning on Dragon at the moment. Funny enough, Lazing, the Dragon herself, moving to Rift Herald instead. Even on Vision, looks like that's what their decision is. But hot tub streamers, they're actually not committing as much to the Dragon as I thought, sending a couple of these members up to be a nuisance on the Rift Herald.
They want this Vayne to just kind of delay them slightly. It actually doesn't do that good of a job, though. They get the Herald before the Dragon goes down. I do say, I agree, I'm confused why they didn't prioritize the Dragon, but now the Dragon goes in. Lazing jumps, but immediately CC'd to death and falls. That's one kill, make it two, a double to Cosmic Soul as our Voynin in trouble under the turret. Is your boy flashing forward? Gets the final hit. Can Jack Locky get this? Oh, it was close, but the shutdown comes through.
Quite a lot of sustain there from Isdraboa, and we're seeing why I was so excited about these marksmen. Oh, well, now both of them are dead.
Airy kill, baby. You love it.
Yeah, Lunen's helping out a lot with that, too. Jack Locky finds a response there, and just as I was hyping up these marksmen, they both die. I still stand by it, though. Cosmic Soul and Isdraboa are proving to be very effective in these fights, playing on the outskirts of the damage range from Stamina. It's only going to get more difficult to take them out later.
And while, yeah, there's this massive difference of gold between the mid laners, Switch, Cosmic Soul, and Xiao, the full AP Karma is actually pretty close to Cosmic Soul's overall gold, so it doesn't feel like the team's going to be lacking for too much damage. They don't have this massive deficit that they're fighting through. It's only 2,500 gold. This is recoverable.
I wouldn't call it recoverable for Zhao, but his team can definitely help him out. The Echo's not feeling too great.
Dive under the turret. Oh.
Pretty tanky. Yeah. It is going to be the Dead Man's Plate build that you mentioned, and he definitely needs that one. The armor is so crucial.
And now the dive continues underneath the turret. They say don't matter that with Death is here. We want our Voynin and we will take him. We'll get with Death as well. Dan United. Okay, he didn't get out. For a second I thought he did. I was like, there's no shot. Double kill to Hitman.
That was
that was a decision.
That was one attempt that could have been made. As a response kill actually does happen. Lazing gets ignited but kills a strange hero. And on the other side, Cosmic Soul, because everyone's dying up top, it's to take the mid turret, and professional hot tub streamers get to keep their gold lead going strong.
Oh no, that's just so rude. Come on, Isdraboa. He's already behind 3,000 gold to his lane opponent.
That's a lot of gold.
That's a lot of gold.
Especially at 8 minutes. Yeah, this Echo's feeling pretty bad. Oh, he's staying underneath this turret too, and I don't think he knows it, but hot tub streamers can see that he's doing this thanks to that ward. This is
no punishment, though. They actually don't look to dive or overload the bottom half of the map. Instead, it's just get all of their camps to themselves. Back to full clear for Demon King, and now everybody else play through the Lucian. Wherever this Lucian is, that's where the hot tub streamers have an advantage.
And Isgerboa playing this Vayne actually can play side lanes pretty well. Like we were saying, the damage in the 1v1 very high and very slippery as well. So that's why we're seeing Isgerboa committing to the top side, even though the rest of the team is down bot. Taking this turret. Might be his downfall, though. There's a dragon on him.
Ooh. Is in trouble right now. Has the ultimate, so easy to kite back, and Lezing actually stutter stepped backwards rather than forwards, so that means Isgerboa is going to survive.
Yes, it does. He does have some backup now, too. A Strange Hero. Some crowd control available, but his team's not with him.
Yeah, uses the stasis to buy a little bit more time, buying that time for Hitman GM to actually push up onto the tier 2 in the bottom lane. Hitman GM actually also has a 2,000 gold lead over Xiao. Could be in trouble right now. The dive underneath the turret. Has the ultimate to jump back, doing a lot to Hitman, who's going to die to the turret. One more shot to stand united, keeping him alive. But with that, cannot get in range of Hitman as Demon King. One more turret shot. That is surely death. Xiao picks up the kill.
And the rest of the squad on Stamina takes the Rift Herald at the same time. So pretty big upswing back into this game, responding to the over-aggression. The Hot Tub streamers. And Strange Hero and Demon King both find themselves in a bit of a pickle. Now the mid lane turret's dead.
The streamers don't want to let this go for nothing. They will chase for the culling in, the Nautilus ult with the knockups. But Stamina get out! Wow! I did not expect them all to survive right there, but congratulations, Stamina get the turret, and they survive.
Yeah, that's bad news for Hot Tub streamers. They're using a lot for that one play, just trying to find one kill at least. Can't even get a single one here in the finals of this last chance qualifier. 8 seconds on the Dragon timer. Vayne can take those very quickly, so Hot Tub streamers with all those people down there should have this Drake. See if they actually decide to do it.
They have the almost 3 item Lucian right now, so should be good to go. As now the dragon is secured. 5,000 gold lead and growing still for the Hot Tub streamers, who, again, could be the kryptonite to Stamina Esports. This will be their second time knocked out of a tournament by this squad, but Stamina will not go silently into the night. They want to chase down the Strange Hero, who has a lot of CC, a lot of survivability, and a lot of re-engage. Is with death, now realizing just that, picked off. And baits in Arvoinen. Now the Galio's down, 2 for nothing.
Yeah, Isgerboa starting to get really strong in these fights. Very difficult to take him down. And even though a Strange Hero, it looked like he was getting caught out again. I was even worried that it was going to happen. Very tanky on this Nautilus, and the entire squad's there to back him up. As professional Hot Tub streamers take another turret off of the map. This one an inner, and that gold lead is continuing to get larger and larger and larger.
8,000 now. It's approaching that unrecoverable mark. They can't find the picks onto Nautilus, too tanky. Has the stasis. They can't find the picks onto the Vayne or the Lucian, too mobile. They can run away from you and kite out easily. And I just don't see a good target. Like, who are you realistically supposed to kill before the backup arrives?
Ooh. Jack Lockey and
the answer is not 1v1 against Isgerboa. That was not the answer I was looking for, but actually might have bought a lot of time and baited the enemy into the fight. Isgerboa very low. Even a Strange Hero as well, but he's still alive. Like, nobody's died. How is this possible? This is unfair.
I really don't know. Oh, and they're diving underneath the turret too, Kangas.
Body blocks. Oh, okay. Killing spree. Literally no one's dying on Hot Tub streamers. They are unkillable.
The inner turrets are falling in both of the lanes remaining. This is going to be an inhibitor turret at the least, Kangas.
Yeah,
halfway.
Okay.
Hitman lives.
2 inhibitors down. Hot Tub streamers feeling real good about it, as they now only have 1 more turret, and Baron is up. They can back, they can reset, spend their gold, and probably just go right for that Baron.
This one's feeling a bit wrapped here, Kang. It's the best of 3, but Isgerboa survives. Well, Zhao gets the reset button.
It's just painful. Like, he still had flash after all that play in the mid lanes, because Cosmic Soul doesn't even die there.
He didn't even need to flash. That was somebody else's flash. Oh, Kangas, all new tech. We have a replay.
Yep. We see what looked like a good start. Boa gets heavily chunked out there, but as we go back to live, none of it matters because the gold lead still lies firmly in Hot Tub Streamer's pockets. But as I say, that Cosmic Soul finally picked off. That is massive. But look at the bot lane here. It's traded right on back with Death is down. Jack Locky is down, and Lazing will fall as well. A double kill to Boa, 18-8. Incredible performance from the professional Hot Tub Streamers to bounce back on the day. They started with a loss in their semifinals, but they'll start the grand finals with a win, and they're one more victory away from going to playoffs.
Winner takes all in this last chance qualifier, Kangas, and all is that 4th spot in the playoffs next weekend. Professional Hot Tub Streamers only one win away from that point.
Whew.
Stamina, not quite the same performance that we saw earlier against Paradolia. As we take a look at this graph, that's a lot of red.
Yep. Not a slip and slide. Not a slip and slide technically. There's 2,000 behind. But in spirit. I mean, Cosmic Soul, again, 2 massive carry performances in a row. Boa as well. I'm just realizing took more damage, dealt more damage. Didn't have as flashy of a stat line, but actually providing a lot of what they needed. And I'm just going to say it. Lux was up. I think that Lux could have done a lot that Karma didn't do in that game. So I think Stamina, I want to see a change in their focus for pick and ban of game number 2. There were tools that we saw them find success with that they just opted out of.
No. I like Lux. Lux is good. What can I say? I've been saying
Lux
it a bunch
good.
of times.
Lux good, everybody.
A lot of the teams are catching on to the other champions that we've been saying are really good. The Gwen, the Ashe.
They've been playing Nautilus. As soon as I said it, we saw like 3 locked in.
That's
and as soon
true.
as I
You know
said
what?
ban Gwen, we're banning Gwen. I think they're listening. All right, pick Teemo.
Somebody check the chat. We got to see if everyone in there is
yeah.
is in this game. We got to go on a hunt.
Going on. If we actually have that influence over the players, I'm just gonna mess with them from this point forward. Like now that I like if that is true, I'm just gonna lie to the broadcast.
Kangas, I have all new tech for you. Okay, are you ready?
Okay, let's hear it. Lay it on me.
I've heard that in the Chinese solo queue ladder,
really good at the game.
They're really, really good at the game. And one thing about them is that they're really good at the game. But another thing about them is that they play so much jungle Yuumi. It's insane. I didn't
have
even
heard about
know
this tech.
how good it is until I actually watched some of those games.
Full
and
crit.
I've spoken with the experts.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. Like Infinity Edge Rush. Who would possibly think of this? But it's true. And it goes jungle. You take Smite. You don't need Flash, of course, because you're Yuumi. So instead, you take Barrier.
Yep.
Seems pretty good. Get the extra shielding.
It feels bad that you have to use it to take the first camp or you die, but it's worth it. It's worth it. After that, you're fine.
Yeah, it's completely okay. You can once you get your AD items, once you get your crit stacked up, then that's when Yuumi really starts pumping.
See, I heard it was
all
Solari
that
Charge
damage.
Blade first rush, actually, not the IE.
See, that is another way you can go about it. You get a bit of an earlier spike with the jungle Yuumi if you go Solari Charge Blade. But I personally prefer the builds that I've seen and the games that I've seen, again, from the Chinese solo queue, the top of the ladder. You know, these guys are the best of the best. They're playing this crit Yuumi, and I think overall you get more out of the Infinity Edge. So yeah, that's...
Now, if Demon King doesn't lock in full crit Yuumi, we know 2 things. First of all, he's a coward. And second of all, that they're not actually just listening to everything that we say and copying it. So maybe we don't have as much power.
Yeah. But you in the chat there, you now know, all the viewers and everybody, you now know how good jungle Yuumi is.
There actually was a running joke that I had that I don't think people realized was a joke. Back when I worked at Pro Guides and I was doing YouTube videos for them, and the Wild Rifts channel first launched, I would make this joke at the end of every episode, or at least a lot of episodes, where I would say, like, if the question of the day, or like we would have that kind of like where we would ask a question and then you would answer and we like interact with you in the comments and stuff. Usually it was about a build or a favorite champion or something like that, or like an off meta pick. I would always say any champion with a crit build. I'd be like crit Braum, you know, crit Fizz. And my reasoning was every champion auto attacks. But then I started getting messages of very confused players with screenshots, and I think I actually did have some influence over new players that were actually learning the game from bro guides and did not understand the joke. So I stopped that one. I dropped that running gag because I kind of felt bad about it. But it feels right. It feels like we're bringing it back now. This is right in my comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not joking, but yeah, I think that makes sense. Crit Yumi for sure.
Mm-hmm.
We're having a bit of a side swap here, Kangas. I think the teams today are Playboy Cardi fans because we are getting a whole lot of red from the side select.
Oh, the side select is opting into red. Interesting.
Yeah, because Stamina lost.
I wonder why the reason is. I guess you want the two prio picks and the counter pick. You're just favoring that over the blue one.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know, because I feel like when you're in a meta where there are a lot of champions that you really want to ban and like are really good to first pick, I think blue side is just always better. So I think this is a bad read. And I'm trying to think like why they would want this, and I'm coming up empty. I don't really know.
I mean, if we're looking at Stamina and how I expect them to win, I think with death is a big win condition for them. Getting with death a counter pick and a carry matchup might be in the cards. If they really want to go for this, like, the reason you go red side is you get that final pick. You can choose one of your solo lanes, get a nice advantageous matchup for them. As opposed to the hot tub streamers where they opted for last pick Demon King counter pick, actually. So they heavily play around their jungler instead. But I see Stamina opting for the top lane focus.
Yeah. Ashe still available. Probably going to be banned. We've seen the teams have kind of dropped Lee Sin priority in this tournament. I already mentioned that Demon King doesn't really favor it that heavily. I'm expecting that to change for the next weekend when we get junglers like Tybe and Molly back.
Yep.
Those guys are really good at Lee Sin. So
Oh yeah.
I would bet that it comes back around then. But yeah, bit of a difference here. Stamina probably gonna ban Ashe now.
Unless they want it and they don't expect the hot tub streamers to lock it in, because if
They're gonna first
Isra
pick it.
you think Isra will play it?
Yes.
He
Isra
actually did
does
play
not
it
want
already
to
in
play.
the
He doesn't want to play against it. Is the big thing. He's going to first pick it right now. I'm telling you. Yeah.
There you go.
He will not play against that champion.
And to be clear,
I talked to him about it.
It's not because of Isra preferences. It's because Smacks said it on broadcast. So now it's gonna happen. That's the reason.
Yeah,
why.
I'm
They're
always
listening, and yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Kangas, I have to confess something. I'm a bit jealous that you've been able to show your forehead this whole time. So I'm gonna. There we go.
Join me.
We're gonna fix this.
Join me, Smacks.
Yeah.
See
and the forehead gang.
I hate to. I'll wait so you can hear me actually, because you don't have your headset on yet.
I can still hear you.
Oh, you can still hear me. That's magic. I hate to break it to you. Oh, there we go. It's impossible.
Too much hair.
It's too powerful. I was gonna say
It is.
I love the attempts, Max, but I hate to break it to you. At the end of the day, you'll never have as much forehead as I do, and that's just
yours goes back pretty far.
yeah. That's it's a competition that I'm not always proud to win, but you take the wins that you can get. Ziggs and Galio locked in for Stamina Esports now. As you just get like a little hair thing. You just kind of like make the little tail in the front.
Yeah, I know. I can't get all of it.
That works. You got this kind of like 90s news reporter look kind of going. Like you're the magazine article writer, and you're just like a little overworked, a little stressed out, but you're working it.
Yeah. I'm like Peter Parker.
Exactly.
Or
like Peter
Clark
Parker.
Kent or something. Yeah, if you can see this, my hair is
Spider-Man!
definitely sticking out like this. Yeah, it's going. You can't really see it because of my black background. But yeah, it's going pretty well. I'm gonna put it back.
Incredible stuff. I do have a wig that I was thinking of grabbing, but
oh yeah,
I think I already did that bit on this stream actually in week 1, so I don't know if it's worth it to do it again. Lux also grabbed for the professional hot tub streamers with the Lucian, I'm just going to call it right now. Gamers, Twitch chat. It's a 2-0. That's a 2-0 in my book. These champions are so strong, and if you get all of them together, they create so much oppressive poke and zone control between the three of them. Ziggs alone is not going to be able to match all the trading that they can do.
This is the exact comp that professional hot tub streamers looked so good on yesterday, too.
Wow.
So, yeah, the fact that they got all three of these champions, I'm with you. It's pretty doomed. Ashe is going to be the support in this position. Lux, the farming Dragon Laner and the Lucian mid. That's how they played it every time before. Definitely what we're expecting now. And Stamina, good to ban the Lee Sin and the Riven also just trying to attack early game junglers. I think Xin Zhao is going to come out, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Garen locked in as well. So this is the front line to stand in front of all the poke. I will say, Corki locked in. If we get to around the 2-3 item mark, there's a chance that Corki Ziggs together can match the poke of the Lucian Colleen with the Ashe Arrow and volleys and the Lux. Okay. So, yeah, it's something.
Makangas.
Yeah?
Corki poke doesn't stun you for 2.5 seconds.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, it doesn't do that. Only Ashe does that. And then, if the stun isn't long enough for you, then you get Lux bound for another minute. And then you're dead for, 45 seconds. So that's like 50 seconds of crowd control right there.
Yeah, the factoring in the gray screen, that's the most oppressive crowd control in the game.
And then, you know what? You know what's the craziest part of that?
What?
Ashe Ultimate is a shorter cooldown than that. So she can just do it to somebody else while you're still dead.
Or just do it to you as soon as you're back up, you know?
Again.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, the bright side for Stamina, though, it's a similar comp, but instead of 3 range with 2 beef balls, it's 2 range with 3 beef balls. They got more health bars, arguably, if you're really looking for that. I can't. I still think Professional Hot Tub Streamers Draft is just ridiculous right here.
Yeah, this game is pretty done. But if Stamina Esports can beat this draft, that's huge.
Yep.
And I do want to see it because, at this point, Kangas, we've already had 2 3-game series. All right, let's just make it a 3rd one. Let's keep casting until October 21st. Let's just keep it going. More best of 3s. Keep throwing them on there.
I would like to not cast for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. But you know what? You need to experience. It's like a marathon. It's like a.
I've got some food here.
It's not even September anymore, but we'll call it that.
I got some Sprite.
I got some almonds. I got some almonds and some dried mangoes. If anybody ever wants to snack for brain food,
nice.
You're wondering how we talk so fast and keep thinking about a game for hours on end. It's about the brain food.
Does Sprite count as brain food?
Yeah, it's got a little citrus in there.
Yeah.
Fights the scurvy.
I'm definitely fighting scurvy right now. My demons are. I would have had another snack with me, but I think CJ stole it.
Oh, no.
I had a bag of pumpkin flavored caramels right here, which are very, very bad to eat while casting.
Oh, I could
but
imagine.
But they're very delicious.
That sounds incredible. Where'd you get those?
From Meijer.
Ah.
That is the Midwestern Walmart.
I might have to go check that out sometime. That sounds incredible. I went to my local grocery store and they had no cool snacks there.
Did you have Meijer in Minnesota?
No, we have Cub Foods. Oh, I guess that's a grocery store, not really So is this
Meijer's a grocery store.
Okay, it is grocery.
It's like Walmart. Walmart is a grocery store too, but it's got also a bunch of other stuff. What's
the one in Chicago? It's like Illinois
Publix?
has its own one. What'd you call it?
Is that Publix or is that something else?
That doesn't. I don't think that's it. I forget. I love hearing each state's chain though, because every state seems and even different territories in a state will have their own little supermarkets and shopping areas.
Meijer was actually founded in Alaska. That's where it's from.
Oh, Interesting.
They brought it over to Michigan.
Fun fact as well, just because now it's a competition of fun facts and I have to beat you. I'm from Minnesota.
Right.
And Target was actually founded and it is headquartered in Minnesota. So we got a lot of Targets there.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We in Lansing, which is the city in Michigan that I live in, this is where a coffee shop called Bigby was founded. So we actually have more Bigbys than Starbucks, if you could believe it.
Ooh.
We still have Starbucks, but Bigby is like even bigger here, which is crazy.
That's incredible.
Everywhere else in the world, Starbucks is bigger. But specifically here in this city, we have Bigby.
I think Starbucks is still bigger in Minnesota, but we also have a local chain that's competing with it called Caribou. And Caribou
yeah, I had that.
It is literally the exact same. Like color scheme, aesthetic, everything is the exact same except it's got some caribous and some pine trees in all the art.
Yep.
And that was it. They were like, let's just do Starbucks but make it Minnesotan.
Yep.
And
I had that while I was
incredible. There. It rocks.
It's good. Yeah.
All right. You taste it. You're
Okay,
like, this is Starbucks, right?
Tasty Bacon has a fun regional fact. He says he's from Connecticut, and they created in Connecticut the first ever hard seltzer beverage. That's cool.
That sounds like something that they would do in Connecticut.
Yeah, I've never been there, but I'm gonna have to agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
It just feel like that gives Connecticut energy. Yeah. The inventors of the hard seltzer.
What brand was it? Oh, Tasty Bacon also says they have the best pizza. Hard doubt.
Yeah.
That can't be true.
Yeah, that's a bold statement. That is a very bold statement. It says look it up. We top every list. I don't know. I feel
All
like...
right, let me look it up right now.
Are we just doing that? Okay.
Best pizza in America by state.
If it says Connecticut, I would be so mad.
Pizzatoday.com. Guide to the 2021
that is a
National
trustworthy
Best
source.
Pizzas. Yeah, this has got to be it.
I read them daily.
What is Connecticut CT?
Yes.
Okay. I'm seeing absolutely no Connecticut on this list at all. There's 3 experts on here. We have someone says California, Colorado, Georgia, Oregon, New York.
Why is California even on the list? What?
Yeah, I don't know. This one also says Oregon, New York, Florida somehow made it on here.
I trust Florida pizza more than Connecticut pizza. Those people are crazy. They're gonna put pineapple with banana pepper and just diesel. It's gonna be incredible. All right.
Yeah, I don't know why that says California, but it is definitely interesting. But that's pizzatoday.com. You can't be salty at me, Tasty Bacon. I'm literally reading off of the pizza website.
This is the final voice in pizza opinions.
Yeah. Trusted experts
in
on
an entirely objective field. There's bot lane trading heavily here. We've loaded in
pizza.
to game 2 between Stamina and the professional hot tub streamers.
Hot tub streamers, of course, up a game, very close to achieving their goal of making it into the playoffs. And we say very close, not just because they won the first game, but they also won the second draft because they've got Lucian, Ashe, and Lux. This competition, very, very powerful. And like I was saying before, Izdraboa, yes, he is the marksman on this team, but he is the one who has Relic Shield because Ashe needs resources less than Lux.
So Lux actually farming it up. Ashe playing the more supportive role here. Did take a rough trade, though, as Jack Locky and Arvoinen have kind of chunked out the Ashe to be quite low. So that's something for them, and they have a little room to work with now.
Izdraboa and a Strange Hero, they don't really care too much about the early trades, though. It's all about when they hit level 5 and get access to those ultimates. Or maybe.
This is big.
Maybe, just maybe.
Flash out of Lazing. Arvoinen throws out the Shield of Durin to try and taunt up any members, but these Lux bindings are oppressive.
Yeah, and they're not even level 5 yet, Kangas.
Yeah.
Once the level 5 is hit, then that bind means that you are dead every single time. As a Strange Hero, is just going to keep bullying them underneath this turret.
delaying backs as long as they can, and Arvoinen, he's just sticking around. At this point,
Yep.
it's so tough to get it back off.
Super difficult. You don't have any jungle pressure because Lezing was forced to flash away. Although, he's on this ward right now, he can still maybe find a gank opportunity. Or he'll just throw an axe and leave.
Yeah, went for the wave, but it walked as soon as he threw it, so juking the axe. Just trying to push that final wave so they can reset now.
So interestingly, Izurbo actually has more gold than a strange hero right now, which leads me to believe that something is going wrong with the farming. Maybe Izurbo forgot that he had the support item or something.
Could be.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
Not supposed to happen though.
either way, they're going for the reset a little bit later, which means that Arvoinen can get onto the map, try and catch his wave, freeze it a little bit for Xiao to pick up, and is a very even start for both teams. The Hot Tub Streamers barely ahead in gold, just from a little bit of that CS differential.
See what they can do around these objectives. What's
just
going on?
realizing they're not even called creeps in League of Legends anymore. So do Wild Rift players understand CS, right? Or do we call it something else?
Yeah.
They're just minions, right?
I mean, the thing is CS. I mean, I think it's just a colloquial term at this point. But that number isn't calculated in Wild Rift.
It is
I don't
not.
think.
Yeah.
At least not on the big scoreboard. You can probably find it in like the champion stats or whatever. But who reads those?
Hey
Not me.
Tori, Observer, can we request the minion score of all these players? Make that happen for us. Go into the code of the game and just pull that up.
No, not
Appreciate
the code. You need to go back in the bot and count.
Yeah, can we get a retcon of all the CS from all the other 7 games we played today?
Yes, Tori, if you could just do that real quick.
Yep, I just got a verbal confirmation. Yep, they're working on it now. So okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Tori. You are the best.
We
Now,
like to
all the
torture our
rest of that was a
coworkers
joke?
here on the RiftMasters.
The rest of that was a joke. However, I am not joking when I say that Tori
Oh!
is indeed the best.
Oh, big flash engage coming in from Arvoinen. And it means nothing. Okay, never mind. Continue. Tori, yes, the best.
Yes, I love Tori. She is amazing and good and wonderful. And I'm so glad that she's observing for us for this event. Shout out to Tori.
Big engage again.
engage.
Is Jerboa in trouble? And first blood for Samina, but it is answered in wrathful justice fashion from the King of Demacia, or Prince, or whatever he is, Garen, on Hitman GM, popping off. But it is a 2-for-2 trade, so still even across the board.
Jarvan is the king.
Yeah, I realized. Yeah.
He's just a rich boy who's in the military.
Just a rich, pretty boy.
Yeah, that's Garen, exactly.
Sums him up in a nutshell.
He he will assist in the Rift Herald siege from professional hot tub streamers as they will trade for the Drake, immediately dropping the Rift Herald in the top lane, as With Death just has to sit there and probably just watch as his turret falls to the wayside, wishing that his team had traded the other way.
That means more gold in the pocket of hot tub streamers, even though they don't get the first blood. And even though they trade in kills overall, they are ahead in gold regardless. Really well done. Just make sure they're always getting these advantages. As I say it, Cosmic Soul misses a cannon. I gotta point it out. I'm sorry. I know it sucks.
Oh, here it comes.
This sucks worse. Okay. Yep, there we go.
Yeah. That's why you don't give Ashe Lux to any team. That exact reason. Now, save that clip. Everybody who's a Wild Rift player, pro or not, save that clip and put it in your bookmarks or something so that you know to not
throw
give
it on the
those
Reddit.
champions over.
Throw it in every Discord you're a part of. Oh, I like that guy. So, that's pretty cute. Uh-oh. Invade coming in. Might not work out well for them. Demon King very far forward, but everyone's in the big circle. The 80 carries doing what they can right now. As With Death very far forward, Arvoinen as well. No flash available, so everybody's trying to target him, but Twitch Cosmic Soul's caught out.
Oh.
Trade of kills, but the Ashe Arrow's back up. And that is a killing spree for Hitman GM, chasing the other two back under their tier 2 turret. Cannot quite get the kills right now, but they're still trying for it, testing the waters. Flash out of our void and trying to dodge the light binding. That turret is down.
Definitely turret gone. Hot Tub Streamers take a 5th kill on the play. They only give up 1. It's Cosmic Soul yet again. He's not having an easy time in this game, unfortunately. But that's all right, because the Ashe and the Lux are ravaging the Rift alongside Hitman, who is just casually 3-0 on Garen. That's pretty scary.
Just casually, you know, it's an average Garen start, I would say, from my own experience. That is a lie. He's very far ahead and has the Hold Breaker completed with the Black Cleaver. No! Oh, we need like a theme song for him to play when that's coming in. It's got to be like, I don't know, like that. It's like it kind of goes by.
Maybe like the closer it gets, the louder the song goes.
Why is boss music playing?
Oh wait.
Ooh, because they leveled up and they're ready to fight it. That's a kill onto a Strange Hero.
Strange Hero over the wall with no flash, no blast cone to get out. They were really trying to get that pick down, but Stamina had the response. I think the Ashe ult sound should be the Neon Cat. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know that one. But you could have sang it right there because it just went out onto Jack Lockheed. Now in full retreat mode, but here comes the big angry Viking onto Ashe. Chasing out the AD carry from the fight, but meanwhile, doing damage for their own team. It's a trade back and forward, but it's Stamina winning out on it. They've gotten a couple for themselves. Low health bars, flash forward from a Strange Hero, and the Coaling, actually, it's an auto from a Lux that gets that kill. Jack Lockheed has to flash away to a chaotic fight. We are straight up 5v5ing at 9 minutes for no objectives. Just having fun with it.
I think Stamina really want to keep doing that, though, because then it's much less likely that they get picked off one by one. That is a good response. It makes a lot of sense to what professional hot tub streamers have drafted. Eventually, somebody's going to die. If you do nothing, you're going to get hit by Ashe Ultimate. You're going to get hit by Lux Ultimate from literally 5 screens away and then die. That's going to happen.
And while that's happening, Hullbreaker Garen will be pushing into a side lane trying to take turrets. But big moment here for With Death to actually take a turret first. Behind in gold, but finds crucial seconds alone in a lane to take down that outer turret.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hitman's about to have the cheat code, though. The Rift Herald taken by professional hot tub streamers.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was close.
That could have been a steal. Unfortunate. For Zhao, yeah, the cheat codes are here for hot tub streamers. They can take the turrets even easier now.
Oh. Oh!
Hitman, he doesn't see it.
Still has the Hullbreaker.
Oh.
Hextech Ultimatum under the turret. Did one shot on him. Flashed away. Ash Hero coming in to hit Arvoinen. That means Hitman does get out, but that's Summoner Spell down.
It is. No flash for Hitman. Hullbreaker makes him very difficult to take down alongside the passive HP regen. He can stay in this lane for a very, very long time.
And now
Mr. Boa is going
Death.
to continue to do that.
Oh, they have Arvoinen ult here, so yeah, you actually can't dive that.
Yeah. There it is. It's here. Rift Herald for Hitman as the dragon actually spawns, so they're going to go for this instead.
Full Stamina around the map. Just going to engage, actually. Package was available for Xiao, but it does not accomplish much. Does split a little bit of the fight, though. Nobody's gone down yet. That's actually first kill picked up by Stamina. 1 for 1 so far, as now Cosmic Soul can pop off in these fights. Can't quite get all the damage he was hoping for, but caught the space for Hitman to come in. The time for the rest of the team to carry. And now professional hot tub streamers running away with a gold lead.
Oh, and the Rift Herald's still alive as well, so it's going to get another charge. Hitman with the Hullbreaker about to topple another turret as his jungler Demon King will take the dragon all by his lonesome. There it is, an inner turret now for hot tub streamers too. And a scrappy fight ends in victory once more for hot tub streamers.
It's looking like a 4th team going to playoffs, Max. I mean, Stamina did a really solid job getting here. They are playing from a different country. They are playing on, I don't know what the ping situation is like, but I can't imagine it's ideal. And still, they have shown that they can hang with the teams here in North America going for RiftMasters 2022 top 4. But professional hot tub streamers are just a little better. Oh, I don't even know how the Ziggs got that low, but that one feels bad.
You see those green circles that aren't filled for Isdraboa and a Strange Hero? That's how.
Good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
You have a strong argument there, Smacks.
Yeah. Stamina, I mean, just like you're saying, top 5 in a region that they don't even live in. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Gotta say.
Very impressive stuff, again, for a team with 2 subs, or rather, not subs, but roster changes in this offseason. And they're still fighting, not out of it yet. They're behind heavily, but let's not say it's over till it's over. Stamina's still fighting underneath their turret. Luxel does a lot of damage, but so does Olaf. Low health bar still, but the stasis from Demon King keeps him alive. With death over the wall here, actually gets onto Isdraboa. Hextech ultimatum in the thick of it against 5, but flashes away. Doesn't have the confidence to go for the final kill.
And hot tub streamers, they all survive. They can move into this mid lane with the minions that they have. Oh, maybe take that turret? Nah, gonna leave. The jungle camps don't fight back as hard. They'll go and take some of those instead. And hot tub streamers, they keep this lead going. They're at that 10k brutal points where Stamina's probably not going to come back from this one. And again, this draft, really hard to play into.
Isdraboa even takes some damage there from With Death. He does actually have, 2 items completed with the Hold Breaker. Could be a threat in the side lane now. Hitman's just so much further ahead. 4-0-6. Most kills on the team. Not the most kill participation. That does belong to Isdraboa, but still very high for a Garen.
Yeah. More utility items here for Isdraboa. Looks like eventually it'll be that Serpent's Fang, but for now, the Black Cleaver, just shredding some more armor. Not that the team needs more Black Cleavers, actually, now that I'm looking at this. They do now have 4 of those. Just for good measure.
I don't know if I just purposefully was, not paying attention to that, or if I just don't look at items enough, but that is actually very funny.
It's really funny.
Never change, North American Wild Rift. Never change.
Woohoo!
We make our own rules.
Well,
speaking of, getting right in onto our Voinen. Has to run away with both summoner spells down now, but we're looking for even more. That is a kill onto the jungler. Voinen chased all the way to the inhibitor turret. And 15 minutes on the clock with a wave top lane. This could be the base cracking. With Death! Wins the 1v1 against Hitman GM. Signs of life for Stamina.
Demacian down! Wait, Demon King. You missed your W. There you go.
You got
the
it.
Baron.
You got it.
I don't think they can do the Baron now, though.
Uh-oh. That is actually pretty rough here. But the Ash Arrow lands with Death. Found in place, but the package is massive from Shao. Can't quite get the last tick of damage onto Cosmic Soul and nobody dies. You're kidding me.
Oh, that could have been a kill from a Strange Hero. Didn't quite find it. And Kangas, there are a lot of low HP bars. The result still feels similar to what we said before. Hot Tub Streamer still in a very staggering lead. Baron's still alive also, if they want to go back and take that one. Yeah, this is feeling pretty solid.
It's looking incredible for the Hot Tub Streamers. Again, a lot of names on this team, on this roster in the offseason. Everything's been shaken up. But a lot of them have the experience in North America. They've played at the top level in our region before against the likes of, the Sentinels, the Tribes, the Immortals. Now it looks like we're entering a new era of Wild Rift in the region. And you want to be in that conversation. You want to be in that top 4. You're still competing with the best.
Drake up now, and Zhao does not have Corki package available. Makes it a lot more difficult to actually compete in this fight. And even if they do compete in this fight, they do also have to worry about the top lane. Because Hitman is keeping everything afloat with his own Hullbreaker against With Death. Does actually lose out on the 1v1, as we saw earlier, with Death very strong, but I think Hitmen can keep the wave alive at the very least. So Hot Tub Streamers, they're not losing anything by delaying this Drake take.
But with neither top laners here for the fight, actually a split team from professional Hot Tub Streamers, but it was a bait. They get our Voided to come in too deep, peel away, and then spring the trap. Now it's going to be up to With Death. Can you win the 1v1 against Hitman GM? The Garen is low, but so are you. The top lane health bars are blinking right now, but the action's at the Dragon. This is where Stamina have to find something. Hold the line. They don't die, but they do not get the Dragon either. And that should be picked up by the Hot Tub Streamers.
Moving back over to that Ocean, Hot Tub Streamers will secure it.
Ooh, no the top lane.
Ziggs ultimate here.
Oh, from downtown, the arrow, but he get the final. Oh, so close on the hook shot. That's heartbreaking.
Stamina, they do have still too many people alive for Hot Tub Streamers to feel confident about the Baron. That's the good news. They are going to be losing this mid lane turret very soon, though. The red buff is going to be gone. See what Stamina can actually do with Death. He's not alive for another half a minute. I'm feeling, again, like this game is cooked, Kangas.
It seems like it has been for quite a while here, Smacks. It's just the final moments.
Overcooked.
For Game 2 here, the final moments for Stamina in the off-season for RiftMasters 2022. It was awesome having the LATAM teams come in and compete here at RiftMasters throughout this last month. And it looks like Stamina will be on their last leg right now, looking for a miracle to continue on in this series. But with that looking unlikely, we are expecting the professional Hot Tub Streamers with control around the Baron to just take one more team fight, one more objective, and they can lock in a top 4 spot.
The Elder Dragon's about to be spawning also. If they want to go for that instead of the Baron, Hot Tub Streamers have that as an option. They also still do have their pick tools available. They want to shoot those out at any bystander. Is your bow? Here comes the ult.
Okay, just fishing
That's
with
not
it.
the target you want.
Hit the tankiest member,
Look
and
at
that means our Voided
look at
is
the cooldown,
fine.
Kangas.
Oh,
See
that's
that Ashe
actually kind of
cooldown?
crazy. I will say, the later this game goes, I know it's a massive gold lead, but Camille is a problem, and Garen cannot answer her in the side lane, so they gotta look for the fight, which is exactly what they're doing. With Death gets onto the back line, but a stasis immediately. Dragon is secured by Hot Tub Streamers, a killing spree for Cosmic Soul, and there you have it. The team fight win for the professional Hot Tub Streamers, and they're looking to lock in their spot at top 4 for RiftMasters 2022, the final available opening in the playoffs, and it is theirs to claim with one final push on these inhibitors.
Just Jack Lockey left to watch as his base crumbles before him, and he's not even able to watch, Kangas.
Final
The
minions.
Lux Ashe combination.
It's coming in. Professional Hot Tub Streamers will take the last chance qualifiers and the 4th slot in playoffs.
Whew. Not how we were expecting it to come down, but the result feels just feels right. Hot Tub Streamers making it into that top 4. A lot of familiar faces for NA Wild Rift fans. They will be competing against more of those next weekend starting on Saturday.
And now we get the official Hot Tub stream, right? I believe
Yeah.
that was agreed to by all parties, so
It was, yes.
congratulations, North America, you did it.
We've secured ourselves a Wild Rift Hot Tub stream, as we all wanted.
I'll do it with them. You know, if we
Yeah.
ever have a LAN, if there's ever a live event again, let's get a hot tub. Let's do a hot tub stream. That's how we'll interview players going forward.
Perfect, yeah. Do they have a hot tub in the Mall of America?
I'm sure we can work something out. Kiddie pool stream. We'll just do a kiddie pool stream.
Yeah. That'll be good.
Just put that in the expensive studio with all the camera equipment.
Right. Yes, they would love that, I'm sure, over there in the mall. Oh, boy. Yeah, congratulations, professional Hot Tub Streamers. It was winner take all, of course, here in the Last Chance Qualifier. Only one team can make it into that playoffs, and that just so happens to be the hot tub streamers.
And they got their, I guess it wasn't their revenge against Stamina. They keep their consistency in taking down Stamina in these tournaments. Again, a lot of names that have been on banger teams in North America here on the side of hot tub streamers. So no surprise given the caliber of players that they have. And they will be joining the top 4. I believe we can take a look at the bracket one last time here as it is populated with the victors. There you have it, everybody. Professional hot tub streamers almost sweeping their way through. They had that one close series against Busting Heads, but otherwise, very solid run.
Yeah, a little bit of turbulence there from Busting Heads, as we do have our playoffs teams all filled out also. And of course, it will be a double elimination bracket, so our first matchup there for 4 professional hot tub streamers. Congratulations, you get to play against KFC.
I love that it is second place Demons in second place. If they had been third place, that would have been funny, but it's so fitting that they actually got second place. That's incredible. So there you have it. Of course,
they
like
know
you
their
said,
place.
They know their place. And it will be, of course, second place Demons versus Imperius facing off against each other first in the double elimination bracket. Important to note that for playoffs. But then KFC, the team that's gotten first in everything, up against the hot tub streamers next week. Smacks. I can't believe we're already at the end of RiftMasters, man. It went by so fast.
I really did. It's been a very fun time. Of course, next weekend, you will be graced with the lovely voice of Alk Battery for that weekend. So this will be my last one. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Kangas, and it's been a pleasure casting all of you listening, for all of you listening, and all of you listening if you're the players. Been a fun time here on the Wild Rift, as always. And yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks to Tasty Bacon and Tori on the production.
Keeping the gears rolling. Thank you, everybody, for cheering on and sticking around in Twitch chat. And like you said, smacks the players. Because if it weren't for them, we wouldn't even have this. If it weren't for people that wanted to compete at the top level in Wild Rift, that's what North American Wild Rift is all about. But we got Rift Masters 2022 playoffs next weekend. And we can't wait to see you there.
Good night.